It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, May 4th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. My glasses are crooked. Is the mic crooked too? They were telling me the mic was crooked. I'm not sure. Is it good now? How about now?
More to your left.
My left? How about now?
That looks good.
Perfect. Hope you're doing well. It is a rainy day here in New York City. Beautiful day inside our New York City studios. We've got a lot to get to today. Of course, UFC 274 is a mere days away at this point. Saturday, so what would Saturday be? 5 days from now? No, 4 days from now. 3 days from now. Who the hell knows? It's on Saturday. UFC 274 at the Footprint Center, whatever Footprint is, in Phoenix, Arizona. Tremendous 2 title fights at the top of the bill. Carlos Esparza, Rose Namajunas 2. Justin Gaethje, Charles Oliveira 1. For the lightweight title, of course, we have the return of El Cucuy, Tony Ferguson. Really curious about that one. Feels like a massive, I don't know, referendum on the state of his career against Michael Chandler. We've got a fun fight involving 2 legends, Joe Lauzon and Donald Cerrone. We got a rematch of a fight that happened many moons ago in Brazil. OSP, Ovince Saint-Preux against Shogun. And in fact, speaking of Shogun, history, my friends, is going to be made on this program today. We've been doing this show since June of 2009, and I'm pretty confident in stating that in the history of this program and my 3 years at ESPN, Shogun has never been on the program before in any way, shape, or form. So he's going to join us later in the program, and I'm pretty excited about this. Now, a lot of you new fans who complain about, guests and things like that and complain about the sport and have no idea about anything of the sport. Whoa, why don't you have this guy on? Whoa. You probably think that Shogun is some kind of jobber, but I would urge you at some point between now and Saturday, because this could be his final fight ever, to go back and look at who Shogun is, and the fact that he is still fighting all these years later, the fact that he is on a UFC pay-per-view main card all these years later, gets me kind of emotional. This is one of the true legends of the sport, OG of the game, veteran of the game, Pride legend, UFC legend, freaking Brazilian MMA legend. This man was beloved in Pride, beloved in the UFC. I never will forget when he won the UFC title in Montreal, UFC 113, May of 2010, when he beat Lyoto Machida. He probably should have got the belt for the first time, UFC 104 in Los Angeles in October of 2009, got robbed in that one, came back and put an exclamation point on their little feud at the Bell Center in Montreal. Very memorable card, Josh Koscheck versus Paul Daly. Anyway, I'm excited about that. I'm also excited to let you know that, as always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of the MMA Hour and a little outfit called the UFC. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today. Use code the MMA Hour for a special offer when you sign up. Again, that's code the MMA Hour only at DraftKings Sportsbook. I see a lot of people on Twitter today talking about May 4th being some kind of holiday. I guess it's like a Star Wars thing. May the 4th be with you. I feel like Frank's a big May 4th guy. Do you fault like
not as much as Connor?
Connor's a big May 4th guy.
Ah, man. I'm surprised. I can't believe we're getting into this. We'll get into it later.
Why? Wait a second.
A lot of disappointment on my end.
Wow. Did Frank just ruin your...
No, he didn't.
Why disappointment?
We can get into it later in the show. It's a long story.
Okay. I mean, I kind of want to get into it now.
I just ordered a Chewbacca mask and it didn't arrive in time.
Wow.
Made the noises and everything. It's probably going to be waiting for me at my apartment when I get there today.
How long ago did you order it?
A couple days, but it's Amazon, so shout out to Jeff Bezos. I guess he's got bigger things on his plate than getting my Chewbacca mask to me.
In retrospect, do you feel like you should have done it earlier, or do you think it was
I should
their
have
fault?
done it earlier. I should have done it earlier.
That would have been a nice one. Did you have a
Cinco de
lightsaber
Mayo,
too?
Missing Cinco de Mayo.
Oh.
I had a lot planned.
And none of it came through?
I have nothing.
Zero.
I have nothing.
This is a rare one. It will actually, like, you do Easter, you do Passover, it doesn't actually fall on a show day. This falls on a show day.
Yes. It's double disappointment.
He's just turning the knife on you.
Wow.
I mean, I told him at lunch. I almost sat by myself at lunch. I was so disappointed in myself.
Are you a big May 4th guy, though?
Enough to wear a Chewbacca mask on the air. I mean, how great. Like, giving out the pics.
Oh, it would be
Chewbacca mask.
great.
It's hollering. It makes noise when you open the mouth. It does the scream.
This would have been one of the all-time great
What
segments.
does it sound like,
I
Connor?
wish
Can
we
you
had never
show
even
us?
brought it up. I wish we had never even brought it up.
Can you tell us what it sounds like?
No, Frank said he was going to do the noises for me.
Hey, Frank, you could get the noises, right? You got the soundboard.
They're
Copyrighted?
Yeah.
What? That's copyrighted?
Okay. I don't know what Star Wars you watched, but
Isn't that what he sounds like? Oh, I don't know. Have you guys seen every Star Wars?
Yes.
You have?
Oh, yeah. And I would go to the theaters for the new ones. Starting with like the episode 1, 2, and 3. Oh, yeah.
Even like Mandalorian and all that jobber stuff?
Jobber, Mandalorian, like a fantastic show. Yeah. I've seen
Whack.
it, so.
It's too many spinoffs. Also, they're taking liberties at this point. You can't keep going backwards, okay? You can't just keep... It's like my issue with the movie, with the TV show This Is Us. Love that show back in the day. But if you keep going backwards and adding things to the timeline, to the chronological order of things, now you're just taking liberties. You can't just keep adding things. And oh yeah, 3 years ago we got into a car accident. No, you didn't tell us about the car accident 3 years ago. You can't go back now and tell us about the car accident. You get what I'm saying? Anyone?
Yep.
I feel like they're taking too many liberties with this Star Wars stuff.
Star Wars is never going to end. It's never going to end. It's
But why
just
do
like
they keep
Marvel
going
at this point.
backwards? Can't they just keep adding to it? Like keep going forwards, not backwards.
They
It
know
happened.
people are going to pay money to see whatever it is, so they'll just keep doing it.
It's all very confusing as well. Gina Carano was great in The Mandalorian. Did you ever
Shout
see
out
her
to
in it?
Gina. Oh, yeah.
One of my good friends.
Yep.
Sasha Banks as well of WWE fame. Anyway, everyone's very excited about this May 4th stuff. When did that become a thing? People are like celebrating May 4th. May the 4th be with you. When did that become a thing? Probably in the last couple of years because everyone's gotten weird on social media. It has to always be a thing on social media. Oh, May the 4th. This. You know, like, come on. Let's all relax. In any event, I just wanted to get that off my chest. I mean, if you want to be happy about it, go ahead. I just never really quite got the obsession with it. It's an exciting time to be alive. I figured it out. It's 3 days away. UFC 274, May 7th. So May the 7th be with you on Saturday for UFC 274. But by the way, there's a lot going on in the world of MMA this weekend. We have Bellator in Paris on Friday, the highly anticipated Ryan Bader versus Czech Congo rematch. We figured this out before we went on the air. The combined age of both Czech Congo and Yoel Romero, who's fighting in the co-main event, is 91 years old. It's pretty incredible. Yoel Romero on the card as well. That's Friday afternoon. And dare I say, perhaps the most stacked card in PFL history coming up on Friday. Yes. And unfortunately, it's airing on the Deuce, which doesn't get as many eyeballs as the mothership, but there's a lot going on ESPN these days with the NBA and NHL playoffs. Listen to these names on this card: Kayla Harrison, Ray Cooper, Anthony Pettis, Rory McDonald, Magomed Kharimov, or as Sean O'Connell likes to say, Magomillions, Julia Budd, Sada Boussi, Gleison Tebow. It's a nice little lineup right there. I mean, you could make a case that the top 4 fighters on the A side are the 4 biggest names in PFL right now, all fighting on the same card. Now, I don't love the fact that it's happening the night before a UFC pay-per-view because it does feel like it gets kind of overshadowed when they're running the same weekend as a big UFC pay-per-view. You can't avoid the UFC because it's a UFC card almost every weekend. But, you know, I like the fact that they're stacking the card. That's fun. Don't love the fact that it's getting overshadowed a little bit. Nevertheless, we shall talk about that on the card, on the show as well. And then 274 this weekend in Phoenix. Let me run down today's lineup, let you know who's stopping by. Back into the show, as always, on the nose. Answer your questions. I kind of laid down the gauntlet last week. I let you all know that I want you to raise your game. I want you to challenge me. I want you to ask me tougher questions. So we'll see what we get this week. arielhelwani.substack.com is where you can leave them. There's already a ton up there already. Let's see what we got. We've got 166. I mean, I'm assuming there's a lot of replies there and a lot of I know Frank likes to leave a couple questions or two. Word on the street is GC as well. Yeah, I see a lot of replies here. So anyway, we'll get to that. Hopefully, I'm assuming there's going to be a lot of questions about the leaked lineup this summer, and maybe some pay stuff that came out yesterday. I have a lot of things to say about that interview Well, first of all, it happened a couple of weeks ago. So, it's not like it was shot yesterday, but that doesn't mean that lineups that you saw were inaccurate. But could you imagine, because I think the three dudes in that podcast, I know Ryan Clark is there. I think the other two guys are former NFL players. Are they former NFL players, GC? You know what I'm talking about?
I actually don't know who all is on the podcast.
It's like these two. Anyway, could you imagine being an NFL player or a former NFL player, and your career has been helped out greatly due to the fact that you are part of a union, a players association that gives you benefits while you're playing and post-playing, and you're sitting there talking to a guy who is telling you with a straight face that fighters in other organizations and other sports are overpaid and they shouldn't get X, Y, and Z. And you're like, yeah, that's powerful stuff. That's powerful stuff. That's the truth. That's the truth. I mean, you should be kicked out of the union forever if you're sitting there. Could you imagine those same dudes sitting in front of Mark Davis or Daniel Snyder or Jerry Jones or Mr. Pagula of the Buffalo Bills, and he says the same thing about NFL players? What would they say to that? But yet, for some reason, it's okay when speaking about fighters. And don't get me started on the actual quote and how ludicrous it was. I probably wrote out 4 tweets while reading that and then deleted it just because I didn't want the nonsense. And I'll save it for this show because we don't get paid to tweet, we get paid to talk. It's just ludicrous to talk like that about fighters, to say that boxers are being overpaid, and that's why here we will stifle. Could you imagine being a UFC fighter and reading that quote? Could you imagine being under contract with the UFC and reading that quote? How do you not want to rip your hair out? How do you not want to smash your head against the wall? We could get into all of that later on, but I mean, it's just, again, the more and more you see the way the sausage is made in this sport, it is hard to have that same sort of love and appreciation for everything that goes into it, because you are seeing now the fighters that we came up with, the fighters that, we grew up loving, we are starting to see what they are left with on the back end. And you are starting to see what the people in charge are left with. If the fighters are overpaid, can we compare promoter deals as well and how much they're making and who's risking their life and who's risking their health? Can we compare that? Or is that too much? Is that too personal? Is it, it should be apples to apples, right? Not apples to oranges. Anyway, we could get into that. I'm sure you're going to have a ton of questions. We'll get GC's betting picks for the weekend. Like I said, PFL, Bellator, UFC. So there's a lot there to like, and there's a lot there to bet on, I am assuming. Is there going to be an underdog pick of the week? Stay tuned. We shall see. You got to stick around for that. And at 3 o'clock, my old friend, my old partner, my old what should I say? My old cohort in a previous life, Mr. Chael Sonnen will be stopping by. Chael P. Sonnen, my old pal from back in the day, Aaron on the Bad Guy days. He'll be stopping by. I haven't talked to him in quite some time. It's always great when we could talk to each other. He's had a string of hot takes as of late that have just been incredibly Chael Sonnen-esque. So I can't wait to get into all of that with him and more. At 2:30, Raufeon Stots, the brand new Bellator interim bantamweight champion, will stop by. He had that big win over Juan Archuleta less than 2 weeks ago. We'll see where he stands in the Grand Prix moving forward, but he is a big-time star with a big-time personality and a very, very funny guy. He left me a very funny voice note yesterday when I reached out to him about coming on the show. I'm really looking forward to having him on. Tremendous personality. Him and Sabatello are two guys that Bellator should be pushing big time and strapping a rocket ship towards or on their backs and shoot them towards the sky, because those are the kinds of personalities, the kinds of characters that they have been lacking. Fresh, homegrown, those are the kinds of names that they need. We'll also be joined by Kayla Harrison, the aforementioned Kayla Harrison, to talk about her return on Friday. In my opinion, top 10 best interviews in the sport. She is phenomenal. She is unfiltered. She doesn't give an F about what you think about her. She is tremendous. And Shogun Hua will stop by to talk about his big fight against OSP, Ovince Saint-Preux, the pride of Haiti, this Saturday. Rematch of a fight that happened several years ago. You'll recall it was a short notice fight, a short notice replacement fight. And OSP shocked the world, knocking out Shogun Rua in 34 seconds in Uberlândia, Brazil, back in 2014. Feels like a lifetime ago, but it was a shocker, a 34-second knockout of the legend Shogun Rua. So all that and more coming up on today's program. Is Joe there? No, he's not there. Well, in a minute, we're going to be joined by Joe Lauzon. Joe Lauzon is a really interesting story for this weekend's card because he hasn't fought since October of 2019. He was on that Dominic Reyes, Chris Weidman card in Boston, October of 2019. He missed the entire empty arena pandemic era, and he beat Jonathan Pierce in 1 minute and 33 seconds via TKO. And I think a lot of people thought this would be it for him. What a perfect way to end a pretty legendary career, a career that started back in 2004. At home, for the longest time, he couldn't fight in his home state of Massachusetts. Get a big win, a quick win, an impressive win, and then just walk off. Do we have Joe? Or am I losing my mind here? Okay. But he's not doing like a press conference right now, is he? I might be losing my mind. Got it. Anyway, these two guys are legends. We weren't sure what was going on with Cerrone's career. Cerrone, number 1 all-time in performance bonuses. Lauzon, number 3 all-time. I think it's 8 and 13. And now they're fighting. And I kind of really love the matchup because they're both around the same age. I think Lauzon is a year older. He's 37. Cerrone up there as well, getting, closer to 40. I love the fact that these two guys aren't being put in there with some young stud who they're trying to, build a name off of. They're getting to fight against an equal. What? Yeah, what? So he is doing the press conference. What the hell? He's at the press conference right now, and he's supposed to be on the show. Joe.
He's about to join us momentarily.
He is? But Eric all right.
It just wrapped up. Joe just talked to him.
No, I know, but where's he going to do it? Oh, he did talk to him? All right.
Great quote about Gaethje.
Yeah, what is the quote?
Something like Gaethje will set himself on fire just to burn you a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Wait, where did he say that?
I think it was
at the press conference. Yeah. Thanks for making me feel worse. Oh, he was giving them great stuff? That's awesome. But I do love the matchup. I think it makes a lot of sense at this point in their careers. And it's good to see them, obviously you have to, the circle of life, the way fighting works, you put a guy in there against a young stud, an older guy against a young stud. You got to build stars. That's how it works, right? But in some respects, it's nice to see two fellow veterans get a chance to fight each other, especially guys who have given so much to the sport. So without further ado, let us go to the Zoom machine and say hello to Mr. Joe Lauzon, who I think was just talking to the media. There he is, Joe. I was getting worried because I was getting notes that you were at the press conference. I was like, did Joe double book me here? Is he stabbing me in the back? What's going on?
They reorganized my schedule like last minute. I got done with my photos like really fast and some of my interview stuff really fast. Like, oh, you're into the media thing? And like, oh, we got like 13 minutes. I'm like, yeah, that'll be enough time. And it wasn't. We needed like 17 or 18 minutes.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Joe, great to talk to you as always. And I won't keep you long. It's great to see you back. Man, you missed the whole pandemic era. You just said, you know what? I'm not doing this empty arena thing. Was that done on purpose?
100% on purpose. I had no interest at all in trying to fight during all stuff. Cause like, if I was going to fight again, I did not want it to, have a fight get scrapped because like one of my coaches tested positive for COVID or I did, or an opponent tested positive. It's just, there was too much up in the air. It's like too much of a gamble in my opinion. Like I didn't need to fight again. So if I was going to fight again, it had to make sense.
Did they even offer you fights and you said, nah, I don't want to do this in empty arenas?
So Sean Shelby texted me. He's like, hey, like, I have to offer you fights because of my contract. I'm like, okay, like, well, I don't want to fight at all right now during the pandemic stuff. I'm like, so you offered me the fight, so that's okay. I'm not going to fight right now. But keep sending me names because I'm definitely interested in trying to, fight again. So they did not send me any names. He's asked me if I wanted to fight. I told them no. And then I get an extension letter from the UFC like, oh, you've denied a fight. You'll be extended, which I don't care. I'm not going anywhere else. I want to fight for the UFC. And then back like this time last year was when I started pressing Sean Shelby like, hey, look, I heard you guys are coming to Boston. If you're coming to Boston, this fall, I want to be on the card. He's like, we're not coming to Boston. I'm like, I'm just saying, if you're coming to Boston, I want to be on the card. He's like, we're not coming to Boston. I'm like, I'm okay. Just if it happens, let me know. And I didn't hear anything until I talked to Sean Shelby a couple of times. But then, in like February, they offered me Cowboy from March. And I'm like, I like the idea of fighting Cowboy, but not that soon. A little too fast. I don't want a 4-week camp. It's been 2 years. Let's not go from 2 years off to a 4-week camp. So I told him, if we do a little later, I'm in. So this is what we have.
Was there any point where you were like, it's been 2 years, maybe this is it, maybe I'm done? I ended in Boston, I got a tremendous win. Like, that's kind of the storybook ending. Because so much time had passed, was there any thought in your mind being like, you know what, maybe this is a good way to go out?
Yeah, no, I definitely thought about it, but like, I'm in a situation where I don't have to fight, right? Like, I think that sometimes guys, like, they retire and then they come back because they need a way to make money. They're not doing as well as they would like. But I have a great gym in Rainham, Massachusetts. We moved during the pandemic, which was pretty sketchy and pretty scary. We went from like a smaller gym to a much bigger gym, more expensive, everything else, but like we're crushing it there now. So I love teaching kids. I love teaching adults. So like, I'm not in a position where I had to fight. I'm in a position where like, okay, I'm in a good spot where I'm able to entertain offers and ideas. And if I like, the opponent, I like the date, I like the location, then I have no problem fighting because I love to train and I love to do jiu-jitsu and I love to fight. So we're going to fight on Saturday and then I'll probably be in the same boat, right? It's like, maybe we'll fight again, maybe we won't. I just will kind of, play it by ear and see how it goes.
So there's no chance you do the whole, like, I'm taking the gloves off thing. You're not down with that? I
don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. Not at this point. That's not where my headspace is right now. There could be something that happens in the fight and they're like, and maybe I'll change my mind. But as of now, I do not think you'll ever see me dropping the gloves in the cage. I know that some people, like, they know that it's going to be their last fight and they go and they do that. But I don't think you'll see that out of me.
That being said, there could be a possibility that this is the last time you fight, right? That is a possibility.
It could, 100%, of course. Yeah, I think that you'd say the same thing for Cowboy.
Yeah.
I don't know how many, Cowboy could be the last fight for both of us. Could be the last fight for neither one of us. We could have like a banger of a fight and have a rematch in 6 months. Who the hell knows? I have no idea. But we'll see.
Have you ever been close to fighting Cowboy in the past? It is pretty remarkable that you guys have never fought each other, considering how long you've both been in the UFC.
I don't think so. I think that there was maybe one time where like there was talk about it maybe happening, but it was like on super short notice. It was like on like a 2 weeks notice or 10 days notice or something like that. And that was like, this is back in like the Joe Silva days.
Wow.
And I think I'm like, nope, not fighting that guy in 10 days. Like, I would prefer an entire camp. He would be more than happy to take 10 days and take a fight. Different kind of ideas on taking fights, to go and let him do a full camp and me do 10 days, I thought was not the best.
Considering the layoff though, your body must feel great, right? I mean, I know you just went through a training camp, but no fights in a long period of time. Like, is this one of the best you have, fights or fight weeks you have felt in quite some time?
Yeah, I mean, my wife keeps telling me like, you've been in such a better mood because I'm not so beat up. I'm much healthier than I would typically be. Normally it's like, where you're fighting a couple of times a year, you go through a training camp, you accumulate some new injuries, you rest a little bit, and then things don't really get better. And then you go back and you do it again. This time I was like, okay, I've had a lot of time off. I didn't know that I was definitely going to fight again. So I was able to, I wasn't like give myself a hard time, like, oh, you have to get ready for this. I was like, no, I let things heal, let things get better, pay attention to my body a little bit better. It's been good.
Is there? I feel like there's like a weird mix going on here with you because you've had the long layoff 2.5 years, but also you're reaching the end. So there's this weird mix of like, oh, you're back, and it's so great to be back. But I would imagine maybe a little nostalgia as well because you are reaching. This could be the last time you go through a fight week with the UFC and whatnot. So can you describe those emotions, that concoction going on inside of you?
So this is the trap, right? This is the trap that most fighters fall into, right? It's like they have a good fight or two good fights. They think, oh, I'm back. Let's go. Let's go do this. I'm gonna fight for this world title. I'm gonna dominate. This division's mine, right? And then reality sets in, right? They have a fight that doesn't go so well. Like, oh, it's like back to where they were, So, I'm very happy with my preparation for this fight camp. I'm very happy with the opponent. I think it's going to be a really good, exciting fight. I'm very, very happy to be back with the UFC and seeing everyone and, being the fighter this week and all this other stuff. Like I'm happy about all that. But reality will set in when they close that cage door. And now it's either I'm going to win or I'm going to lose. I'll be relieved when the fight's over regardless. That part will be nice. But we'll take it one fight at a time, right? We're going to do this fight. Maybe this fight goes great. Maybe this fight doesn't go great. But we'll see how it goes. And, we'll make an educated decision after the fact. I hate emotional decisions. Mm-hmm. I hate it. Like when I said for my last fight in Boston, like, I'm not saying this is my last fight, but I'm also not saying that I'm coming back or whatever. I just, we just take it, fight by fight, moment by moment, and we see how it goes.
All right. So you have this opportunity against Cerrone. This is kind of a dream fight, if you will. And I love the fact that they're not putting you in there against, a younger guy that they're trying to build his name off of yours, right? Is that part of the appeal as well, that you're fighting kind of a peer here and both of you are at the same point in your lives?
100%. It's like, I think it's very comparable, right? He's fought at welterweight a little bit more. So I think he's gonna be a little bit bigger than me. But I've taken very little damage in the last 2.5 years, right? I haven't fought. I've been spar. I've had a couple little nagging things that happen in the course of training, but nothing serious. I feel like I'm in a good spot. We're both similar in age. He's a little older than me. We both had a ton of fights. It's a very even playing field all the way around, and maybe I win, maybe I lose, but it's a very, very fair fight. It's very different when you're, 37 trying to fight a kid that's 22 and been training since he was 6 and is, his peak physical shape, his prime shape, and, world champion jiu-jitsu and this crazy kickboxing and everything else. And and has no other, obligations. We both got kids, we both have families, we both have other things going on than just fighting, So, I think it's a very fair, comparable kind of situation. I think it will lead to a really good, evenly balanced fight.
By the way, originally, wasn't this fight supposed to happen April 30th? And was the reason it was moved because you didn't want to fight in the MT Apex?
Yes. Yep. 100%. So
wow.
I didn't want to fight there, and I was bummed about it a little bit, but I didn't hate it so much. But I got a call from Cowboy. He's like, hey, bro. He's like, I'm not telling you to stop training. He's like, but I'm telling you that we're definitely not fighting at the Apex on April 30th. He's like, he's like, I fought at the Apex. It sucks with no fans. It's just not the same. If we're gonna fight, we should be in front of fans. We're both fan favorites. We should be fighting in front of fans. And I agree with everything he said. So at that point, I started kind of leaning on Shut Shelby a little bit. I'm sure he leaned a lot heavier than me. But we got to move to a left.
Wow. So he actually called you to tell you this?
Yeah. Yep.
That is amazing.
Of course, I accept the fight and we don't hear where it's going to be right away.
Right.
It's like, oh, it's going to be somewhere in the United States. I'm like, okay, where? Is it, Vegas? Is it likely going to be the Apex? No, it's not going to be the Apex. But we think it's not going to be the Apex. And we're trying to do cards, other places. I'm like, okay, that's good. And then we get an email say a Wednesday or Thursday night saying, oh, here's your stuff. You have to book travel for the UFC at Apex on April 30th. And I'm like, oh, damn. That sucks a little bit. I didn't want to fight the Apex. And then right away I get a call from him, within a couple hours, dude, he's like, we're not doing it at the Apex.
I love that. I love that you guys banded together.
I feel like if there's ever a time when two veteran fighters can kind of throw their weight around a little bit, this is probably the time.
Absolutely. By the way, Joe Lauzon on OnlyFans. Never thought I'd see the day. Well done. How about that? What are we offering up on OnlyFans?
Nothing different than Instagram or Facebook or anything else.
That's a good pitch right there.
The entire thing is, so my manager, yeah, right. I know. So my manager basically approached me. He's like, hey, if you want to post on OnlyFans, and I'm like, I'm not posting on OnlyFans. And then my wife is like, we can get a patio. She wants a patio. So we're basically posting on OnlyFans so we can get a patio.
Okay.
But it's literally, it's all good jiu-jitsu content. So we do all of our fight week vlogs and all that kind of stuff. And those are a little bit more of a polished thing. My guy, Brandon, does a great job. He'll literally record everything today. He'll edit it all up, and then we'll post a thing on my YouTube, a video. So we've done that for all my fights. So, but I think for the OnlyFans, we'll start doing some blooper kind of stuff and some stuff that, we didn't include in the actual vlog and more stuff like that. So I think it'll be good. And we'll have I'm supposed to do it for the next 6 months. I'm supposed to post on there. So we'll have tons of content from this week and, previous fight camps, things like that. So we'll post all that stuff. And I've got all my sparring footage. I record every single sparring session. So I was thinking we might, I wouldn't do it before the fight, but maybe after the fight, we'll post a couple like unedited full sparring sessions. Cause I think that a lot of people don't ever get to see that. So I think that would be kind of fun.
I love it. All right. I told you I'd let you go at 10:30. I will let you go, Joe. You're the man. Great to see you back. Good luck on Saturday. And what a fun fight. And I love the fact that you guys banded together and put this in front of the fans, because it would have been a crime if you guys were fighting in an empty apron.
Yeah,
so
it's way better. It's way better. I'm happy about it.
Appreciate it.
Good adjustment.
Good luck to you, Joe.
Thank you.
Good to talk to you, man. Take care.
Good talking to you. Thanks.
There he is, Joe Lauzon, squeezing in a lot on this Wednesday morning, but a great guy who I've met before and one of the OGs of the game. I really enjoy talking to Joe Lauzon, and I love this fight. I reached out to Cowboy to come on the program as well, but he said he was busy with his media obligations. But in a matter of seconds, we are going to be joined by a legend, and we're going to be making history. Frank, do we have any breaking news music by any chance? Anything there? I guess not. Did we lose that?
Do what now? I'm helping bringing end to do.
I said, Frank, do we have any breaking news music? Well, you can't do 8 things at once?
I'm trying here.
I thought you could. Anyway, it's breaking news.
I can't.
It's breaking news music because Shogun Rua, for the first time in the 13-year history of this program, 13 years. Well, it's going to be 13 years in a month. I think it was June 19th, the first time we ever did this show. Of course, original name, Fight House Radio, 3 episodes. You guys know the history by now. We've never had the legend, the pride of Curitiba, Brazil. Had one legend from Curitiba on Monday in studio, Chris Cyborg, sticker still on the wall. Now we have another, the former Pride legend, the current UFC legend, the man who's returning to action on Saturday against Ovince Saint-Preux, a rematch almost 8 years in the making. The one and only Shogun Rua. Is he there? Hey, Shogun. How are you, my friend? I'm boring you already. You're already yawning on the program.
Você tá bocejando já de com sono, ele já tá te
Yes, that jet lag.
I know. I understand. Eduardo, great to see you as well, my friend. One of my favorite duos in the history of MMA, you two. You guys are like peanut butter and jelly, so it's very nice to see you guys together. It's wonderful. Shogun,
you.
I don't know if you know this. I've been doing this show 13 years. You've never been on once. Did you know that?
Programa, eu nunca vi no programa.
Pois é, nunca tive o convite.
Well, you never invited me.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you didn't like me, Shogun, if I'm being honest. But
Achei que você não gostava de mim.
Não, I like you. Acho que eu repórter dos top todos os tempos.
I think you're one of the best journalists ever. I like you.
Oh, thank you, Shogun. I appreciate that. Welcome back, my friend. A lot to talk to you about. Could I ask you, at this point, there's always talk, is this the last one? Is this the last one? What is your motivation at this point? What motivates you to continue to fight at this point after everything you've accomplished for almost 20 years?
Sempre vem esse papo. Será que essa é a última? Será que essa é a última? O que te motiva a lutar depois de tantas conquistas, tantos anos?
Então, eu coloquei na minha cabeça fazer essa mais uma. Então, minha motivação são essas 2 lutas. Sei que tá acabando, então vou me dedicar ao máximo.
Well, actually, I put in my mind that I want to do this one plus one more, like 2 less fights. So this right now is my motivation. It's what drives me. It's like I'm focusing on finishing and doing this last 2 fights the best I can.
And why did you decide on 2 fights? What is it about those 2 that made you say, okay, that's what I want?
E por que você decidiu por 2 especificamente? Como que você decidiu esse número?
Porque eu acho que tá... por causa de 42 fights. 42, eu acho que tá no momento certo, eu acho. Agora eu tô no momento certo, eu acho que se eu parasse antes, com certeza eu ia me arrepender hoje, então eu acho que eu vou parar na hora certa.
Well, I think this is the right moment. I thought about it a lot, and I think that if I had retired previously, like a while ago, I would possibly regret it and keep thinking about it, and it wouldn't be good for me. So now I think it's the right time. I have come to terms, matured, and did the things I wanted, so it's the right moment.
How is your body feeling at this point in your career and your life?
Como é que está o seu corpo se sentindo nessa fase da carreira?
Eu estou bem, mas às vezes não me atrapalha nada, graças a Deus. E fiz o que é perfeito, não tive uma lesão, nada.
Well, I'm feeling good. Thank God the injuries and the things I had don't really hinder myself too much. I feel good. And this time I had a good training camp with no injuries, which is always good news.
Wow.
So I'm happy about it.
I was wondering what you were thinking. You know, you fought a couple times in the pandemic in these empty arenas, and I was thinking, here's a guy who fought at Saitama at the height of pride in front of thousands of people, and now here he is fighting in front of no one. What was that like for you? Was it hard for you to like get excited, to be motivated when you're fighting in an empty arena because you have felt so many great crowds, been in front of so many great crowds throughout your legendary career?
Estádios enormes, Saitama, com milhares de pessoas, e pô, de repente você se viu lutando na pandemia em ginásio vazio, uma situação, e ele pensava nisso, pô, como é que você se sente lutando no ginásio vazio, sendo ser um cara que lutou com mais de 50 mil pessoas, etc e tal. Como foi essa sensação para você?
Foi tipo de um treino ali, né? Parecia uma academia, parecia um spa na academia. Mas foi bom também, eu acho que tem um lado bom e um lado ruim, né? Mas foi bom.
Well, honestly, it was like training in the gym, like a kind of a sparring session in the gym of some sorts. But it was interesting too. It had obviously you missed the crowd, but it had like the good and bad sides about it, you know. And I might add that when it happened, we were discussing. We said when we thought there was nothing new that could happen at our careers at this point.
Right.
You know? There comes the pandemic and you have to fight on this arena. So it was something that we talked about back then, first in the Abu Dhabi fight and moving forward. So
that being said, when you found out that you were fighting in front of a crowd this time, like if you're fighting last week, you're fighting in front of no one. This week, you're fighting in front of thousands of people. Did this make you happy? Are you happy to be back in front of a full crowd?
Quando você ficou sabendo que essa luta seria com o público, porque se fosse semana passada, por exemplo, seria sem público, mas quando marcou para esse card com o público, isso te deixou feliz?
Eu fiquei feliz por ser um evento com o público, por ser um evento dessa grandeza, ter 2 cinturões em jogo, então eu fico muito feliz de estar nos principais eventos do ano.
Yeah, I got very happy when I heard that was a show with a crowd, with a proper crowd, and especially the size of the show, with 2 belts on the line and a very big card, a very important show. That got me very happy, you know. And I might add again,
please,
that originally was supposed to be in Brazil. That's why we signed. We were.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. This card, it was supposed to be Glover and Charles getting their big homecoming as champion. So were you disappointed, Mauricio, when you didn't, when you found out that they were moving this from Brazil to all the way in Arizona?
Você ficou desapontado quando soube que mudaram do Brasil para Arizona?
Não, para mim o que mais importava era a data, né? Que eu fiz uma programação com a minha equipe para essa data, então não me importei no Arizona, sim manter a data.
No, actually, what mattered to me the most was the date, because I had like organized myself to fight in May. So when I knew that the date was kept, it got me tranquil, like happy enough, and that's it.
By the way, how's the jet lag treating you, Mauricio? I mean, I feel like you're struggling a little bit there with the yawning. How is it? Are you tired right now? What's going on? You had a big trip.
O jet lag, você já está cansado, tá com sono?
Não, no Brasil agora é 4 horas a menos, né? Então, agora eu tô acordando mais ou menos.
Não, ao contrário, 4 horas a mais.
E eu acordei meio cedo hoje, então um pouquinho do fuso da viagem. A gente chegou de viagem ontem, perdemos um voo, então um pouquinho cansado da viagem.
Yeah, well, actually, we arrived yesterday, he said, and the time zone gets you a little bit. Like today, I woke up too early. We got here yesterday. I'm still a little adapting, and we got up too early today. I was like at 5 a.m. So I'm still like, you know what I mean? Because in Brazil it's 4 hours ahead.
Yes.
So it's kind of strange, but the commitments are in local time, so it's a little different. And we lost, not only us, but everybody, we lost the flight, like he said, yesterday when we arrived in Houston to get the flight to Phoenix. The immigration line was ridiculous. So everybody, including Charles and his camp, some other Brazilian fighters, everybody lost their connection. So we had to wait like a few more hours in Houston before we finally could get here. So when we got here, it was like jumping immediately into the PR schedule, But well, we've been through it all right now, so it's not a big deal.
By the way, was it your idea to rematch OSP, or was it the UFC's idea?
A propósito, foi ideia sua fazer a luta com o Saint-Preux ou foi ideia do UFC?
Não, foi de maneira do UFC, mas a gente aceitou, porque é uma luta que a gente queria muito, e com todo respeito ao Saint-Preux, mas deu tudo certo.
Well, it was UFC's idea, but we liked it, you know, so we kind of accepted gladly, and thank God it worked out.
Could we go back to that date in November of 2014? That was a shocking result. No one saw it coming, especially because he took it on such short notice. What sticks out in your mind when you think back to that first fight against OSP in Uberlândia, Brazil?
Vamos voltar para a luta de Uberlândia em 2014. Foi um resultado chocante. Ninguém esperava aquele resultado. O que passa na sua cabeça quando você relembra essa luta?
Foi uma luta dura. O Saint-Preux é um cara muito bom, muito forte, e realmente ele deu um soco muito forte onde não aguentei continuar, né? Mas eu espero reverter esse resultado sábado.
Well, it was a very tough fight, especially for me. Saint-Preux is a very tough fight. He hit me very well, very hard early on. I didn't expect it, you know, and they couldn't really fight. But I hope to overcome this Saturday.
Is this a personal fight for you? Do you even feel that way at this point in your career? Like, is this something like, I want to avenge this, I have to avenge this because of the way the first fight went down 8 years ago?
É uma motivação pessoal? Você tem essa vontade de uma revanche pelo que aconteceu 8 anos atrás? Se quero lutar com esse cara, ganhar desse cara ou não?
Com certeza. Eu acho que é uma luta dura, mas eu acho que eu posso vencer o Saint-Preux e reverter esse resultado. Então, para mim, é uma motivação a mais.
Yeah, for sure. I think I know it's a tough fight, but I know that I can overcome that result, you know, and that's a personal motivation, like an extra personal motivation for sure. I might add,
please,
again,
yes,
that we were supposed to fight him in Japan. How many years ago? 5 years ago? No, 6 years out, 2016 or 17, whatever. And we had to pull out of the fight a week before. We're gonna travel to Japan the day after, you know, like it was a Friday, I think, and we were gonna travel on the Saturday, and was a week out, and we got injured and had to cancel the fight. It would be a main event in Saitama.
Wow.
So I mean, it was bound to happen, you know.
Right.
It took a while, but now it's happening.
When you were coming up with the likes of Vanderlei Silva and the Nogueira brothers and all these legends, you know, from the Pride days and whatnot, all these guys aren't fighting anymore. You're one of the last left. You're the last of the Mohicans. What does that mean to you that you have outlasted so many of the people that you came up with, your fellow legends?
Você é o cara do Pride da época, Minotauro Vanderlei, que continua lutando em alto nível. Você é o último dos moicanos. O que significa para você que você teve mais longevidade que seus amigos, seus companheiros da época?
Eu acho que na época do Pride eu era muito novo, né? Tinha 22 anos no Pride, pegou 23. E esse pessoal estava no auge já, com 30 anos já, né? 30 anos, 28. Então, hoje eu estou com 40, mas eu não me considero um cara tão velho assim. Eu acho que pessoas atingiram o auge com essa idade que eu estou. Demian, Verdun, Bisping. Então, eu acho que a diferença é que naquela época do Pride eu era muito novo. E o pessoal estava no seu auge com 28, 30.
Well, when I think about it, I think that the real difference is that back then I was very young. I was like 23. And those guys, they were at their primes, they were like 30, 28 or whatever, so they were a little older. And so it's kind of natural that I outlast them in a sense, because now I'm 40, and when I come to look at it, I mean, a lot of guys hit their peaks at 40, like Verdun, Bisping, Damian, and other guys. So it's kind of makes me feel good about it, but it also makes sense for me, you know, like that I outlasted those guys.
What has been the secret to your longevity to last, you know, it'll be 20 years in November that you've been fighting at a very high level. That is not common. What has been the secret, in your opinion?
Qual que é o segredo da sua longevidade? Vamos fazer 20 anos de carreira profissional agora, isso não é tão comum. Qual que é o segredo?
Então, acho que, na verdade, o meu maior obstáculo foram minhas lesões, com certeza, Ariel. Mas eu consegui tratá-las, recuperar bem. E eu acho que é o foco e o sonho. Eu acho que eu tenho o sonho de encerrar minha carreira aqui 2 lutas, então o meu foco é essas 2 lutas e vou me dedicar ao máximo até completar essas 2 lutas.
Well, I think the biggest obstacle I had in my career, obviously, Ariel, were my injuries, but I was able to overcome them, one way or another, to treat them and to find ways and overcome them. And then I think what carried me through was my dreams, were my dreams and my goals. And now my dream is make the best of these 2 last fights, and this is what keeps driving me. So I always had some, like goals and dreams that I would focus and carry on.
Do you ever get nostalgic about the early days? Do you ever sit back and watch some of your early fights, your Pride fights, your UFC early days as well? Does that ever happen?
Você fica com nostalgia algumas vezes das lembranças do passado, quando você assiste vídeos ou lembra de lutas e viagens? Você sente às vezes alguma nostalgia?
Sim, eu fico muito feliz quando me vejo nas minhas lutas. E sou cara realizado com a minha carreira. Acho que a hora que eu parar, eu vou ser muito grato a Deus e realizado comigo mesmo pela minha carreira.
Oh yeah, actually, I get very happy when I look at my old footage and my old fights and brings the memories. But I'm trying to find the word in English. Like I'm a very personally accomplished guy. So I'm very grateful to be able to have the run and the experiences and the life that I have and had. And that, it really like warms me. It's good. It's good memory, good nostalgia, not bad nostalgia.
Of course. And there's so many new fans in the sport. Do you feel like enough people remember and appreciate? Do you feel like I'll tell you why, Eduardo, I'm asking this question. One of my big issues with MMA is that I don't feel like we honor the legends enough, that we remind people who the people were that built the sport, that were there before there was ESPN and all this stuff. And I would like to know from him if he feels the same. Does he feel like the legends are properly honored? Does he feel like he gets properly honored when he's fighting on a big card like this? Does he feel that type of respect and love? Or because it's, a constant news cycle with an event every week, the guys he came up with, and including himself, get somewhat forgotten about as time goes on?
Tem muitos fãs novos hoje no esporte, né? E as coisas mudam muito rápido. E ele, particularmente, tem uma opinião que ele acha que os veteranos não, às vezes, têm o respeito que merecem, não têm o reconhecimento que merecem. Você acha que no MMA em geral os veteranos têm o reconhecimento que merecem ou não? A molecada está já esquecendo, partindo para outro. E você, particularmente, quando você está num card como esse, você se sente bem reconhecido?
Eu acho que as pessoas sempre me respeitaram, sempre me admiram. E, assim, eu não posso reclamar. Meus fãs, para mim, é minha motivação, é meu combustível diário. Mas, realmente, muitas pessoas acompanham de alguns anos para cá, né? Não pegaram desde o começo, né? E é difícil aquele fã que desde o Pride, depois do UFC. Então, geralmente, tem pessoas que curtem de 5 anos para cá, assim, né? Mas, tranquilo, isso não me incomoda, não.
Well, in my personal experience, I can't complain too much because I feel like I'm respected and liked by the fans and by people in general when I come to a show or whatever. And it feels good, like I like to know that people recognize my work and all of that. But overall, I think there are a lot of new fans that came like within 5 years or whatever, and they really... There are not many fans around who were back in the Pride days, watch Pride at UFC and the UFC Glory days or whatever. So it is different. And for sure, for some of the people, maybe they could, be more well appreciated. But personally, for me, I'm fortunate. I feel like I receive a lot of love from people.
If there was a new fan out there who maybe didn't see your early days, which fight would you recommend they watch first? Which fight gives you the most joy and feel best represents who Shogun Rua was?
Se fã novo chegasse e pedisse para você que luta antiga tua do passado você gostaria que eu assistisse para resumir quem é o Shogun, qual luta você escolheria?
Eu acho que várias lutas, né? Eu tenho, graças a Deus, só boas recordações do Pride, do UFC. Acho que eu fiz grandes lutas memoráveis, na minha opinião. Então, eu poderia apontar 10 lutas, por exemplo.
It's true. You said, well, many fights. Thank God I was able to have some great memories back in Pride and in the UFC, some great fights and more. So I could point at least 10 fights. Fair enough.
But
you want me to insist?
What's number one? There's got to be number one.
Only two, Ariel.
Okay. Tell me.
The first champion world was Arona in Pride, and the 2010 Lyoto, UFC champion.
Yes, in Montreal, in my hometown. I remember we were there. I remember when you guys walked out of we were in a restaurant bar for the press conference, and we walked out and we did the interview. And it should have been in Los Angeles. You got screwed in Los Angeles, UFC 104. That's when you should have won it. But then they did the rematch, UFC 113, May of 2010.
May 10, right?
May 10, yes, that's right. Yep, that's right. The same night that Paul Daly punched Josh Koscheck, if you remember that. Crazy night in Montreal. Kimbo Slice on the card as well. So it's Ricardo Arona in Pride and the Shogun Machida 2 fight in Montreal in 2010. Those are great fights.
Perfect.
And yes, everyone should go back and watch those. Could I ask you, you talk about the 2 fights. Do you want the second one, the last one, to be in 2022? Is that the goal, or do you not care?
Você quer que a próxima luta seja ainda em 2022 ou você não se importa?
Eu espero que sim, mas é uma coisa que eu não tenho controle, mas eu espero estar sem uma lesão, sem nada, e lutar de novo esse ano.
Yeah, I hope so, but I know it's something that I don't have complete control of, so we'll see. I hope to have no injuries, so I'll be able to fight again this year.
Do you have, if it was up to you, a dream location for the final one?
Se você pudesse escolher, se dependesse só de você, teria um local dos sonhos para fazer a última luta?
Não, não tenho, talvez o Japão, talvez pela minha carreira internacional ter começado lá, mas onde o UFC quiser eu luto amarradão.
Well, not really. Maybe Japan, because my professional, the peak of my professional career started there, but doesn't really matter that much. Whatever the UFC wants me to fight, I'll be happy.
Not even Brazil? You wouldn't like Brazil to be the final one?
Brazil too, no problem.
but
if you have, I have a question.
Yes.
Back to my
journalist days. Yes.
But if you had to choose between Japan and Brazil, and you got to pick one.
Very good question.
Yes. Thank you, Eduardo.
I need to thank my manager, my team.
Yeah.
But
it's my call then.
I like it.
I thought you.
There you go.
You don't have a preference. I'm surprised. I thought you would have said Brazil just because, it's your home country.
I thought he would have said Japan.
Oh, really?
Na verdade, eu lutei no Brasil muitas vezes já, né?
Yeah.
E no Japão, depois do Pride nenhum.
Yeah, it makes sense because in reality, he was fortunate to fight in Brazil many times. Recently in the UFC, even that Curitiba huge stadium show, you know, so could fulfill that dream, but he was never able to fight back in Japan, and we would have done it, and then main event, and it fell off, so maybe.
By the way, when's the last time you've been to Japan?
It was 2014. We did PR there. We went to do PR for Lorenzo there in 2014.
Wow.
At the UFC show. They had the UFC show. I don't remember who was the main event, some heavyweights maybe, but we went and did autographs and a bunch of whole media tour. Was very nice.
Do you have plans to go back? Would you like to go back in the near future because it means so much to you?
Você gostaria de voltar a visitar o Japão dia no futuro?
Sim, eu tenho muito carinho pelo Japão, muito amor pelo país Japão, e sempre fui muito bem tratado lá e muito bem recebido, então eu tenho essa vontade sim.
Yes, I have a lot of fondness for the country of Japan, a lot of love for the people and the country of Japan. I was always very well treated there. So I hope to be able to be back. And
by the way, do you have a dream opponent for your last fight? If it was up to you, who would be the last one?
Não. Meu foco agora é sábado, Saint-Preux, depois da luta eu converso com o meu empresário, que é você, e vejo como faço.
So no, my focus now is Ovince Saint-Preux on Saturday. After that, I'll talk to my manager, you, meaning me.
Yes.
And then we'll see what happens.
All this like retirement stuff, does it annoy you? Does it bother you that people are talking about it? Would you rather not talk about it?
Te incomoda as pessoas ficarem te perguntando sobre a aposentadoria? Você preferia que ninguém ficasse te perguntando sobre isso ou você não se incomoda?
Não, eu acho que isso é uma coisa muito pessoal de cada um, né? Então, o que eu falei anteriormente, eu tenho medo de parar e daqui passar não me arrepender. Então, eu vou parar na hora certa, eu sei que vai ser na hora certa E isso é uma coisa muito pessoal de cada um.
No, it doesn't. But I feel like this is a very personal matter, you know, and it's subjective to each and every one. And I was always very concerned of retiring and regretting about it, you know. And so now I think I'm doing it on my terms and on the right time. So it's cool. And it's normal that people ask about it.
Last thing for you, because I know you have to go and do other media.
Yeah.
Could I ask if you could give if you had the opportunity to give yourself 20 years ago some advice about the 20 years to come, the amazing run that you're going to have, is there anything that you could tell yourself, the young you, the 20-year-old who was just starting out? Would you like to do that? And if so, what would it be?
Se você fosse dar conselho hoje para o seu Shogun, você de 20 anos atrás, começando a carreira, sabendo tudo que você passou de bom, tal, a carreira que você teve, qual seria o conselho que você daria para o Shogun de 20 anos atrás?
Never submit.
Never submit?
Com certeza. Nunca desistir.
Well, he means never quit.
Yeah. Never quit. Never tap. Never not. Really? Why is there?
No, never give up.
Yeah.
Give
Exactly.
Up in the sense that never give up your career.
Porque
Continue, persist.
Qualquer carreira, qualquer pessoa vai ter muitas adversidades.
Because
muitas lesões, adversidades. Então, eu acho que só vai conseguir começar alguma coisa na vida alguém que nunca desistir.
Because in any career, you're going to have a lot of obstacles. You're going to have injuries. You're going to have problems. You're going to have setbacks. So you're only able to achieve success if you endure, if you persist. So that's his advice.
I love it. I have so much respect for you, Shogun. Thank you for everything. I stand up for you, my friend. I give you a standing ovation. You're a legend, my friend. Obrigado.
Congratulations for you too, for your career too.
Thank you, my friend. But it is an honor to have you on the show. Really, it means a lot to me, and I can't wait to see you in the cage on Saturday. Good luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Eduardo, you're the man. Thank you so much. There they are.
pleasure.
Legends, living legends. Appreciate these men. Eduardo and Shogun, I say this often, two of my favorite, in terms of like a duo, maybe my favorite of all time, because there's such loyalty there, there's such love, there's such admiration. Been by his side for the vast majority of Shogun's career. I mean, I've said this before, there's this weird sadness, nostalgia when these guys, the Pride guys, we've seen them kind of, one by one, call it a career. Vanderlei and Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira, Antonio Rogerio Nogueira, Anderson leaving the UFC, Fyodor is kind of hanging. I mean, just all these dudes that were around back in the day. And his longevity is incredible, especially for a guy who had his fair share of injuries. Never forget, he made his UFC debut. Remember that? UFC 76, September of 2007. Lost a shocking one to Forrest Griffin, but then went on a bit of a run. Got the title shot, got robbed, beat Machida, then faced a young stud named John Jones just over the river over here in Newark, New Jersey. What's my favorite Shogun UFC moment? I mean, I was there in UFC 97. That was also in Montreal when he beat Chuck Liddell, if you recall. Yeah, it's got to be 113. Also Montreal. Montreal's been good to Shogun. Montreal's been good to Shogun. Had that great win over Brandon Vera in Los Angeles. He's had some great moments. Absolute stud. But of course, the Pride moment. I mean, what a run he had in Pride. Ricardo Arona, Alistair Overeem, Antonio Rogerio Nogueira, Rampage Jackson, Akihiro Gono. Legend. Absolute legend of the game. Very, very cool. And it's a cool story that he's getting an opportunity to avenge that loss to OSP, which happened in a whole, even that feels like a whole different era. November of 2014, UFC Fight Night was it on FS1? Yeah, I think it was on FS1 at that point in 2014. Of course, coincidentally, he fought Chael Sonnen on the first FS1 show in August of 2013. That was the one that had Conor McGregor and Max Holloway on the undercard. That was a great card. And Chael beat him, and then he cut that crazy promo. They really stacked the deck for that FS1 debut. Travis Brown versus Alistair Overeem was the second to last fight. Uriah Faber versus Yuri Alcantara. Matt Brown versus Mike Pyle. John Howard versus Uriah Hall. Michael Johnson versus Joe Lauzon. Michael McDonald versus Brad Pickett. Conor McGregor versus Max Holloway on the prelims. How about that? Steven Siler versus Mike Brown. Diego Brandao versus Daniel Pineda. Manny Gamburian versus Cole Miller. OSP versus Cody Donovan. And James Vick versus Ramsey Nijem. That was a great card. 14,000 people at the Garden in Boston. So that was really nice. Great to talk to two veterans of the game, guys who are approaching the end of the road. Joe Lauzon and Shogun, who are both on the main card, by the way. And you got those two fights, and then you have the Michael Chandler, Tony Ferguson fight, and of course the two title fights, rematch between Rose Namajunas and Carlos Esparza, and the Charles Oliveira versus Justin Gaethje fight, which is fascinating, which on Monday, New York Rick said is his underdog pick of the week. Has the line moved since Rick put that out there? Well, I don't remember what it was, but Oliveira is still the favorite.
I think he said plus 145.
Okay, so it's plus 145. You putting something on that?
I got something.
There was a lot of talk about your Michael Chandler pick on social media because you got in on that early, right?
Yeah, I understand though, because that line is long gone.
No, I know, but that's the beauty. It's fair. And I think you said it when it came out, right?
Yeah, I tweeted it out when it came out. I've sitting on it for a while.
All right, so we go from two legends who are at the end of the road to someone who is still in the embryonic stages of her career, and she returns to action on Friday in what I think is maybe the best PFL card of all time. I said it. I mean, there's a lot of big names on this card. Ray Cooper, Rory McDonald, Showtime Pettis, but who's at the top of the bill? Pound for pound, one of the best interviews in the game. Pound for pound, one of the best fighters in the game. She's been doing so much media. I thought she would be too busy for us, but then they squeezed us in. They carved out some time. They made a little time for us, and I appreciate that very much. Kayla Harrison is here. There she is. Wow. What a great setup this is, Kayla. How are you? You look revved and ready to go.
Good.
It looks like you're about to run out of the locker room right now. Look at that shirt. You got everything going on. You're fired up.
Yeah, you like that? I'm fired up. It's fight week, baby.
One thing I love about PFL, they always give us a nice little setup here. This was worth re-signing with them because you wouldn't get this kind of setup.
Right here. Give it up for Finale.
Respect. You wouldn't get this with another promotion. They'd have you like in a freaking closet. This was worth all that, negotiations, in my opinion.
They do give me the best for the best. You know what I'm saying?
What about the fact that there's legends? And by the way, nice to see you again. It's good to, have you on. We don't have to talk about contracts and things like that. I can't promise that I'll actually stay true to that, but it's nice to see you here talking about a fight. What about the fact that there's legends like Showtime Pettis? There's Roy McDonald. Ray is a big name. You're at the top of the bill. You're the one at the top.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
About it?
That's a big deal, no? I mean,
it is. It is. Yeah. I mean, I feel like I've earned it. I feel like I've proven myself. I feel like I've been the face of this promotion for a while, and it's getting to the point in my career where you either love me or hate me, but you're going to tune in to watch because I'm going to do something big. Do more people love you or hate you at this point? I think they all hate me. No. Why do you say that? Oh, man, Ariel, I don't know. It's just like, there's just a lot of mean people in this world, Yeah. Who have fingers and access to the internet. But I saw that you said you're moving away from social media. Yeah, I mean, one thing you can't buy in life is time, right? That's the one thing we can't ever get back. And I found myself spending a lot of time, not just on the negative, on the positive too, but, answering fan messages and talking to people about, what it means to be a fighter, to, reading people saying that I look like Brock Lesnar and whatever. So I just realized kind of that what is one thing that I can do in my life to make it more peaceful and to make it better. And that one thing was get off the fucking internet. Like, I don't need to hear what these people have to say. And although I do want to help people, I can't help anyone if I'm draining myself and I have an energy leak. To me, social media and that was an energy leak. You know, it doesn't make me better. It doesn't make me a better fighter. It doesn't make me a better mother. It just like makes my head spin and makes me think about what people who have no, like, in my opinion, if you aren't out here chasing your dreams and being vulnerable, then you have no right to say shit about what I'm doing. So if you're not in my inner circle, I don't care about your opinion.
I freaking love it. I'm just going to give you a little clap right here for that. That is tremendous. I deal with the same thing as well. Not on your level, of course. I'm 1/10.
No, I'm sure you have. No, I mean, you're more famous than me. So I'm sure you deal with it on an even bigger scale. And I think that I talked about this the other day, but there's one thing that I have realized during free agency, not that I want to talk about it, but I will say this. I don't want to be famous. I just want to be the best.
Can you be one without the other? Can you be the best and not be famous?
I don't know.
You can. I'm sorry to say. I mean, it's just kind of goes hand in hand. What about being a role model?
Yeah. I want to be a role model. But this world makes it extremely difficult to, like, I just want to be a light, man. I don't want to be negative. I don't want to, there's already enough bad shit going on in this world. I don't want to bring any more badness into it. I just want to be a light. I want to do good. I want to be good. I want to inspire. I want to live a life that I can be proud of. My kids can be proud of. My grandparents can be proud of. And like, it's so easy for people to get caught up in the negative. It's so easy for people to God, I'm so scared for my son or daughter to have, like, my daughter already asked me, like, Mom, when can I get a phone? Or I'm like, when you can drive, you know, like, that's it. Like, just so I can track you. Like, I don't want her to live in this world. Like, it's so easy for people to make comments or to be negative. And I don't want that. You know, I want to be positive. Man. I choose to be positive.
You're speaking to my soul. My kids had an iPad and we had to take it away because they were too addicted to it. And that turned into a whole thing, right? I mean, it's no,
my daughter was the same way when she moved in with me. Like, God bless my mother, but she's older. So an iPad is a very easy, distraction. We have no technology in my house. We have a Friday night movie night together as a family. And then occasionally on the weekends, she can play her iPad, but we no longer have any technology during the week, during school days.
Wow.
I'm in the process of looking for like some land. I want to get out. We're going to be outside. We live in perpetual summer. So we're going to have like horses and chickens and goats, and we're just going to be outside doing stuff. You know, it's so bad for them too. Like, it's so bad for your brain and development and insomnia and ADD. And like, I'm not doing it. That's my like cross to bear as a mom. Like, I'm like, no technology.
Yeah. No, I feel you 100%. A lot of fighters, there's some fighters right now. There's a guy named Nathan Diaz who's just itching to become a free agent, who wants to see what it's like. I feel like you look back on this period, not with fondness. I feel like you, this was not the best, like what could have been like a really fun 4, 5, 6 month period was not the most fun for you. Is that fair?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that, I liked the idea of it. I'll be honest. Like, the idea of free agency is fun and it's exciting. You're kind of the belle of the ball and everyone's talking to you and you're like, you feel good. It's like an ego boost, right? I think for me, I bet on myself, right? I chose to be a free agent. So I bet on myself. I thought, hey, I'm going to be wanted. And I was right. But, it's mentally draining, the highs and lows of it for me, personally, like thinking you're going here, thinking you're doing this, thinking you're doing that. Not really knowing what's going to happen. It was draining and I didn't really enjoy it in the end. I kind of felt frustrated and, I guess the power of surrender is not something I'm super good at. Like I like being in control. I like being in control of my destiny. So feeling like I wasn't was a little bit difficult for me.
When you look back, is there anything you wish you would have done differently?
No, I mean, I think that I did the best that I could with the contracts I had. And, I had some amazing opportunities. I feel like I'm confident that because of what happened during free agency, I'm confident that I'm going to still get to do the things I want to do. I've been harping on him for a while now. So, I've done my part. I've made it very clear I'm willing to step in the cage with anyone. So I've gone far enough to sign a contract to fight. These people that say that, oh, you just signed with PFL. No, I signed a contract to fight you on April 22nd in Hawaii. So I'm ready to fight.
Right.
But first I gotta get through this season. There's no such thing as an easy fight. Everyone's tough until you beat them. I got 4 hard fights in 5.5 months, which is fucking grueling in and of itself. So I'm prepared for that. I'm prepared. None of that happens if I don't do my job this year. So I gotta go and shine.
The 4 fights in 5.5 months, more grueling physically or mentally?
I mean, I think it becomes so grueling physically because I train so hard that eventually it breaks you a little bit mentally. Eventually you get to that point where you're just like sick of training. And I never really thought I would. I mean, I got to that point in judo a little bit at the end, like with the Olympics and stuff, but definitely like I fight this weekend and then I go back and I'm right back in camp because I have another fight. I think too, the older I get, I need to learn how to train a little bit better. I didn't really believe anybody when they talked about being in your 30s, but it's time to start training smarter, not harder.
I actually feel like your training sessions are tougher than your fights. I mean, I guess that's always the goal, right?
For sure. No, it's a very like old school judo wrestling, like the toughest man wins, the strongest survive mentality, which has been good. But I don't have to prove I'm tough. Like I know I'm tough. Life taught me that a long time ago. So now I think it's more about being smart, being a smart fighter. And my coaches and I have talked about it a lot. I think we're figuring it out. We're tweaking things.
This happens to everyone in the fight game, at least that I've come across. And I wonder if it's happening to you. And I won't begrudge you if you say yes. But we often, doing this job for so long, we meet everyone who comes in and they're wide-eyed and they want to do all the media and they want to do everything. And then there's a period that comes where they don't want to do anything anymore. And it's happened to all the greats. And I feel like you have reached that point where you are tired of talking about yourself, of talking to us.
Yeah.
You'll do it if you have to and if you need to, but you are no longer at the point where you want to talk to everyone and do all the stuff. Have you reached that point? Am I accurate?
Absolutely. I think that's 100% accurate. And for sure, I think when I was first starting, it was definitely like an ego thing. I was very excited, like people cared. But yeah, no, I'm sick of talking about me. I do it because I get paid to do it. And it's part of my responsibilities.
Why do you
as an ambassador?
It's kind of hit you now where you're like, enough is enough? Because I've even seen you reference
it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating, like it doesn't really matter. Like you guys all ask the same questions.
Damn.
I mean, we've done a couple really meaningful interviews that I'm grateful for, where we've gone deep and we've gone below the surface, but most of it's very superficial. Most of it's about, what do you think about Amanda? And were you going to get in the cage and were you going to fight her? And what about Chris Cyborg? And, this, that, and the other. And like, most of it is super, super superficial. Most of it is like, I could just put on a recorder of me talking and saying the same things. So there's no like stimulation. There's no intellectual stimulation. And I feel like I don't get the opportunity to say the things I really want to say unless unless I am an asshole and I like turn it on the reporter and make them like, hey, why don't you do a better job? Like, why don't you ask me some real questions? Why don't you ask me about my foundation? Why don't you ask me about my book? Why don't you talk to me about these things that matter to me instead of asking me about Chris Cyborg? You know, this is the reality. She's in another promotion. I'm in another promotion. She's going to become a free agent. Now it's her job. Where is she going to sign? Is she going to, sounds like she wants to go box. Sounds like she's going to like, which I already knew was going to happen. Like, so I'm not in control of that. And I don't really want to talk about it anymore. I have nothing left to say about that. Like, it is what it is. I'll fight anyone, anytime, anywhere. I'm ready to move on with, like, I would just want to,
I get it. Why are you wearing that t-shirt?
Yeah, because I hear about a lot of people saying that they're fucking legends. So
I think Cyborg wore a shirt with the word legend on it.
Did she?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, it's just funny because you said you didn't want to talk about her, but like it's like staring me in the face. I tried.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about her, but I mean, I'm just letting her know.
Can I just say one thing about the whole Cyborg thing? I don't know if you know this, but she was in studio on Monday on my show. I don't know if you know this, and I feel like you're going to kill me, but can I play you a clip of something she said about you, or would you rather not?
Dude, you stir, like, okay, let's just talk about drama queen.
What?
Like, you stir the pot like no other.
Wow.
No other. No wonder you have such good ratings. Oh, let me give Juliana Pena the mic. Oh, amazing. She cut promo after promo today. Oh, Cyborg. Here, let me ask you about Kayla Harrison. Oh, Ronda Rousey. Like, it's you. Let me hear the clip.
All right.
Come on.
All right. But in my defense, I mean, I put you over more than I put them over all the time.
You have a job to do, which is why I don't bitch about it too much. And you also give me an amazing platform. Okay. And we've had actual meaningful conversations. Okay. So I'm grateful for you, even if you stir the pot.
All right. Here's the clip of Cyborg on Monday.
Let me hear it.
I don't have anything against Kayla. I think she's the next Ronda Rousey. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure. Is that a compliment?
I don't know. She tried to be Ronda Rousey, maybe.
I think she's better than Ronda.
I think in judo skills, I think Ronda's better.
Really? She's a two-time Olympic gold medalist.
I know, because she's heavy. The girls just fight as different skills.
Okay.
I think Ronda fights the girls as different skills. I don't know. This is my point.
Were you sad when she didn't sign with Bellator?
I don't sad. I knew she was going to bring back to PFL.
You don't think that she was genuine about it? I think she was. Really? They just matched.
I don't know.
But you felt like it wasn't happening. So you didn't even get your hopes up.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so for the record, in that clip, I defended you like 3 times.
I appreciate you. I'm not complaining.
Jeez.
Like, I'm not complaining. You keep me in the news more than anybody.
Well, thank you. Despite people trying to stop that from happening, but alas, I digress. You are not as good as Ronda Rousey in judo. What about that statement?
No. I mean, I think that she's just grasping at straws now, like she's just desperate to cut me down in some way. That's like a passive aggressive.
Right.
I don't know. I really don't care what Cyborg thinks of my judo. I have 2 fucking gold medals at home. So.
And the other thing, did you try to copy Ronda when you came in?
No, I wanted to be the opposite of Ronda. Like, right. Did you see how that career ended? I don't want to do that.
Right.
No offense. And I don't mean any, I'm not talking shit about Ronda. I just I feel like I learned from her, I don't believe my own press. I don't have yes men around me. And I've taken my time, right? Like, I'm not a household name. I'm not a superstar. I'm not like any of those things. I'm taking my time. I'm doing things right. And but God bless Ronda. Thank her for everything she did. Like, she changed the game and she made it possible for women like me to have a job and to make the money I'm making doing what I'm doing. So I take absolutely nothing away from her. I think that Cyborg is just I respect Cyborg too. She was so good that people couldn't ignore her. People didn't want to like her. People didn't want to tune into her, but she was just a fucking beast. So I have nothing but respect for her as well. Yeah.
One last thing. You bring up the best point though. and I don't think a lot of people know this, and you just dropped it. You were supposed to fight on that Hawaii card 2 weeks ago. Like there is actually a piece of paper with your signature on it, but then PFL matched it. So this notion that you weren't going to sign, like there is factual proof. And so now the ball is in her court because she's about to become a free agent, as she said on the show in the summer.
Right.
If PFL extends, now we see who is going to actually step up, right? Have they told you they will?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how her contract is written. I don't know if Bellator has a right to match. I don't know what goes on. I don't have a copy of her contract in front of me, but I will tell you that I did sign on a dotted line to fight her, and there wasn't going to be a tune-up, and there wasn't going to be a easing in process. I was going to fight her on April 22nd in Hawaii.
Dang.
And PFL used their right to match, and I'm super happy that they did. I'm not upset about it. I love the PFL. I believe in this company. I believe in the format. I've been the face for a long time for a reason. You know, we're growing together. I do believe the next 2 years are going to be even better than the last 2 years. But yeah, you're right. I signed a contract. I'm not scared. I'm not running. Cyborg, if you're not scared and you're not running, come fight me here then.
Have they told you they will extend her an offer?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding me?
Because this co-promotion stuff isn't a thing anymore. Like, there's no need for a co-promotion. She's a free agent. Just bring her over.
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I mean, I have been assured by the top of the top that they're going to do they want this fight too. Who doesn't everyone wants this fight. Like, they want it. I want it. The fans want it. Like, they're going to do everything in their power to make this fight happen.
You mentioned your foundation.
Yes.
What would you like to say about it? You say that we don't ask you enough about it. What would you like to say about it?
Yeah, I mean, it's May now, but April was Sexual Assault Awareness Month. I have a foundation called the Fearless Foundation. You can follow it on Instagram at fearlessfoundation.org or at fearlessfoundation.org. The website is fearlessfoundation.org. I just think that I've been given this platform. I have all these accolades. I've done all this cool shit, but the most important thing I can do is try and change the world. And 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys are sexually abused or sexually assaulted by the age of 18. So, and that's just the people who say something. The chances are the numbers are a lot higher. The chances are there's someone in this room, you know, that I'm sitting in. I mean, I've been sexually abused, but maybe somebody else has. I don't know how many people are in the room you're in, but somebody has had something happen to them. And I feel like everything happens for a reason. And it's my job and my duty to try and eradicate sexual abuse. I feel like that is my purpose. So I want you to go on Amazon, all of you. I want you to buy the book Fighting Back. I want you to read it, and then I want you to give it to a friend. And I want you guys to educate yourselves on what sexual abuse is. I want you to know what grooming looks like. I want you to know why kids stay silent. I want you to know how you can talk to your child if you think something is going on. I want you to learn these things and have these tools so that we can start putting an end to it. You know, I don't want there to be any more Nassar scandals. I don't want there to be any more Sandusky's. I don't want there to be any more Kayla Harrison stories. I don't want this. Like, children are the most innocent, they're the most pure things on earth, right? Would you agree?
Yes.
It's our job to protect them. It's our job to protect them. And the lasting effects that sexual abuse has on someone, I'm still dealing with it to this day. I'm 31 years old and I still deal with the effects of that trauma. And I don't want that for people. I don't want people to have to go through that. I don't want kids to have to grow up and go through that. So please check out the foundation. Please read my book. Please share it with your friends, and allow me to make a difference in this world.
Beautifully said. I can't imagine what was going through your mind with the whole Cain Velasquez thing. And I've seen you kind of retweet things. But I mean, as a mom, right, as a parent, and also as someone with your history, I just can't even imagine how close to home that must have hit.
Yeah. I mean, really, really, you know, the night that I told my mom, you know, she showed up to my coach's house with a baseball bat and beat the shit out of his truck. And then she went to the police the next day and pressed charges, and the FBI got involved, and, you know, justice was served. He served 10 years in federal prison, but I can't imagine being Cain. I can't imagine, like, my job is to make it so that Cain doesn't have to do something like that. You know, my job is to make it so that that never happens, because they see the signs and they're able to talk to their children, and they're able to say, like, you know, what's going on? Do you have any funny tummy feelings? And you're able to have these conversations so that this doesn't happen.
One last thing I wanted to ask you about before I let you go. I got a notification about this from the great Greg Savage. What is this situation? This is crazy. You are one of 15 Olympians, along with Michael Phelps, Lindsey Vonn, and other big stars, named as finalists for induction into the U.S. and Paralympic Hall of Fame. And people could go on teamusa.org/hall-of-fame, class-of-2022 to vote. What the heck to vote? What is this, this a popularity contest, the Hall of Fame? How are you not in the Hall of Fame, A, already, and B, how do they leave this up to people to just randomly vote on? This is crazy to me.
I think it's a mixture. It's like a mixture of fan votes with other Olympians. Like Olympians can go vote, board members. I don't know exactly how it works, but yeah, it's a huge, huge honor just to be a finalist. Obviously, representing the United States of America, in my opinion, the greatest country in the world, standing on top of the podium, you know, winning our country's first ever gold medal. For me, was one of the greatest highlights of my life, and a huge honor and memories that I'm going to cherish forever. So to be inducted into the Hall of Fame would would feel good. You know, that would be like a little,
yeah.
It's 10 years ago, Ariel, 10 years ago this year, I won my first gold medal.
That's crazy.
I know.
Same Olympics, by the way, as Katie Taylor, who won a gold medal, who was in that fight on Saturday at MSG.
In London?
Yeah.
Did she win in London as well?
Yeah.
Man, that was amazing.
How great of a fight. Did you watch it?
I was so proud. I watched the highlights. I'm old, but I know. But I'm just so proud of, like, they couldn't have done a better job for women's boxing, for female athletes, for athletes, and for women, period. You know, like, they just, inside the ring, outside the ring, they did an amazing job. And I was like, oh man, you just love to see it. You love to see it. It was so inspiring.
It was amazing in there. And they just announced today 1.5 million people watched it on DAZN on Sunday.
Awesome.
So a huge deal.
That's awesome.
It's a huge deal when you fight. And your opponent's name, Marina Mokhnakina. Did I get that right?
Mokhnakina.
Is that right? Did I get it right? Yeah? Whatever.
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kayla, you're the best. Thank you so much for doing this. I hope I was able to go below.
You're the best, Ariel. Always for you. I'll do it for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kayla. Good luck on Friday. Can't wait for it, and appreciate the time as always.
Thank you.
There she is, the one and only Kayla Harrison. What a legend. I mean, is there a better interview? And by the way, shout out to Dominic Mosiano, who had her baby. The baby's name is Victoria. I want to get this right. Victoria Olympia. I just want to get it right. Yes, here it is. Victoria Olympia Canelis. I hope I'm pronouncing her last name correctly. Dominique, who we featured on the show on Monday, who was in labor, and a fellow gold medalist. She was in labor watching the show. You guys remember this in an amazing moment, incredible moment, iconic moment, even though it just happened 2 days ago. She has successfully given birth. All seems well. Beautiful pictures, beautiful baby. Everyone seems okay. Tweeted us today, and she loves Kayla Harrison. And she said that one of her goals is 4 times in 2022. We're already, according to Jedi, who's the official statistician of the program and record keeper of the program, we're already at 2. Very good chance that we blow by that. I mean, we're only May 4th, right? May the 4th be with us. So I feel pretty confident about that. But mazel tov to Dominique, and good luck to Kayla Harrison. It's a great card. Again, Kayla, Ray Cooper, Anthony Pettis, Roy McDonald. What's not to like? Magomed, Millions, Julia Budd. Yeah, and by the way, that website is teamusa.org/hall-of-fame/class-of-2022. That's where you can vote for Kayla. And there's a lot of big names there. I mentioned Lindsey Vonn and Michael Phelps. All right. I'm very much looking forward to our next guest, Raufeon Stots. This guy is a firecracker. First time I saw Raufeon Stots do an interview was not that long ago. He was on the Bellator broadcast in December, and he was talking about, I think, the meat taco on his shirt. Like his shirt was open, and he had his chest hair out, and he was talking about the meat taco. And then he called me out last week, and he said, yeah, when are you going to have me on the show? And I was like, yeah, I'm getting to it. You know, we can't have like 9 guests anymore. And then yesterday I texted him and I asked if this was his number. And I'm going to play you the voice note that he sent me because it's just so funny. If I may. This guy is great. He cracks me up. This is the voice note he sent me.
Yeah, this Raufeon, man. Hey, I just picked up my kids, so I was a little busy. We was outside playing soccer. But yes, this is Raufeon. I'm super excited to be talking to you, and I can't wait for tomorrow. God damn it.
I love the goddamn it at the end. Without further ado, let us say hello to the interim Bellator bantamweight champion, the one and only Raufeon Stots. What's up, my man? How are you?
Yeah, Drip. Let's go.
Let's go.
We in this thing.
Hey, you didn't believe me. You doubted me. You didn't think I'd have you on.
I doubted you you goddamn right I doubted you. Every second, bro. I did not expect to be on this motherfucker at all.
Why? Why?
You say what?
Why? Why did you doubt me?
Bro, you Aaron Hawani, bro. What the hell? Like,
oh man, I love you. You're hilarious. I said before you came on, when you were on the Bellator broadcast in December when Sergio fought Horiguchi and you were talking about the meat taco.
Oh,
the taco
yeah,
meat.
Taco meat,
the
baby.
Taco meat. Oh man, I love that. You were great up there. They should have you up there more.
Man, I was trying to get up there. I enjoyed doing that. That stuff is like super cool, like super fun. I was drunk though. I was drunk that time. So
were you really?
You know, I had like a little extra.
Come on, first time on the set, on the desk, and you're drunk. That's dicey.
Yeah,
man.
I was toe up from the flow up, my guy. I was toe up.
Where have you been? I feel. Why are we just sort of finding out about you now? I feel like you've been in this game for a long. Where's this personality been?
Man, I've been here. I feel like I've been the same since I got in the game. You know, it just took me a little longer. I feel like to get like traction behind me, maybe. You know, because of the fights. The fights I had, you know, it was like it was where people didn't really want to fight me because they knew how good I was, and I didn't really have a lot of like a big enough platform to like express myself, I guess. So I think that's the reason. I mean, but everything happens for a reason, you know, and I'm here, you know, when I decided or when, you know what I'm saying, I was supposed to be here. So
do you feel like
I'm excited about it now?
You feel like you've gotten more comfortable in front of like to just be yourself and not worry about, you know, trying to be someone else or pleasing other people? It feels like you're just yourself.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I'm myself. I feel like I've been this way for a while though, you know? I mean, I don't feel like I've never had, I was, if you didn't know, I was the most outstanding theater art student when I was in the 8th grade. So,
wow.
You know what I'm saying? That's just another accolade for you.
You know what?
But no, I feel like I've been like this for a minute, man. I just, people just, you know, like when people meet me, they love me, you know what I mean? But I just hadn't had a chance to meet a lot of people, I guess.
So you were a theater kid?
I did theater arts when I was from like the sixth grade to like the 8th grade. Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you stop?
I did, you say, why did I stop?
Yeah.
I ended up switching schools. And I did it a little bit in the 9th grade too. But then I started getting more interested in the sports kind of.
I feel like you should be an actor or something. I mean, you have an incredible personality.
I was doing like, I love the improv. Like I love doing the improv. I would like do, and we would like win like theater competitions like pretty consistently, you know, just because I would act a fool. I'm pretty good at acting a fool, I feel like.
Yeah, no.
That's probably because my upbringing.
What do you mean by that?
It comes naturally.
Why?
You know? And they say God takes care of fools and babies, you know, and I ain't no baby, so.
Who says that?
The church people, the people at my
okay.
our community church.
Fair enough.
Yeah. You ain't never heard that?
Well, I don't go to church. I'm Jewish.
You never heard God take care of fools and babies?
No, I never heard that. But I like it.
You never heard of taco meat either?
I never heard of taco meat either. Where have I been?
Oh my God.
Insulated.
It's a language barrier. Where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Oh, that's why.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Hey, you called me out last week. You're like, when am I gonna have you on the show? You weren't even following me, and I was following you. I was like, this guy, that takes some balls. You weren't even following me.
I did see that. But, I knew who you were. I just, sometimes you don't click the follow button. I see your stuff all the time, but it's probably from Ben. And Bilal Muhammad told me to tell you hi, too, also.
Yeah, right. Bilal Muhammad hates me. I don't believe that for a second.
No, he did.
Why is he such a hater? I like Bilal Muhammad. Why is he such a hater? Tell him to stop being a hater.
I thought that was cool.
No, I'm cool with him.
He was like, hey, tell him I said hi. But he did put a laughing face behind it, so maybe.
Yeah.
Y'all got beef?
He's got beef. He's got taco meat with me. Meat taco. I don't know what he's got over there, but hey, tell him I say hi as well. No laugh. See, the laugh emoji should have been the sign.
Laugh face, yeah.
See, he was being sincere. I'm being sincere. I love Bilal, and I would say congratulations on his recent winning streak, but we're not here to talk about Bilal, the hater. We're here to talk about Raufeon Stots. Is it Raufeon?
It's Raufeon.
Raufeon.
I'm gonna I want everybody to know my name is Raufeon. Okay, so a lot and Juan Archuleta felt like I hated him for a while. The longest time I thought he was like mispronouncing my name and calling me Raufeon on purpose. So I probably did have a little bit of hate in my heart toward that fact, But yeah, my name is Raufeon.
Now, where does it come from?
I probably should let people know that since it's
it's a very unique name. Where does that name come from?
Yeah. So my mom made it up actually. And it's fun. My mom passed away when I was like 16. So it's a lot of these questions I haven't been able to ask her or whatever. But from what I get from like people around me is that she liked the name Raphael, and she also wanted my name to have the same initial as hers, like RMS. And so she made up Raufeon.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry to hear
it's actually like spelled RAUFE''ON. So like it was like Raufeon or something. Yeah, like it's French or something.
Have you?
Yeah, she made it up.
Okay, so I was gonna say, have you ever met anyone with the same name? I'm assuming not.
Never. I think I'm the only one. I think
you're one of one.
I tell people I'm the only one. When I was picking up girls back in the day, I used to tell I was the only one. You only gonna meet one Raufeon. You got one shot, girl. You got one shot.
You're a walking NFT.
Yeah.
You're a walking NFT. That's what you are.
Yeah, I'm for real, the only one. The only Raufeon.
Wait, so who raised you after your mom's passing?
So my mom I kind of went, I was like my aunt pretty much raised me, and then I would kind of commute to the school that my mom had sent me to. So my aunt and my dad lived in DC. So he would always he would always like call me and stuff or whatever. And he was in my life, my whole life. He just lived in Washington. So I stayed in Houston because I was like wrestling at the time. And then I kind of thought that was my that was how I was going to get into college and kind of get a college education. So I stayed at the school that my mom had sent us to. And I finished wrestling there.
You mentioned that like your personality is because of your upbringing. What do you mean by that? Because of your upbringing?
I feel like it's because of the South. Like this is how a lot of my cousins and a lot of my people are. My grandpa, the place I was raised was Houston, Texas. And it's a hood in Texas called Acres Homes. And this hood is, I feel like, unique to like any part of the world because it's like in a like kind of, what do you call that? It's like a hood, but it's also like country. So I used to like break horses and stuff when I was little. My grandpa and everything, we would have trail rides and around like in the concrete, on the concrete like neighborhood. But it's like that's what happened. They got there's a club called a Circle 44 Club or Circle 44 Club that like it's the hood, but it's like country. And I feel like that's kind of where my personality and my mannerisms come from. But also I was in Midwest to go to college. So I feel like I got a lot of those niceties and like I learned how to be like super nice from those people. So that's how I feel like.
Why did you decide to be an MMA fighter?
I didn't. Jess Pover actually started. So I was wrestling. I had finished wrestling. I had won nationals wrestling. So I had talked to Kamaru and Kamaru because I wrestled at the same school Kamaru wrestled at. And I talked to him about doing the Olympic route. So I wanted to do the Olympic route, but I had called him and was like, hey, like, what do I need to do? Like, what's the logistics look like? Like, well, you know what I'm saying? How do you make money? How do you, survive pretty much? And then he started telling me, and I was like, the way he was telling me was like, man, it's hard. You know what I mean? I mean, you got to be really good. You got to kind of find somebody to sponsor you. And you got to do these things. But I was still planning on doing it, after I talked to him. But then Just Pover started an MMA gym in Kearney, Nebraska, where I was finishing up my degree. So I was finishing my degree coaching at the college, kind of like grad assistant coaching. And then he started the gym. Then he wanted me to pretty much come, like me, Josh Smith, TJ Hepburn, a couple other wrestlers. He wanted us to come and like help out the MMA people learn how to wrestle. Okay. So I started teaching wrestling classes for him. And then he eventually Just Pover is like my big bro, that's who I like. He my first MMA coach. That's who I like call when I have any big MMA decisions, things like that. So he was like, hey man, you might as well do a jiu-jitsu class. And I was like, okay, all right, I'll try jiu-jitsu. And he was like, you might as well, hey man, try this boxing out or whatever. He showed me some boxing stuff. And then eventually he's like, man, you might as well fight. Like, you might as well. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll fight. Like, why not? So I started fighting, doing MMA with him, and I fell in love with it. And then I followed him back to Iowa to Pat Militich's gym.
Damn.
And then I was in Pat Militich's gym for like a year or two. And then they directed me pretty much to Duke Rufus because they were doing like commentating things for Winter Warrior and LFA. And I needed somebody to kind of help me like grow. And so they directed me to Duke Rufus.
Wow. Those are legends right there. Jens Pulver.
Yeah. And that's how I feel like I was able to progress pretty fast because I've been doing MMA around like 7 years now. And I didn't make like a lot of mistakes because I had like such high level coaching like from the jump, and yeah, that's a testament just to the, the people I've been able to train around and people I've been able to learn from and stuff.
Someone at the door?
Somebody is at the door, but I don't know who it is. Should we check?
Let's go check. I mean, don't they know you're live on the MMA Hour right now?
Okay,
Ariel Helwani? I mean,
they said surely he's not. On
how you doing?
Hey, doing good.
Does that look like it might be your?
Yeah, that's my name, Raufeon.
I'm like, why is it so loud? They don't press hard.
It's okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I got something in the mail.
What'd you get?
Oh, from Bellator Worldwide.
Oh, let's check it out. What is it?
What is it? Let's check it out.
Is it a check? Yeah. Is it a bonus?
Man, that'd be cool. They gave me an extra check.
Man, we'd be good luck. Okay, let's see. Let's see. This is fun. We'd be good luck for you if you got an extra check while you're live on the show. Ooh, it's a nice little FedEx package. This is great. This is unboxing with the champ.
What is this? Oh, you know what this is? I know exactly what this is.
What is it?
So my belt.
Oh.
When I took it and I brought it and I was bringing it around, I think I maybe brushed it up against something and one of the like stones fell out.
Oh, they gave you a new one?
So they said if the gray cap doesn't fit, what gray cap? So they gave me new stones to put in it.
That's really thoughtful.
Oh, and then plastic. That's pretty nice, man.
Let's see it.
Yeah,
you see it?
Because I messed it up. What? Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. They gave you glue?
They gave me glue. This is
that is amazing.
Clear weld, quick, easy setting. And they said, if the gray cap does not twist off easily, soak it in warm water.
Wow.
And make sure you glue the space first and then insert the stone.
All right, look at you.
Bellator, man. They're looking me up.
Now, okay, we're going to get to Bellator in a second, but your story is fascinating to me because you have an incredible record. What is it right now? 18-1?
Yeah.
Is it 18-1?
18-1, yeah.
The one loss was a big one.
Yeah.
It was on looking for a fight.
It was huge.
Against Marab. Spinning back fist. I remember that. Really... He gets the contract. Yeah. You don't. How did you?
Yep.
How did you?
And the crazy part about that is, so I was in contact. Like I had Dana White's number. and like, so I had just won a fight, and then I had went to Demetrius Johnson's fight in Kansas City because the promoter Ryan Stoddard had gave me tickets to go to the event pretty much, and just to be at the event. They was just like tickets, in the stands. And then Tyron Woodley was there, and Woodley, I texted Woodley that I was there, and he got me to come like sit cage side, and so he got me tickets to sit cage side. And then he introduced me to Dana, and Dana got me to sit ringside. So I sat ringside with Dana talking about the show and the fights, you know what I mean? And we was just hanging out pretty much. So then he had gave me his number or whatever. And he said, like, we're going to do, I'm going to put you on this next show. It's going to be here in a couple weeks or whatever. And so I was like, yeah, like, hell yeah. Like, this is my shot, And so then I was trying to get him to do it with VFC, like, because they brought me up kind of or whatever. And so I wanted to, do it with them. But he said we already got the show kind of lined up, and it was for Ring of Combat. And I was like, hey man, I was trying, but if I can't, I'm gonna take what you'll give me. And so he had they pretty much in my head, like I was like, okay, well I'm coming in here to fight somebody who's not really ready to fight, really, So I'm linking like they bringing me in, to wax this guy and get my contract and go, So that was like a mistake on my part, I thought I made it pretty much, So I still train hard or whatever, but my mindset, like going into that fight was like, okay, let me get this over so I can get my contract. You know what I mean? And that was the mistake. And that was, to be honest, like a lesson or a learning lesson that I needed to have, before I, to grow as a martial artist like that. I feel like that was really pivotal. Like, even though it sounds cliche, I feel like I needed that to happen for me to like make a mental adjustment to how I should be approaching fights, because usually when I fight, people, they see the wrestling or whatever, and they kind of see my record, and then in most people's heads, this is the toughest fight that they're gonna fight, and I gotta be aware of that, So when I was fighting Marab, I didn't recognize that, like, okay, he's fighting for a champion or he's fighting for a belt too. Like, he's coming in here trying to, take the shine I have. He's got to fight. I think he was 6-2 at the time, so he's fighting the toughest opponent that he's probably faced. So he's coming in here, and that like that brings about like not a kind of like a nervous energy. It just brings about like people are like ready from the jump, Whereas I'm used to wrestling kind of just like easing into the fight, and then eventually the stronger fighter will win, eventually, And so mentally going into that fight, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go through the motions pretty much until like the fight happens, and yeah, that was a mistake that I needed to learn, because like the first, he threw a check. I remember it. He freaking, I checked the kick, and I'm like, okay, the correct response is like to throw the 1-2, just return with something or whatever. So I threw the 1-2, and that's all I remember. Boom, I'm out.
Damn.
I woke up crying,
How did that affect you?
Not
you
knowing
felt
where
like you were
I was.
so close. How did it affect you in the aftermath?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and I screwed the pooch, and at that time, that's what I'm feeling. I'm like, damn, that was my shot, and I fucked it up, So yeah, so that was like huge in my story. I feel like.
Yeah, and you haven't lost since.
Yeah. I feel like I made that mental adjustment. I just got to realize everybody that I fight is dangerous. For some reason they're dangerous from bell to bell, and I got to be, aware of that. I'm still confident and fearless, and I'm going to beat the shit out of everybody, but I got to be aware that they are dangerous. You know what I mean? So I got to be present. I got to be, ready to adapt and all those things.
Now, are you still training at Rufus?
Yeah, so I'm still a Rufus sport fighter. I still got to figure out kind of my training schedule for the next fight, because I was training at Rufus Sport, but then because I was gonna have to fight Sergio, me and Sergio talk, and me and Sergio are like cool, So
you FaceTimed him after you won.
Yeah, he he just hit me up on Instagram. Like he's like a true professional, you know what I mean? So so I called him and I was like, hey man, you see they got us matched up? And he was like, yeah, I seen that bullshit. And I was like, yeah, it's some bullshit. But you know what I'm saying? What you want to do about training, And he was like, I think it's probably best that we have some space or whatever for training. I was like, yeah, that's totally fine, because I'm also I've recently moved to Houston, Texas, to be closer to family because we had our second baby, and I wanted to be closer to family for just help, you know.
Of course.
But yeah, so I was like, So I have no problem like going and either doing my camp here in Houston or finding somewhere else to go, you know. So and that's what happened. So that's how my manager suggested me training with Eric Nixick. And when I called him and I talked to him, you know, it's supposed to be just a one-off camp. And that, you know, that was the agreement. But like after training there and, you know, seeing the benefits of like all the training partners that I had and, you know, the coaching, I need to implement, you know, whether it's like part-time or sometime, I need to implement some time at Extreme. So I'm still figuring that stuff out, actually.
Oh, man, Eric is incredible, as is Duke. By the way, why'd they have you guys fight in the first round? Unfortunately, he got injured. But, like, right off the jump like that? Come on, man.
You know, so the way it was explained to me, which I felt the same way. I was like, I had to, like, get my head wrapped around it because I was just, like, upset. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, we're going to fight in the finals. Like, whatever way we can, like, find to, like, not have to fight until we, like, have to fight, let's do that, you know? But they said, because I was like the number one contender, that it wouldn't have made sense for anybody else to like get a title fight first. Even though we're in the tournament, it made no sense for nobody else to like get the title fight ahead of me. So they felt that was unfair to me. But I mean, in my head, I'm like, you know, like this is the one instance, like I don't really care about fairness. But that's how they explained it to me.
Better bantamweight division.
And I think, you know what else I think? I think Showtime wants that fight to happen because of the storyline. I feel
it's a great story. Yeah, of course.
They don't want to like lose that fight too. So I think that's probably part of it too.
Better bantamweight division, UFC or Bellator right now?
Man, I gotta say, because I'm in Bellator, I gotta say Bellator, you know. No, I feel like they got deeper division. But it's like, I feel like I'm the best in the world. I'm not taking anything away from those guys, you know, and I'm not trying to like take shine away from that. That's just how I feel. I feel like I'm the best. I feel like I beat all those guys. You know, people gonna say what they want or believe what they want. That's what I believe. Before I fought Magomed, you know, nobody believed me that I felt like I was better. You know, I try to speak the truth. You know, I don't try to I'm speaking what I truly feel. I feel like I'm the best in the world, you know. I am the best in the world. I'm the best in the world, you know? So I feel like I beat a lot of those guys. So if you're going like who's the best, Bellator is the best. I feel like they have a deeper roster though. I feel like, you know, I mean, it's UFC, you know, it's the biggest organization. I feel like they have a deeper roster. But I do feel like our top 8 can compete with their top 8.
Do you feel like you get the love from Bellator? Are you happy there?
Yeah, I'm super happy there, you know, and not only like the love I get now, which I'm like super happy with. They showed me love from the beginning, you know. So also I was slated to like kind of fight for the UFC, like, or I was told that I was like next for like when I was, I think maybe 12-0 or 10-0 or I think it was 12-0 or something. Or not 12-0, 12-1. And so then but so I was told like, okay, hey, you're next in line, right? You're next in line. They kept telling me you're next in line. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I'm doing things because of it. I didn't quit my job, but I stopped working as much. You know, I'm training more to be ready because I have to be ready for a short notice fight, right? So then they pretty much, did I lose you or no?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. So they told me, yeah, you're next. And then what would happen is somebody would fall out. And then I would assume that I would get the next shot, but they would give the guys, you know, like 2-3 options to fight. You know what I mean? And I'm never going to be the first option because I'm a wrestler. People going to think I'm going to, you know what I'm saying, hold them down. Like people don't want that fight. They know it's going to be a tough fight. So I would get passed up. It was probably like 6 times that it would happen. Damn. And you know what I mean? I would get passed up and it would be for people that were not, I didn't feel were better than me. I mean, the people now that I got passed up for are no longer with the organization. You know what I mean? So, yeah. So I was like, at that point in my life, I was like super bitter, super mad because also my family is struggling because I'm not working as much. I'm expecting, you know, a certain, you know, I'm supposed to be next in line. Like it's supposed to be right here. My dreams are right there or whatever. But I just kept getting passed over to the where it's like, okay, like if you don't goddamn want me, tell me that, you know? Yeah, I was like super bitter. And then I had went to a Bellator event with Emmanuel Sanchez, and Emmanuel Sanchez was in the first round of his featherweight Grand Prix tournament. And I just seen how well he was treated, you know. I talked to John McCarthy, and Big John was like, hey man, when you gonna come over to Bellator? When you gonna call Bellator or whatever? And I was like, what? Like, is that an option? Like, whenever. Like, whenever. I don't know. I didn't know that was an option or whatever. So then I talked to my manager at Brian Butler. Brian Butler also told me to tell you he's been on your ass.
He's been on my ass. I was like, yo, everyone chill out, man. Everyone's coming after me here. Sheesh.
He said he had a reminder.
Yes.
To get on your ass.
But I reached out. Hey, I reached out to Bellator, CJ over at Bellator, my guy CJ, about wanting to have you and Sabatello. That's my dream fight for 2022.
Yeah, me too, bro. That'd be fun.
That guy is crazy, man. Fun. What do you think of that guy?
Yeah. I mean, it's somebody that I can get behind not liking, you know what I mean? He got a highlighter for a head. He built like the worms off of Men in Black. So it'd be fun to fight that guy, I feel like. He talk a lot of stuff, you know? So it'd be fun to like shut his mouth or punch him in the mouth, you know? So that's somebody I don't know him personally, but it's somebody I can like get behind not liking and get behind fighting.
No, did you run into him?
He seems... I haven't ran into him yet. I seen him at the fights, but it wasn't like he was doing his thing. I was doing my thing. I never have no like real beef with these guys. You know what I mean? I don't fucking. I'm not out here, you know, pulling the Masvidal or don't like run up on them. Yeah, it'd be fun for me to fight them. You know, I want to fight every single one of the guys in the top 10, or that's my goal. Like to fight run through everybody. You know, that's what I want to do. But yeah.
By the way, how did they treat you in Hawaii?
Oh, they love me in Hawaii, bro. I feel like I got more Hawaiian fans than I have like regular fans now, you know? Hawaii was like super, super cool. Like everybody, you know, I went out to, with Kai Kamaka and we went out to a club and, you know, everybody was like loving on me, you know, saying yes, I and Chihu, all that, you know. I feel like I got a lot of love in Hawaii. I didn't expect that, you know, but they like really, I love the people of Hawaii just because like their outlook, even on fighting, you know, I feel like that's the original fight island. And I had my first Bellator fight was in Hawaii against a Hawaiian and Chaden Leleola. And even like, so before the fight, you know, my wife told me that they were booing me. I didn't realize they were booing me, you know, but after the fight, like a bunch of kids and bunch of people came up to me and was like, man, that's a hell of a fight. That was a tough dude. You know, that was a hell of a fight you had. And they showed me nothing but love, you know, which was like super cool.
So do you know when your next one is?
I think, so they said like maybe September, October, I think.
Okay.
So I gotta wait till whoever the Higo and Sabatello.
Oh man.
I gotta wait for them to fight, and then I'll fight the winner of that. You know, I feel like Sabatello. I feel like he could win. You know, but Higo ain't no bitch. You know what I'm saying? Higo is a tough fighter. So he got to get past that. You know. So we'll see, I guess.
And shout out to you. You've got a barefoot sponsor. How'd you pull this off?
Yeah, Zero Shoes. I have a PR guy, Skinny Circle, Everest. I forget his last name, but Everest from Skinny Circle. Okay. And he has been doing like wonders for me. If you get a chance to hit him up, you should hit him up because he developed that partnership, you know. And yeah, I feel like it fits, you know, the barefoot shoes, because we all train barefoot. And I feel like you get a lot of benefits kind of from like training barefoot. Like I got some shoes for like running, for doing kind of like not CrossFit workouts, but like agility kind of workouts. And my like, not my calf, but like this part of my leg is like, it's like super sore. It's like sore in ways that I'm normally not sore after running or, you know, doing that type of stuff. So I feel like it makes me stronger because if I'm sore, then it must be working something that's like I have a deficiency in. So, yeah, I like them a lot.
Well, you are a joy, my friend. It is so great to meet you. I'm a big fan of not only your fights, your fighting style. Your last one was super impressive, but just your personality. I mean, you light up the room, and I can't wait to see where your career goes. And I'm so happy to have you on the show. And I can't wait for your next one. And you're freaking killing it. Keep being yourself, man. Don't change for anyone. And I wish you nothing but the best. It's really a pleasure to meet you and to watch your career flourish. And I've been watching for a while. I've been showing you love for a while. I just wanted I wanted to wait for the right time. And again, I was following you before you were following me. Let the record show. All right.
Yes. You get that. You get that. That's my bad. But I'm following you now.
All right. Respect.
I've been a big fan of you for a long time. So you know that.
Raufeon Stots. Raufeon Stots. I'm gonna get it. It's a doozy, but I freaking love how original it is and how unique you are as a human being. So much respect, much love. Congrats on the win, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, there he is, Raufeon Stots, the interim Bellator bantamweight champion. What a great personality. How can you not love that guy? I mean, he is just an absolute joy. He is tremendous. And yes, Sabatello's fighting Leandro Higo next. He cut that great promo on him the last time they all fought. That was in Hawaii 2 weeks ago. If they get Sabatello and Stots in the next round of the Bellator Bantamweight Grand Prix, they need to do some sort of pre-show countdown, embedded, whatever on those two guys. They are incredible. Incredible personalities and the kind of fresh, homegrown stars that Bellator has been looking for. So I'm not rooting for anyone. I wish the best to everyone involved, but I wouldn't be mad if the next fight for Stots is Sabatello. Now, every Wednesday for 3 years in a previous life, I used to talk to a man about the wild and wacky world of MMA. We built a platform that you may be familiar with called ESPN Plus, which is doing fantastically well at this juncture, off our shoulders with our bare hands. And these days we don't get to talk as often to each other, but anytime we do get to chat, it's a big freaking deal. And it warms my soul, and I look forward to it more than any other conversation that I can have, because it's like catching up with an old friend, but a friend that you can, spar with and, challenge and have a fun little debate, sort of like a barber shop, if you will. You see the old faces, the old friends, you debate, you poke, you prod, but in the end, it's all love. You hang out, you give each other a nice little hug, you go on your way, and you'll see each other in a few months. Without further ado, let us say hello to the bad guy, the American gangster, the one and only Chael Sonnen. I mean, look at this. This is something. It's always very surreal when you come to us from the set. It almost feels fake, Chael.
What's happening, Errol? It's nice to see you, by the way. Great show so far. By the way, Eddie Hearn got scrapped. Is that accurate?
First, can I just say it's good to be seen?
Very good. It's good to be seen. All right. Well done. You delivered it right on mark. Is Eddie Hearn off the show? I have a question about Eddie Hearn. You did a great job with that coverage. Whatever happened with the bet between Hearn and Paul? Paul says, I lost. I owe him $1 million, but Eddie called the deal off. What am I missing?
What I love so much about this is there's never any foreplay. There's never any footsie. We get right into it. First of all, I thought you were taking a shot at me because I've had Hearn on a bunch of times, and you were like, hey, why isn't he on this week or today? No, Eddie was on Monday. He's now in Las Vegas. He's a great character, by the way. I'd love to get your thoughts on him in a moment, but there was a bet, and then apparently people behind the scenes said, hey, promoters shouldn't be betting. So now there's going to be a new bet, and something involving charity, something involving maybe one of his fighters sparring Jake Paul, but they haven't actually come out and said, you're going to do X, Y, and Z.
All right, fair enough. I read something like that. I always hate it when the guys turn to charity. It just seems like this weird attempt at some kind of a something, like where you're patting yourself on the back. You guys bet. You never mention charity. One guy honors the bet or one guy welchers. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. If you go in the back and you call the bet off, that's amongst men. Go ahead. You bring the charity. It just gets weird. In all fairness, it just gets weird. The bet either's on or the bet's off. There's no charity involved.
Do you think it was a bad look? Do you think it was a bad look for them to make a bet?
No, well, I was confused on it. In all fairness, I don't want to make a big deal out of nothing, but anytime somebody within sport makes a bet within that sport, I just defer back to Pete Rose. Like, that's just where my mind goes. And I know that was a long time ago, and I can't remember all of the ins and outs about it, but I did wonder that when they did it, I felt as though Eddie was trying to live in the moment. He had an ego. The cameras were rolling, but he was giving himself some wiggle room. I mean, he did say something along the lines of, we'll have to get some paperwork together, which I interpreted to mean like, hey, Jake, when we get in the back, let me explain to you, I'm the promoter of record. I'm not betting you, which I think is fair. I had no problem with it. I just noticed after the fight, Jake had said, yes, I did lose. I admit that, but we actually called the bet off. And I was just wondering if there was some kind of drama beyond that.
By the way, when he was on the show, and I didn't expect us to talk about Eddie off the bat here, but I called him the best promoter in combat sports today. Now, again, not all time, and I don't know how much you follow his work, watch his stuff, but I think right now, regardless of combat sport, he's number one by a wide margin. As someone who knows a thing or two about promotion, agree or disagree?
That would surprise me. I would not put him at number one, but I am a fan. You know, for multiple reasons. One, what he's built is very impressive. Not to mention he's a pretty young guy to have built something so well. He's a very handsome guy. He comes across very well when he discusses. I love the back and forth that you sat in the middle of between he and Jake Paul. I think when Jake Paul is at his best, it's when he's the way he was with Eddie, because Jake Paul's feelings were hurt. You could tell that he admired Eddie and he did value Eddie's opinion. And when Eddie wasn't putting him over and coming and glowing, you could tell from a human element that hurt Jake's feelings. But I think that's when Jake's at his best. Even when he tells Eddie, I'll fight anybody you got if they have under 10 fights. I like when Jake Paul caps himself. When he doesn't come out to be, you know, the next Sugar Ray Leonard. When he caps himself but says, I'm willing to go in there and prove it one way or the other. I find that compelling.
Okay. All right. But you don't agree with me that he's the best promoter in combat sports. Who is the best promoter in combat sports right now, in your opinion?
Dana White. Are you joking right now?
Right now, right now, Chael. Right now, Chael. He's throwing 80 miles an hour. This guy, Dana won the race. Come on, he's sitting back. He doesn't know half the card. He doesn't even go to do media and stuff like that. He's mailing it in, let's be honest. And by the way, that's no knock. He won the race already. He doesn't have to do the media. He doesn't have to care as much. He's a multi-millionaire. But you can't tell me right now he's the best promoter in combat sports. Based on what? Based on living, breathing? Based on what? What evidence?
I will happily and easily answer that question. My God, he does 50 events a year. You want to talk about the media, knowing the card? You find me somebody that does 50 events a year. And not to mention,
Eddie,
that's only on the worldwide. That's only on the worldwide leader. Are you not counting what goes on the Ultimate Fighter? Are you not counting Dana White Contender Series? I mean, he does close to 70 events a year in a 52-week calendar year. I don't think there's much of a comparison there. If we're being fair, come on, man. That's pretty impressive work. That's a lot of work.
Absolutely. And that's why I say he won the race. That machine rolls on without him. That machine is well oiled already. You don't think that they do those 50 shows and all that other stuff with or without him at this point? That's a testament to him and what he and the Fertitas built. But right now, right this second, pound for pound, if we're talking pound for pound right now, I'm not talking all-time lifetime achievement award. I'm talking right now. He's the best. He's the one that stands up at the Chael. He walks up to the dais. I'm being as unbiased here as possible. What does he do to make you want to tune in Saturday night? That's the job of the promoter. Does he tell you why Chandler Ferguson is important? Does he tell you why Rose Carla is important? Or does he say, who was the first question? That's not a promoter.
If we play this game, hey, tell me 5 guys that Dana White has under contract. Very simple. We would do that very quickly, and so would all the audits. If we played that same game and said, tell me 5 guys that Eddie Hearn has under contract, people have to start looking at paperwork. No. People have to go to Google and start looking up. I don't know 5 guys within his staple. He was sitting there doing something with Jake Paul. I wouldn't sit down with Errol Hawani and brought it out to the world as Jake Paul was my guy. I don't think he is. I think Paul is signed under Showtime and Espinoza. I mean, in all fairness, no, I don't agree with you. He does a very good job in a sport that is a complete disaster.
Have you heard of a guy named Canelo Alvarez?
Yes.
One of his guys.
Canelo Alvarez. Listen, Canelo was De La Hoya's guy. I know they had some kind of a falling out, but in fairness, if I had to bet my life who is Canelo signed to, I would have said De La Hoya.
There you go. It's Eddie Hearn. Chael, we have a lot to talk about here, and I've got a list of things. This is actually a great time because you've been in the news a lot as of late with some of these takes that have been so. I mean, I'm happy that there's someone that can check you on some of these because they have been so crazy lately. And so here we are. The world has brought us together. Before we get into all of that, of course, I'd be remiss. You have been in the news for, an alleged incident that has nothing to do with MMA, but is a personal thing that allegedly happened in Las Vegas late last year. Is there anything that you can say about this at this time? I understand it's a pending legal matter, but at this time, I just wanted to ask, is there anything that you can say about it?
Well, I am stunned that you brought it up, Errol. I never thought that question was going to come. No, there's nothing I can say about it. As you said, it's an ongoing matter.
Okay, fair enough. I did want to ask, I wish the best for you and your family, and I love you dearly. And whenever you can talk about it, would love to talk to you about it, but 100% respect that. Now, a few things I wanted to ask you about. The first thing was, you came out and you said Leon Edwards has been offered like stand down money to not fight Kamaru Usman. Leon took umbrage with this, called you out. Where did you get this one? This never happened, Chael. Where are you getting this information? Why did you you used to call me before you would sit in that little chair of yours, you and Ryan Parsons, you'd call me on speakerphone. You'd be like, hey, Ariel, give me the lowdown. You don't do this anymore for some reason. I don't know if someone told you not to do it. Where did you get this crazy idea?
That's true. Now, I got to defend myself because it was like 3 sentences long, and that's only 5 of the words. I said there is a rumor that I don't believe to be true that Leon was offered money to stand down. And there was another rumor that so Conor could take that spot. But I was very clear to say, I don't believe this rumor. Leon cleared that up for us. He said that it wasn't true. So in all fairness, the rumor that I believed was not true turned out it wasn't true, which means I was right.
Does this happen to you a lot? I feel like it happens a lot. Like if you put in your name right now in Google News, I don't know if you do that. There's a lot of aggregation sites that take stuff off your videos. And I feel like they're only taking a slice, like in this instance that we're talking about. And I don't want to say you get in trouble for it because I don't really think you care. I don't even know if you follow any of the stuff. You still don't follow anyone on Twitter. But the point is, does it annoy you when this stuff tends to come back at you from the people in question, in this case, Leon Edwards?
I think in all fair, yeah, I think when it is the guy, yes, because that happened with Masvidal, who's a longtime friend, whose opinion I do respect. And it does bother me a little bit. Like, I understand clickbait. I live in that space. I don't know that I've ever been guilty of clickbait, but I do get it, and I'm not above it. Like, if I got in a gym, in all fairness, I'm not above it. But I do think when you quote a guy, if you were to take 5 words with no consideration to the 50 words that came first or the 500 words that comes, I think it's a little bit low. I think that's a little bit cheap. And I have had athletes, again, just to go back to Masvidal, somebody who I do appreciate, that only gets that click, or somebody will ask them about it, it's those 5 specific words, like, whoa, you've missed the meaning here entirely. And in fairness, even on that Leon one, I truly did say, I don't believe this rumor is true. But then I told the story, look, Ariel, you want to know something? Those last 2 weeks, I don't know if I've ever had a slower time. I've had a very hard time. I create 4 to 5 topics a day, put them out on YouTube. I don't know if I've had a harder time than the last 14 days. Just one of those times in MMA, right? It's just one of these little bit slower times, and the fans aren't gravitating. I need Conor McGregor to take a dolly and throw it at a bus. Like, there's things like that I need, and we've been on good behavior for the last half a month.
What is your process, by the way? Like, how do you determine what you're going to sit in that chair and talk about? And when it is slow, you still put out the same amount of stuff. I still see the feed as busy as ever. What do you do?
Do you want to know the number one thing if I'm ever in a jam? If I'm ever trying to reach goals and numbers and this is swear to goodness, and you can ask Ryan Parsons, true story. Emma, Ethan, here to back me up. Every single day I go to Ariel Helwani's feed because nothing for me in the world of clickbaits works better than Ariel Helwani said. And whatever that is, if you say it, if I can then come on the back with an opinion or even just to pair what you said and put it in a different phrase, like that always seems to work for me. But sometimes it's tough, and you have been doing a lot in boxing right now. You've always touched with basketball and you've always touched with pro wrestling, but it's one of those things. And just to answer your question, I just go to the dirt sheets, the manias, the elbows, the junkies, the Sherdogs, the MMA fightings of the world. I take their topics and I read the whole story, and then I come tell my audience what they said. I don't do any investigative work. Like, so a moment ago when you were talking about me being wrong, me saying something that ended up being wrong. Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all. I'm not a journalist. I don't do that. I have a conversation. I regurgitate. It's what it is.
I love that you call these outlets dirt sheets, like it's 1986 pro wrestling.
It's a good term.
It is.
In all fairness, whenever I can steal from that vernacular, I do enjoy it. I love the fact that Kurt Jerker is now. I love somebody going over. I love the push. I love that these terms from pro wrestling have made their way into MMA. I think it's about time.
Jobber, the boys in the back. You know, you love the boys in the back. That's a okay, I'll give you an Ariel Helwani says, and I'd love to hear your retort. So we disagree on the best promoter in combat sports. I said recently, and we could actually get into some news here if you'd like, what's happening with Nathan Diaz is one of the great travesties in the history of the UFC. What they are doing to him right now is a massive, massive fail on their part. They are holding this man hostage right now. They are not giving him a fight. He's ready to go. He hasn't fought in almost a year, Chael. Surely you agree with me on this one.
Yes, I do very much. If we made any mistake as a community, 2020, which seems like yesterday, but we had Conor McGregor, the sport's biggest star, who was raring to go to the point that on January 19th, and you and I got to be live in Las Vegas to cover it, they created an event that didn't even exist. They created for him. They sold it out in less than 48 hours to take on Cowboy Cerrone. I mean, this was a massive star. And to preserve the idea that we might get Conor versus Khabib 2, we put him on ice, and Conor was ready to go. I think it was a big mistake. I think that we should have learned from it. And in fairness to your point, I'm seeing that same thing re-happening with Diaz. And I know there's more to the story, and I understand there's contracts, but when you have this massive star who's ready to go, I think you turn him loose.
Okay, but they're trying to keep him on ice for Conor, who isn't ready to come back. You got to give the guy a fight, right? And the major reason why they're keeping him on ice is because they want the Conor fight, but it's also because they don't want him to go fight Jake Paul and make that money over there. You recognize that, right?
Of course. I'm well aware of all the pieces here. And by the way, is that a go? Like when I hear Jake Paul talk about fighters, I don't ever hear him mentioning Nate Diaz. I get where that would work, and I get where that would be wonderful. But is that actually something that behind the scenes Jake Paul has said, yes, get free and we're going to box each other? Like, is that a sure thing? Because I feel like Francis is starting to dip his toe into something with Fury here too. It's like, Francis, is that a lock? Are you positive you've got a bird in the hand here?
Well, he can if he wants to, because he's about to become a free agent. I saw that you said, again, let me know if I'm wrong here, that Dana White might have felt betrayed by Francis being in the ring. Why so? They're going to stand to make a lot of money if he signs with the UFC and then takes that Fury fight. I mean, that's only good for business. Of course, he's going to poo-poo it because he'd rather everything be under his umbrella. But look what happened with Mayweather and McGregor. And I'm not saying that this would be as big, but it would be pretty damn big, right? Who is the true baddest man on the planet? Is it the heavyweight champion of boxing or the UFC champion? Why would they not be in favor of this?
Well, look, I don't know if any of those things are true. I mean, in all fairness, if that fight was happening, I would stop what I was doing and I would go watch it. I don't think that a lot of us have a big question from a competitive standpoint. Who wins a stand-up battle between Fury and Francis? Are we going to have a spectacle and we're going to have some fun? About every 10 years in this sport, we do. About every 10 years, we get a James Toney or a CM Punk and we just get to go have fun for one night. I understand that, but I do take umbrage with the entire comparison between Mayweather and McGregor. I have never personally lived through a story that has been flat lied about more than that one. I was in attendance that night, and there was a whole bunch of people dressed up as empty seats. Those two guys wanted to rematch and could not get a promoter to sign off on it. I mean, if we're to be real fair, somebody got their ass kicked that night. And the only reason that we all make believe that was this wonderful night of business is because somebody in the PR department put it out and everybody else regurgitated it. In all fairness, we don't have anybody from Cox Warner. We don't have anybody from DirecTV. You don't have anybody with any level of distribution that has ever confirmed those numbers. That was a myth. It was fun. Some guys did well. Someone got their ass kicked. And I'm, in fairness to Fury versus Francis, no. This is not about who the baddest dude in the world. Whoever the MMA champion is the baddest dude in the world, and everybody understands that.
But what if they fight with 4-ounce gloves?
Francis is the baddest dude in the world. There's your answer.
4-ounce gloves. If they fight 4-ounce gloves and Fury knocks him out, isn't he the baddest dude in the world then?
No, I think that you're going to have some fun. I get that. I don't know why they're trying to change that. Look, partner, in all fairness, the Ali Act is not going to apply here, which I don't think that Tyson Fury even understands. That fight is never going to go to the open market because they're not boxing. They're making something up. You change one rule, you're no longer doing boxing. Fury doesn't understand. I really think that. In his entire career, everything's gone to open market, including his last fight against Dylan White. I don't think that he gets this. So he's going to find somebody with some money in their pocket that's willing to come in and take a risk. Why don't they just box? Francis has been very clear. Francis has said, I will box him. I will go into his sport under his rules, and I will do this. Why are they trying to negotiate? Imagine this being on SportsCenter. They break into the hour. They announce this fight. They don't call it boxing. They can't call it MMA. They call it something else. It's weird. Just go box. Francis is fine with it. Why are you changing the size of the gloves? Why are you talking about we can clinch? Why are you arguing about whether it's going to be in a cage and a ring? There's two sports, MMA and boxing. You got one guy that's willing to go do your sport. Francis should get credit for that, and Fury should have to put his record on the line. It's very simple.
Francis Ngannou will re-sign with the UFC. True or false?
Ariel, can I tell you, I hope? Can I ride the fence on that one? I hope that he does. I think what Francis did in his last fight, I did not like it the night that fight ended. I was disappointed. Francis versus Surreal. As time went on,
why didn't you like it? Wait, why didn't you like it?
I don't have the same opinion. No, I didn't enjoy it. As time went on, though, I do have a very different opinion. The fact that Francis was down 2 rounds, he had to turn to a skill set that he had never used before. In this case, it was the takedown. He did it 3 successful rounds, and then it gets revealed to the audience that he had an injury going into it. I looked at it very differently. I really think that Francis has some very special days in front of him. I think he's a member of this community, and I hope that he stays. And by the way, you touched on something and you moved on, and it was me saying that Dana could have felt betrayed. He very much could feel betrayed. I mean, it's really a simple difference. Did somebody tell Dana, your heavyweight champion is about to be in a boxing ring doing a face-off? If they told him, it's fine. But if not, that was a hell of a secret to keep. And if they did keep that secret and it is on purpose, it's because it was a betrayal. That's quite literally the definition. It all comes down to intent. I just asked the question. I don't have the answer to it, but I think that it's fair by me.
But don't all roads lead back to the UFC anyway? Like, ultimately, him being there, doesn't that just up the profile of the promotion of the brand? Oh, hey, that's the UFC heavyweight champion in there with Tyson Fury. Why would he be betrayed by that? He didn't get into an actual fight. He didn't agree to a fight without his consent.
Well, I feel like this has been tested before. You could look back at the Affliction brand that Dana was very supportive and helped build, and all of a sudden they put out a poster. Was it Fedor versus Randy? I want to say was the poster. They tried to turn the gun back on the boys at Zuffa. I mean, I think in fairness, you could. Now, your approach isn't wrong. You've only got a couple of options here. Vince McMahon would agree with you. When Vince McMahon sent Brock Lesnar to the UFC, where Brock was likely to get demolished, we didn't even know who the opponent was going to be. Vince did ask himself one question. What happens if he wins? What if my guy who I get back happens to win? He's going to be bigger than ever. So that is one way to go about it. But I don't think that my story is wrong. If my champion who I built and who I wanted to get behind and who I brought to the world's attention, I brought him to Tyson Fury's attention, goes into a different country and gets into the ring at the end of the night, in all fairness, for a face-off in a level of business that I'm excluded from, and my feelings get hurt, I've got the right. I've got the right to be offended by that. I don't know that Dana was. I'm putting myself in his shoes and saying, man, I might have to look twice there. Not to me. I got a whole bunch of partners that knew this was going to happen. They kept the information from me. It's going to hurt a little bit.
Can I say something? I don't know if it's a shirt. Are your arms bigger than usual? I mean, what's going on over there?
Smaller.
They're small.
Smaller,
they look gigantic.
I'm over here withering away.
What's happening?
I have been exercising a lot lately, and I'm losing some weight, and I'm actually smaller.
Wow.
But I think you were complimenting me, so thank you.
Yes, I was. Why are you losing weight?
I'm not trying to. I will tell you, I'm not trying to. In all fairness, I think I'm under some stress. I don't want to admit that. I think I'm a little stressed and I'm a little bit depressed with my ongoing. I think that's truly what it is. But I don't want to admit that. I don't want to show any weakness. But I think that because I keep losing weight, buddy.
No,
I'm exercising a lot. I'm doing a lot of bench, a lot of dumbbell work, and I'm walking. I'm walking, but it's a lot. 6, 8, 10 miles a day.
Wow.
The calories are coming off.
What are you doing during the walks?
And don't think for a minute like I stopped taking the juice. Believe me. I always take the juice, okay? That's not what this is. What do I do on a walk? I got a TV right there. I've largely been watching the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine just because that's what's captivating the news. I did just take in Ozarks, which was fantastic TV. I have a huge problem with the way that it ended. I think that they sailed that one in, but I liked it overall.
Never seen an episode.
Amongst the best top 5 shows ever made. Did not end well, but most shows that know
wait,
that
it's over?
to an end just sail it in. They sailed it in.
Like it's done? Or just the season is over? Done.
No, done. The season is over, but it was also the series finale. It's wrapped up.
Wow. Which platform?
Netflix.
And by the way, when you said 6 to 8 miles, I thought like you're going for walks in the park and stuff, not on a treadmill or something like that.
No, I'm on a treadmill. And I know that a treadmill is dull and boring. My mother even says that to me. But in Oregon, it rains all but 7 weeks a year. So, if you are kind of an outside exerciser, you got to I talk on the phone a lot, things like that.
Sure.
So I don't do it outside as much as I would like to.
Every so often I go on Twitter these days and, you get the little thing at the top and it's called Twitter Spaces. And every so often I see your face up there, your profile. I follow you, you don't follow me, but that's, and you're always doing these calls with these Marshall Rogan Inu guys. Actually, excuse me, it's Marshall Inu now. No more Rogan, correct? They dropped the Rogan, it's Marshall Inu. And you're doing these calls and you're talking about all this stuff and I tune in for a few minutes. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I've had Ben Askren on the show to talk about it. I've had Kenny Florian on the show to discuss this as well. Others, I believe, too. And then I just kind of tune out. What is your your situation with these guys? What is your fascination, your infatuation with these Marshall Inu crypto guys who, to their credit, I will just say, appear to be really helping out fighters, because I see a lot of fighters shouting them out and saying that they're paying them on time.
And that's the entire thing, what you just said right there. And if you were to back up like the timeline of MMA, and you are right, it's Marshall Inu, but if you're looking for the coin, look for MRI. Now, with that said, I give no pitch. I don't ask anybody to buy in or invest, but I will clear up a couple of things within the project. If you are in the crypto space, it's a foreign language. I don't want to lose anybody, but this project was set out specifically that every transaction that takes place, buying or selling, there's a tax that's taken that goes into a fund. That fund just gives back to fighters. Just directly. There will be a fight of the night, by example. A couple of pay-per-views ago, the fans vote on that. They actually gave it to Gilbert Burns. They also gave it to Chimaev. They gave it to Mark Madsen, but it was a total of $70,000 in one night. And these were guys that didn't even know this was coming. These were guys where something happened completely absent of their knowledge, and they got funded for it. I know those are big stars, and I'm name dropping there, but you've also got 14-year-old kids in the favela in Brazil that have the same dream that Chimaev, the same dream that Burns had, but they can't make do with their local jiu-jitsu club. They can't cover the $49 monthly due. And Marshall Inu stepped in and has helped out that segment too. So Marshall Inu, it's really just a one-way street where they're out helping people. It just happens to be our community. They've done some very beautiful things. Early on, there were some very bad things said about them. They were so good with the marketing. They're ending up all over the UFC and all over Bellator. And people thought this push was so strong, this must be what's called a rug pull. Now, a rug pull is very clear to identify. Time goes by. They either pulled the rug or they didn't. These guys didn't. They're very sincere. They're very good leadership. They have a very good intent, and they're not going anywhere. They're going to keep on helping people within this industry. So people with a dream, some people that have already made it, and the fans get to purely vote.
That's a beautiful thing, and something, as you know, I can get behind. I've long been a proponent of fighter pay increasing and everyone getting more. What is their ultimate goal?
That's it. They've already achieved it. They just want to continue to be involved in this space, and they want to continue to help. I mean, it is a really good idea. I applaud fully Crypto.com, who roughly 3 or 4 weeks ago started doing like a fight of the night and these special bonuses that are very fun. But like any great idea, whoever the genesis of the idea was gets the credit. And that idea did come from Marshall Inu. They were coming live and the fighters were shouting them out. And, it's just one of these really good things. And some of the bigger guys like Crypto.com took notice of it, decided to do what they were doing. But I mean, it's still operating just the same. It's touching and influencing as many people as they can within our space, helping them to get closer to their dream. There was a story of a guy named Fabiano, who's a fighter in the space and not even a huge name. I couldn't even produce his last name for you, but he couldn't get from home to practice. His vehicle had broke down. And these guys stepped in. They just got him reliable transportation. They didn't get anything for that. They just heard about somebody in the community that needed some financial assistance. Cain Velasquez, his family, right? Cain's a father. He's a husband. He's away right now. They stepped in and they helped out. I mean, I really do think it's a very beautiful thing. I do take umbrage with anybody that pushes back. Like a lot of times in life, if something's too good to be true, that's a good red flag. But these guys are now established. They've done everything they said they're going to do. And by the way, they do it on time. And I'm talking about instantly. You win the poll, boom. Here's your reward. The end.
So why is Askren such a negative Nancy when it comes to this? I mean, he's poo-pooing it left, right, and center.
I don't know that I've heard a lot of the things that Ben said, and Ben and I talk crypto a lot, and Ben has access to very good information. But in his defense, he did this early on. I don't know that Ben Askren has the same opinion right now that he had 8 and 9 weeks ago. I mean, it was one of these things where everything that happens in crypto for the last 4 years, it's the Wild West, and everything garners, right? You always want to have both eyes wide open when you're in that space. It's just, I'm here to share with you that time has gone on. These guys have backed up everything that they said. The community's growing. The software and the technology is doing great. There's bigger things to come. That's fair. Everything I just said, that's right on it. Ben Askren wouldn't disagree with that.
One last thing on them. Who is behind this? Or are they anonymous?
No one knows. They're anonymous.
No one knows.
In all fairness, that's like one of the allures to most coins. The gentleman that started Ethereum, who was an Ukrainian gentleman, comes out there. Vitaly is his name, and he wants everybody to know it's him. But even Bitcoin, like Satoshi, we don't really know who Satoshi is. I have my own belief on who started Bitcoin. I don't even think it's somebody from Japan. Many people have said Elon Musk. I also don't think that's true. But in all fairness, most coins do stay anonymous. They never want to get doxxed.
Wow. What a crazy world. Can I hit you with a couple other quick hitters before we let you go?
I would love it.
Okay.
I would love. By
How
the
nice
way,
is
can we
this?
go back to this Francis and Ngannou? I mean, I really do think that there's something there. Errol, that's a fun one-night thing, but what is the long-term play?
No,
and when you say that the money on Francis is going to come back into the UFC, don't you see the other side of it? I mean, if he goes and gets clean, do you think that Francis Ngannou has even a chance against Tyson Fury in a boxing match? Is that what you're saying?
He has to get the next deal before he agrees to that deal. And whether that deal is with the UFC, whether it's with Bellator or anyone else, he has to make sure that his long-term, this is a one-off, right? It's a one-night only, Fury versus Ngannou, everyone wins, it's a beautiful thing. But that's not a career thing. Now, let's be honest, getting a little older, man has been through a lot. I mean, it's crazy what he got paid for his last fight, $650,000, Chael. How could you defend such a thing? Dillian White got paid $7.2 million. He was the B side. He wasn't even the champion. This is the champion getting $650,000. I mean, it's dare I say criminal that he's getting paid this much. So he has to get that payday. Everyone should be in support of it. But before agreeing to that fight, before inking that deal, he needs to get the next deal because you don't want to get knocked out. You don't want to get embarrassed. And then someone walks away and is like, hey, man, you're damaged goods, right? So he's got some time. That's the beauty of all of this, but it's going to be a fascinating story to see play out. By the way, Diaz a fascinating story to see play out. You see that leak thing yesterday? Everyone's talking about that.
Yes.
There's truth to that.
Yes, I saw it. I personally believe it. I mean, was it some conspiracy?
No.
Was this some conspiracy here where somebody came in and manufactured that? I don't think so. No, I will share with you. And you know this, but for the audience, the way it works in the war room, those don't just get posted to fights that are signed, that paperwork and bout agreements are signed. It's what you want. But we did get confirmation there. I mean, through social media, Adesanya and Jaron Cannonier backed that up. Even Brian Barberena versus Robbie Lawler, which, by the way, is an awesome fight. I didn't really see that one coming. But these guys have confirmed that these things are done. I don't hate the idea of Diaz versus Chimaev. Diaz doesn't want to do anything that isn't 25 minutes, and I was the opposite. I was fine there. The less time, the better. If they'd have let me have one round instead of three, I would have gone for it. So Diaz just kind of marches to a different drum, but I don't think anything hurts him. I mean, in all fairness, I've never been to weigh-ins where a crowd is more energized than when Nate Diaz comes out, or even his very last fight in Phoenix. I happened to be there live. There was 2 world title fights that night. Nobody got the reception as when they pan the camera and Nate Diaz comes walking out of his locker room, man. I mean, he is a very special attraction. And I do think that you're right. There's not very many things that can hurt him. Whether he wins or loses, the crowd's coming with him, whatever he goes to do.
What do you do with John Jones?
Put him with Stipe, don't you? I mean, I feel like
I don't know if Stipe's taking the fight.
Say that again?
I don't know if Stipe's taking the fight.
Really?
Stipe.
Real? That's surprising. Do you have some inside scoop that just broke?
Well, I don't know if it just broke, but Stipe is a full-time firefighter. He's not really chomping at the bit. Is it chomping at the bit? Yeah, chomping at the bit. Is that the word?
Right.
Yeah, all right. You don't see him out there campaigning. I think if there's a belt on the line, he could be convinced. But honestly, I'm not putting, that in the bank. I'm not saying it's a done deal. I don't know what happens with John. And I think that they need to book John sooner rather than later. Figure something out, because the more you wait, the more chances there are that he doesn't come and fight. And I think he only has a finite, I mean, the guy's been fighting for a very long time, and he's not going to be around forever. So I don't think that's a done deal by any stretch. I think they would like for it to be a done deal. I even reported last week they wanted it to be at Madison Square Garden, July 30th. But then John even came out himself and was like, September now, they're saying. I don't know about that one.
I've seen all of these things. Everything that you said, I've seen. I have a pen pal who's Stipe's old lady. She's very great at getting back to me. Now, this is a period of time ago. I'm probably even going back 4 to 6 months, but she did share something with me. Stipe always thought he didn't know about John Jones. He thought he was going to be crossing paths with Francis in the trilogy fight. Stipe, as you recall, shocked us all when he weighed in for the Francis fight at 233 pounds. We all go, my God, that's too small. Most light heavyweights on fight night weigh very close to that. It's too small. Stipe came to the same conclusion. He said, I've got to be more man. I just got to be a bigger human being when I fight Francis. I want to put on 20 pounds. I spoke to his wife, and he had put on those 20 pounds. He was in the 250s. And I only bring that to you because to change your physiology, I mean, the level of commitment and work that you have to do, you think losing weight is hard, gaining weight just as hard in the opposite direction. I thought Stipe was ready to fight. You're sharing something with me. It's very obvious one of those two doesn't want to fight. I had never considered it was on Stipe's side. You could be right about that. That would disappoint me. Because I don't know. I'm very into this John Jones experiment. The whole take some time off, get up to 240, come into a different weight class. But if you take Stipe out of the equation and you remove Francis from the equation, I don't know a lot of people that are very compelling for John to mix it up with.
I agree. And especially they booked all these fights. You know, you've got Aspinall Blades, you've got Tuivasa and Gunn. There's not a sure thing out there. So I'm really curious. I'm also curious to see what they do, if anything, with Henry Cejudo. Has anyone ever, come on, we talked about this in the Ariel and Bad Guy days because it's been going on for that long. The biggest botch job of all time in terms of retirements, right? I mean, he literally retired for 45 minutes, went to the back, in your words, turned the gun on them and said, well, if you pay me more, I'll come back. I mean, no one has ever done it worse than Henry, right? Now he's downright begging to get back in there. And Dana's giving him the old stiff arm. He's saying, no, you know, are you retired? Are you not retired? What do you do with this guy? What do you think they will do with him?
Getting a clear answer from Henry has been tough. Like, Henry's gotten so used to the character of working and manipulating the audience that sometimes even when I'm alone with him and I ask him something real straight, it's kind of hard, Errol. I get a little bit of yes, I get a little bit of no, I get a little bit of on the fence. I don't believe that Henry's going to step in the ring unless it's for a title fight. I know at one point he wanted Volkanovski. I don't think that there's any likelihood to that, which brings you back to Sterling. I think that's a good matchup. I think that TJ Dillashaw and his injury and when's TJ coming back, I think there's a lot of things that right now is really good. Henry's got to go through USADA, which to my understanding is 4 months. He's about 14 days into that. So he's got a little bit of a period of time, but I don't know that he just wants to be back. I mean, in all fairness to Dana going, hey, listen, are you serious or aren't you? The first step was getting to the USADA pool. That means something. That shows some sincerity. But the next thing is, are you willing to have a contenders fight? Are you willing to have a little bit of space between what you want and what we need to do to get you there? And I've never gotten a clear answer from Henry on that. I really don't know. I also know as being champion, 246, the level of participation that he got on the back end with the pay-per-view numbers is something that a guy, you know, is likely expecting, which is just per the contract, not there anymore now that you don't have the time. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of things that stop me from getting overly excited about the return of Henry, not to mention what a coach. What, he's got 3 world champions or 2 world champions. I mean, he's really on a good run right now. It looks like perhaps if he wants, the next chapter of his storied career is already began.
What do you do with your boy Colby?
You got to check on him. You got to find out, you know, are you hurt? Can you get licensed? Can you pass this? How much time do you need? I loved the idea of the big ABC reward, the main event, 25 minutes, Colby versus what was going to be Chimaev, the winner of Chimaev and Burns turned out to be Chimaev. I love that match, but I think that Colby is in a very unique spot. He is very clearly the number 1 ranked guy in the world. He's extremely clearly, more than any other division, the number 1 contender, but he can't get a fight. He can't get a title fight. That's a really hard spot for anybody to be in. Whether you change divisions, you try to flip the audience's psyche into getting a trilogy fight when the first 2 win against you, or you wait out Kamaru Usman. It's a really hard spot. I mean, I imagine that Colby wakes up every day, works his ass off, and he probably goes to bed a little bit frustrated.
Why not go to 85 then?
I love it. I love that idea. I love the matches he would have up there. I think as number 1 contender, he should qualify right for a title fight, considering Adesanya's already dealt with essentially everybody. But I don't know. I mean, Colby couldn't make 185. If they went and did that weigh-in, he'd come in about 183, 184. He's not even going to make the limit, right? I mean, he's a perfect 170-pounder. So it's a tough spot. I know Dana got asked about it and kind of dismissed it quickly. That was a phenomenon for a little bit there. There was talk of Adesanya and Covington. Both guys weighed in on it. The media got behind it. Dana kind of stopped it. So I don't know that that's overly realistic, but I like that idea, partner. Anytime, that's always my first suggestion for marketing. Anytime you need a fresh coat of paint, change weight classes.
I also like when you call me partner. It makes me very nostalgic.
Mutual.
Makes me feel good.
Mutual.
Have you made your picks yet for Saturday?
No, Ariel, in my entire time as a fan in the sport, which dates back to my junior year of high school of 1993, I have never been more torn on a fight. I always have a strong opinion, even if I'm wrong. I'm aware I get them wrong all the time, but I feel it inside. I feel that I know. Gaethje versus Oliveira, my goodness. Not to mention, this is a stand-up fight. If I was to ask you who's going to win between Gaethje versus Oliveira, I could back it up and say, who do you think wins a Muay Thai fight, meaning stand-up with elbows and knees, punches and kicks, that's all you can do. Because that's all they're going to have. I'm not sold on the idea that Oliveira, as good of his takedowns are better than Michael Chandler's, who couldn't take Gaethje down. I've never seen Gaethje take somebody down. I think you've got a stand-up battle. I think if you're handicapping and you're making picks, that's all you have to ask yourself. Who would win a stand-up Muay Thai fight between these two?
I think Gaethje.
It would seem. Right. I mean, it would seem just because he's known to bludgeon, but Oliveira is very diverse. I mean, he'll hit you with a flying knee. He'll hit you with a round kick. He's good with the elbows. He will surprise you at times. And Gaethje, like anybody, you can wear on him. I mean, if you go back to the stand-up battles, maybe it was with Alvarez or maybe even with Poirier, eventually there is a way to wear Justin down. But I'm with you. When I do think of just a stand-up fight between those two, I tend to lean towards Gaethje. Not to mention, Justin's all pissed off all of a sudden. Like, there's something that's really energized and motivated him. I've never seen him look as good as he did against Chandler. I think that was Gaethje's single best performance. And if he brings that with him, man, he could be the world champion by this time next week.
So you're leaning Gaethje.
I think I am. I have to leave it at that. Errol, I've truly never been in a position. I could see both of these guys winning. I think, puncher's chance. We love to throw that term out. It's a very lazy approach. But a puncher's chance, I don't know that Oliveira with his best shot can put Gaethje down. I do know that Gaethje with his best shot could put Oliveira down. I think I lean towards Gaethje.
What about Rose,
4 and
Carla?
5 rounds, I mean, that's very relevant too.
Yeah.
Oliveira is in the 5-round club, and he's passed that with very flying colors. He could come from behind. That's realistic.
And what about Rose, Carla?
I love it. Errol, there has never been a title fight of 2022, but quite possibly in history, as under-promoted, as underexposed as this one. And I'm not... Go ahead.
You're backing my point from 30 minutes ago. Underpromoted. Yes. No. Underpromoted. They're mailing it in, Chael. They're mailing it in. Yes, you agree with me.
But Errol, the question becomes why? Why are they doing that?
No, I'm talking about in general, not just with this fight. I'm talking about in general.
Yes, but then you have all the conspiracies that come out of why would they do that? Well, a lot of people don't understand that this is a rematch. They don't understand there was a rematch that was won by Carla. Oh, and by the way, it was not a competitive first match. It was Carla by a lot. And Carla on top of a poster is not the name power that Rose is, at least of right now. I mean, I don't know why this one's going under the radar. I'm a huge fight fan. I found out 8 days ago that it was even happening right now. I mean, in all fairness, I've never seen a title fight as under-glamorized as this one. And I do have a fair question when I say, why?
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll tell you what, if Eddie Hearn was promoting it, you wouldn't be asking that question. Because if I was promoting it, Chael, I would waltz up there to the dais and say, 2014. In many people's eyes, that's 8 years ago. In my eyes, and in the eyes of these two women, a lifetime ago. Because in 2014, Rose Namajunas was a neophyte in this business. She was a fresh face. Heck, her hair was there. She had long hair. She didn't know what the UFC was all about. She never fought on a big stage before, and she just got off a reality show where she was stuck in a house for 6 weeks, and she had to fight the #1 best fighter on the planet at 115. And what happened? She crumbled under that pressure. And what did she do since then? She built herself up to be maybe the greatest 115-pound champion of all time. Now, is getting a chance to right that wrong against Carlos Barca, who has had to scratch and claw her way. That's how you promote a fight, Chael. That's how you promote. You ain't going to hear any of that. You know what you're going to hear? Who's got the first question? Who's got the first question?
Sure. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you two things. First off, since they set that octagon up in 1993, there is only one position and one technique that holds true today that held true then, which is if you take somebody down against their will and you keep them there, you're probably going to win the fight. That's one thing that Carla does better than anybody in that division. And secondly, if Eddie Hearn was promoting this fight, I wouldn't know what channel it was on.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Last one, Chandler against Ferguson. Feels like everyone's picking Chandler.
Yes.
Feels like the end of the road, right?
I don't love the match for a number of reasons. I don't know where either guy goes from here. I don't know why we're doing this fight. I don't know what the point of it is. It's two guys that we know. It's two top names. All these wonderful. It's going to be a great walkout. It's going to be something special. I get that side of it. I don't know why this match is happening. And I'd like to. I'm not trying to hate on it. I would like to have that answer for my audience. I don't know. I don't know why these two are fighting. I guess because they weigh the same.
Right. This has been so great. By the way, I didn't get a chance to publicly thank you. Thank you so much for that coffee that you sent. I mean, I see it right there. It just reminded me. It is so good. It's really one of the all-time best cups of coffee that I've ever had. Mean Street Coffee, never lost a round. It just keeps you on your toes, keeps you energized, doesn't give you the hard crash. Tastes very earthy taste, if I may say so myself. Very nice in a cappuccino form and in just like, just a tall black. It's just very nice.
Thank you, buddy. That was beautiful. You're very welcome. I missed you. Enjoy a great show.
All right. That's it. You're done with me. Bye, Chael. Great to talk to you as always. Yeah. Bye-bye. He can't slam the computer anymore. But he can pretty much tell you when he's done with you. And by the way, if you're wondering if he sent me the coffee, he absolutely did not send me the coffee. I've never had the coffee before, but I do love a good bag of coffee. And let's be honest, Matt Brown sent me the coffee when I gave a shout out to the coffee. Old Chael P, you gotta love it. There was a time when we were doing the show, and everyone would give him crap for his predictions. I don't know if is that still a thing where he makes picks and then everyone says pick the other person. I don't know, but I agree with his assessment on the main event. Feels like a toss up, and I don't know if he got what I was trying to say about the promotion stuff. But yeah, what have I always said about Carla and Rose? One of the all-time easiest fights to promote, and I don't see anything. And I can assure you, if there's going to be a press conference, and again, people get confused, like they think it's me taking. No, trust me. If anyone could be salty, if anyone could be, biased, this and that, I think I'm fairly confident saying it could be me. I'm not being that guy. I'm sitting here telling you it's a tremendous card. I'm not talking about the product. Let's not confuse the two. I'm not talking about the product. The product is worth your $70, whatever it is now. $75, is it that? The product is worth it. Those two title fights alone are worth it. Getting to watch Shogun's second to last fight is worth it. Getting to watch Cerrone and Lauzon tangle is worth it. Getting to watch Chandler Ferguson, worth it. Getting to watch one of the best, what I've said it before, when Rose Namajunas is on her game, when she is humming, when she is buzzing out there as a striker, there may not be a better boxer in MMA. Everyone loves to talk about boxing. We don't talk about Rose enough. Her footwork, her speed, her jab, her head movement. So please don't mistake when I talk about under promotion as me talking about the product. The product is fantastic. The product is worth your money. It's the fact that no one is actually going out to promote. And by the way, maybe they don't have to anymore. Maybe they are so popular at this point that they don't have to anymore. But call me a sucker when I say, I like to feel emotionally invested. I like to feel something when I get ready for these fights. I like to feel something when I'm, 2 days out, 3 days out before a big fight. I want to see some time and effort put into these fights. And this one is an easy one. You don't have to fabricate. Like Gaethje Oliveira, there's no real story there other than it's 1 versus 2. And Oliveira has a great story, but there's no story between them. These two have an amazing story between them. And so you can rely on, I guess, the media and shows like this one to tell those stories. And that's fine. That's okay. We're going to answer some questions in a bit on the nose coming up. A lot of questions to answer, and I'm feeling a certain kind of way today, so hopefully there are some good ones. Of course, we have to check in with GC in a matter of seconds here, get his official picks for this weekend, and there's a lot of fight cards to be had, so stay tuned for that. But first, this is nice. This feels like a 1980s TV show, like Hill Street Blues or something like that. Oh, actually, this feels like ABC's Wild Wilder Sports or something like that. Is this a theme song from a 1980s or 70s TV show?
What did they do with the script?
By the way, you already have the read from Monday, so it doesn't really matter. The calf slicer, the Peruvian necktie, the banana split. There are tons of ways to come out on top in the octagon, and for UFC 274, there's actually one more. With DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC, new customers can bet $5 on any fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. So, choose your fighter, then sit back and watch the action unfold. Anything can happen on fight night with DraftKings Sportsbook. You've got a sure thing for UFC 274. Have no fear. Bet $5 and get $150 in free bets if your fighter wins. Again, that's DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the UFC. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use promo code The MMA Hour. Again, that's MMA Hour. No, The MMA Hour. You got to get the THE in there. The MMA Hour. Throw down $5 on any 274 fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code The MMA Hour this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Turn the page for more details. Wow. Oh, wow.
Late shipping here to the show.
Wow, this is amazing. How did you do
did
this?
it.
This is incredible.
I mean, how about this?
This
is as good as it gets right here.
Was this always the plan?
Yep, this was the plan from the get-go.
This is incredible. For those that are just listening.
Oh, I mean, if you're just listening.
Yeah, what are you doing with your life?
I don't know what you're doing with your life. The amount of things that you've missed out on.
Tell us. What are you dressed up as? What are you dressed up as?
You know, I got the Chewbacca mask on, the oversized sombrero, I have the lightsaber, the poncho. I mean, we're killing it here.
The amazing thing is that you have to kind of like fit into the.
I'm like trying not to move at all.
Yeah,
It's like my neck is.
This is incredible. How long did this take?
This took a lot of lifting from the team here to get this thing.
The whole team.
Oh yeah, Yoon had to do some stuff. I had to do some stuff. Alex.
I mean, it really came together nicely. I like how you mentioned Yoon, Alex. No mention of Frank.
No, Frank did nothing for this. No, the music, Frank. So yeah, Crypto
Frank.
Joe did nothing for this.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is amazing. I mean, you have once again outdone yourself. Of course, you do this because today is May 4th, and tomorrow.
May the 4th be with you. Cinco de Mayo next day.
You do a big thing for Cinco de Mayo?
You know, depending on the day. It's a Thursday tomorrow. Oh, am I getting out of frame here? There we go.
I mean, I feel like Thursday's a good day to celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Oh yeah, great day. I think Frank's like goading me into trying to do something here.
What are you doing, Frank? And how come you haven't invited me?
I don't have to answer that.
Well, Frank, you are Hispanic, right?
Yes.
We learned this last week.
that we did.
Oh, this is so good. Well, I love everything about this. Are you guys going to go get some Puerto Rican beer after the show again?
No, those are too hard to find. Medallas?
Right. Well, I guess you can have Puerto Rican beer on Cinco de Mayo. You need to have
Mexican.
Modelo.
Yeah, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
Or Tecate.
Tecate's good, yeah. Corona.
No.
Wow.
Not a fan?
I always heard it pronounced Tecate.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Oh, Corona. That's right. What is considered like the premium?
Carta Blanca.
Never. Oh, you ruined it.
You just took it off.
Oh,
there we go. This is our thing.
Wait, no, I liked it. No, that's it. It was too much.
No, we can go back to it. Yeah, we can go back to it. Was it too much?
No, I loved it. I actually kind of like settled in on it. Oh,
Wow.
This is way better. Yeah.
All right. Well, now I just gotta. I had a mark here.
It was
all
a
right,
huge
now we're back
letdown when it went
Now we're
away.
back
Like
in
now, it just kind of feels like same old, same old.
All right. Well, listen, I'll stay here. I don't know if we're gonna be able to go 2-box with you. When we get into these picks.
What do you mean?
There's a lot going on here.
Oh, I see what you
yeah.
I see. All right, fine. For the 2-box, we can keep
For the 2-box for the other
Guess
one.
what? I'm not looking- Yes.
You've still got me. You still got me looking great.
All right, what do we got? Oh, we're
All
going
right,
straight to 274, so nothing on PFL or...
So PFL, I'm going to have to put out later in the week. I had a lot to go through. If you want Bellator, though, I've got Bellator. So before the show, we're sitting there, we're talking about Yoel Romero and everything, and you're like, oh, yeah, he's got a jobber, give him a good win. And I'm sitting here with a bet on Alex Polizzi, money line.
I didn't call Alex a jobber. Just for the record. Go ahead.
That's all it is. I'm fading 45-year-old Yoel Romero.
I mean, Polizzi is not a household name. Short notice fight. Romero, I think, still has a little juice left in him.
Yeah, I think I'm really just
Please
going
don't
off
misconstrue
of
that statement.
I'm really just going off fading Yoel Romero. He's 45 years old. He's not the most active fighter when he's in the octagon, and I just think Polizzi's going to come in and pull this one off.
All right.
So that's all I have for Bellator. That's the only single I have. I got some Bellator fighters mixed into the parlays. But yeah, I put out 274 stuff. Everyone's like, "Where's Bellator? Where's PFL?"
Yeah,
I'm like, "We'll get to that." But like, I feel like
I
felt like the main focus was 274.
All right. Well, now you know. It's weird because when I have Bellator and PFL fighters on the show, everyone's like, Where's the Justin Gaethje? And how come you don't have Rose on?
This voice is really developing.
God.
I feel like from show to show it gets even more drastic.
Drives me freaking nuts. God bless. All right.
Yeah. So that's Bellator.
All right. Yeah. Are you going to watch? By the way, I feel like you made a whole big to-do about the English breakfast for UFC in London. I mean...
I'll go pick up some croissants on Friday morning.
A little baguette.
A
little quiche.
Escargot.
I mean, that's...
Quiche, baguettes, croissants. I'm really carbing up here.
I like that you call it croissants.
Croissant. I need to get that ready for next month.
What else? Oh, yeah, you're going to France, right?
I'll be there.
Eclair,
yeah.
Oh, man, could you imagine if you were there and Bellator was going on? Would you have gone? That might not have gone over well, huh?
I don't know.
You're all the way in Paris and you're going to a Bellator event.
I went to Phoenix and I went to an LFA event. So.
That's true. Although you don't even go to a Bellator event when they're here in Connecticut. Although you are going.
Yes.
In June, finally.
Gegard Mousasi.
Yeah, the Moose.
I will be there.
All right, what else we got?
All right, let's keep it rolling here with 274. A lot of unders this week for me to preview what we've got here. Brendan Royval, Matt Schnell. I'm going to take the under 2.5 in this one. Royval, I mean, in his last fight against Bontarine, he was a phantom tap away from having never seen the cards in his UFC career. Some people thought it was a tap. Some people didn't. But it did go to a decision. That's the only time he's gone to a decision in the UFC. Matt Schnell, I mean, the dude can be chinny, just flat out. He's been knocked out in the first round in 3 of his last 4 losses. Both these dudes, they got slick submission abilities. They don't typically see the cards. I think Royval is going to command this fight. I think he's going to get it done, and I think he's going to get it done inside the distance. This is the under I worry about the most just because it's flyweights, but I do think we hit the under 2.5 here.
All right.
Randy Brown, Rude Boy. I'll be taking him money line against Chaos Williams. I just think Randy Brown's the more skilled fighter pretty much everywhere the fight goes. He does have that ability to take it to the ground if it went there. Obviously, the huge concern is Chaos Williams knocking him out. He has got a sledgehammer for hands, and we've seen Randy Brown get knocked out before, so it's going to be sweaty. Whenever Chaos Williams connects, it's going to be nervous moments. But I think if he can, keep the range, I think he's more versatile on the feet. If for some reason if the fight went to the ground for some reason, it'd be Randy Brown taking it there. So we could mix that in if he wanted to. But I think he can avoid the power and get it done by decision. So I took him at dog money.
This is I'll be honest, this is one of the ones that I was looking at for the week. Chaos is a beast though, but
I'd feel a lot better if the H-Dow was back in this, man.
Yeah. No.
Don't force anything.
No, I don't want to force.
All right, let's keep it rolling. Cowboy Cerrone against Joe Lauzon. Under 2.5.
Under 2.5.
Under 2.5, man. First of all, in this fight, I think it's pretty amazing that a 39-year-old on a 6-fight losing streak is a favorite. But here we are, given the matchup. So under 2.5, dude. I think both these guys' chins are a little bit shot. I think sometimes, Cowboy can quit earlier than he used to in these fights. And if you just look at their UFC careers and WEC, that's how far back these guys go. 18 of Lauzon's 27 UFC fights, under 2.5. That's 2/3 the time. Cerrone, 28 of his 47 UFC and WEC fights, was just a ridiculous number. I mean, the guy is a legend of the game. 60% of the time. I just don't think it's going to go the distance. I mean, with the way the Cowboys been fighting lately, I mean, if he gets hurt, it feels like he quits, quicker than not, even though I do feel a little nervous after seeing the video of him getting emotional about his son, knowing what's going to be going on, getting to see him in front of a crowd. Might be his last UFC fight. Maybe he goes a little bit harder. But yeah, I think these guys are going to come out swinging. Lauzon, he's a fast starter. Cowboy sometimes goes a little bit slower in the beginning stages, which brings me to my next bet.
Oh?
Joe Lauzon to win in round 1 at plus 800 here.
What?
So I just gave you these stats.
What?
During his time with the UFC, Joe Lauzon, 8 first-round finish wins, including 3 of his last 4
I like the way you say his name,
wins.
by the way. Lauzon.
Oh, is it Lauzon?
Lauzon, yeah.
I guess we should have gone over the names in the
No, I mean,
start of the show.
I thought that was just your accent.
No, I think it was just me mispronouncing it. 8 first-round finish wins for Lauzon, including 3 of his last 4.
He went back to Lauzon.
Cerrone, 7 first-round finish losses, including 3 of his last 5 losses.
It's actually pronounced Cerrone. I'm just joking. People used to call him that, though.
Yeah, my guy Jed Mashu is hitting me up on Slack right now. We discussed this last night. He got me on board.
Is there news to break regarding that? Or
yeah,
no?
I guess there is news to break.
Wow,
it's unofficially out.
This is the way we're breaking this?
Thank you, Frank. It'll be out later this this afternoon.
What is it? What is it? Oh,
No Bets Barred. We got a podcast coming out. Me and Jed Meshew, a writer on MMA fighting, will be doing, a betting podcast where it's more of a deep dive where we go over these bets, Sometimes I know you have journalistic integrity. We can't have the deepest back and forth
right.
on the affairs.
This has been recorded?
We'll be doing that. It has been recorded. We went for 90 minutes last night on this card.
Wow. And when's it out?
It should be out this afternoon.
I mean,
we're still working on. Yeah,
I feel like we could have announced this in a bit of a bigger way. No, I set you up for it.
Yeah, I was going to get to it at the.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
So,
well, I'm excited. By the way,
it's Barred.
Tremendous logo. Who designed that?
I mean, come on.
It's great. I like it.
I do like it. Yeah, I like it. I think we can, maybe do something.
So when is this going to come out?
A video.
Not obviously you said today, but is this an every week thing?
Every single week we'll be doing it. We'll be joined by people from MMA fighting. We'll have some other guests on as we go along.
So it's a preview show, but with a betting slant to it.
A betting slant. Yes, it's not going to be us getting on and being like, all right, fight 1, talk about it, fight 2, fight 3, go through the entire card. We'll obviously go over everything in the main card, but it's going to be what bets we have. Like I don't know. I just feel like going over, the second fight of the night and we have a waffling opinion and then we both are like, yep, it's a pass for me. I just feel like it's better if we're giving out our actual bets.
Is it only UFC?
We do. We gave out the Polizzi pick last night, but yes, UFC.
Okay.
So yeah, No Bets Barred. It'll be out this afternoon. And I'll tweet a link to it and everything.
All right. That's awesome. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
And by the way, I'm busy in case you guys asked me to be on.
No, we know. You can't be bothered. You can't be bothered. We understand.
Yes. All right. What else we got?
Yeah, let's keep it rolling. OSP, Shogun Hua. Another under here I'm getting. Under 2.5 on this one. I think this is just two guys that can finish, but have also been finished. Obviously, the last one lasted 34 seconds, I believe it was. Shogun Hua, 8 of his last 12 ended by finish, win or lose. I mean, dude's lost by KO, dude's lost by submission. He's no stranger to being finished. OSP, 10 of his last 12 ended by finish, win or lose. He's lost. He's won by submission, lost, won by KO. I think there's many ways that this one could end inside the distance, so I don't see it going to the cards.
Do you have a winner for this one?
I don't, but I know a lot of people are trying to get on board with playing Shogun as an underdog.
Is Shogun the underdog?
Shogun is the underdog.
Wow. That might be one right there.
Uh-oh.
I'm getting on.
He is sitting at wow. Yeah.
What is he sitting at?
Plus 195.
Why do you say wow to that?
I thought it was like plus 150. Plus 195, man.
It's a tough one. There's no dog that like Brown. Listen, I don't want to hijack your thing here, but it's
you're not hijacking anything, man.
It's been a tough one. All right, what else we got? It's our show, okay? It's my show. Frank always says it's his show because he's producing it back there.
Yeah, the Michael Chandler pick that you hinted at earlier. Yes, I took this right when it opened. I tweeted it out then.
Yeah, what's it now? It's like, currently minus 380.
Yeah, he's
crazy.
But I have him in a parlay as well. So yeah, I know these odds don't do anything for anyone, but yeah, I think he's just faster, he's stronger, he's more explosive, he has better wrestling. I just think Tony is over the hill. Shout out to Prodigy MMA on Twitter for this stat. Tony Ferguson has been controlled for 23 minutes and 54 seconds of his last 30 minutes of fight time.
Wow. Yeah, this I don't know if anyone's going to ask me about it on the nose, but this sort of feels like a potential end of the road fight for Tony Ferguson, if I'm being honest. Now, I say that because
what happens to Chandler if he loses?
I don't know. I don't love the fight for Ferguson. I saw a thing on Twitter just now. I guess MMA Fighting just tweeted this out. The title of the video was, I believe it's from Media Day. Do you see this?
I did not, no.
Tony Ferguson compares Dana White to a drug dealer, opens up on frustrations with the UFC. That's not gonna go over well. I mean, that's just me reading a headline right now, so I don't know the real context behind what this just got posted. But yeah, comparing him to a drug dealer isn't a great thing.
Oh yeah, now I'm seeing it. Oh wow, he pulled up and he turned the chair around.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's when you're getting serious about doing some talking there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this has been brewing inside of him. I mean, he's talked about the Dana White privilege. He's talked about, being unhappy about X, Y, and Z. This has been brewing inside of him for quite some time.
I'm seeing it all right now.
But I don't love where he's at. And honestly, if I was guiding his career, and I know he kind of marches to the beat of his own drum, I would not have taken this fight.
Yeah.
He's taken a lot of damage.
He got dominated by Beneil, like pillar to post. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, I still think it's a must watch. I mean, especially if Tony pulls off the upset, there are going to be a lot of.
Oh, it's going to be a must watch. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a great fight between two great fighters. I wish he would have taken a bit of a step back in terms of competition.
Yeah. Yeah, so I got Chandler as a single. I'll also have him in parlays, which we'll get into in a second. I got 2 more plays here for UFC 274.
All right.
Rose Namajunas.
Ooh.
Rematch Rose.
Yeah.
4-0 in rematch is trying to avenge another one of her losses. I mean, the fight comes down to how successful Carla is going to be in the takedowns. Like, if she's getting the takedowns, if she's getting the control time, then she's going to win the fight. And if she's not, then I think she's going to lose. I think Rose is just classes above her on the feet, especially now, as opposed to the last fight. You mentioned how when she's humming, she is one of the best boxers, not just in the strawweight division, but in all of the UFC. I mean, she can just go to work. So can she avoid the takedowns? I mean, I'm placing this bet under the assumption that she can. I mean, last time out against Zhang Wei Li, we saw her get taken down 5 times, but I felt that she handled the ground game pretty well. I mean, she didn't get held down. She had good scrambling. She was able to take control from the other side a few times in that fight. And I felt like it came as more of a surprise against Wei Li, where Carla is going to come in and immediately go for takedowns and try to get this fight to the ground. Trevor Whitman, I don't think the game plan can be understated when you have a coach like that, coach of the year last year. So just got to box, stay at range, limit the takedowns, get up as quickly as possible when you do get taken down. I think she's going to do that. And another thing, just looking at the last 6 fights, they're both 5-1 in their last 6. Carla, she got dominated by Tatiana Suarez. Then she fought Virna Jandiroba, Alexa Grasso, Michelle Watterson, Marina Rodriguez, and Yan Jianan. Not bad. Title contenders in there. Rose, 5-1 in her last 6 fights. Joanna, Andrade, Yang. I mean, these are champions that she has been fighting. Fighting the upper echelon, the world-class fighters at this division is nothing new for Rose. Rematch Rose. I think she gets it done.
Yeah. I mean, Carla's great, and she had her number. Rose was a much different fighter, much different person when they first fought almost 8 years ago. By the way, I think I saw this on Jedi's feed this morning. There's only been one UFC strawweight title fight ever in the almost 8-year history of the division that didn't involve either Rose or Joanna.
Yeah.
And I didn't even look it up, but I'm pretty sure it's the Zhang Wei Li versus Jessica Andrade title fight in China. That's pretty amazing. Considering,
Joanna, dude, I was going through the record book, just looking at stats before this fight, because Carla's the all-time leader in takedowns in the division by a massive margin. I think she has 42 and Andrade has 23. But Joanna, as far as striking goes, is so far and away in the record books of this division. It's crazy.
Well, I'm looking at this quote here from Tony. You should ask some of the other fighters that have been fucking treated like shit for a long time too. I'm not the only one thinking it. I mean, is it possible to play this clip to react to it or no?
If it's MMA fighting?
Yeah. It's from the media day.
Once I hop on it, once I hop off of here, I can snag it for sure.
Cool. I'm just curious. There's a bunch of clips that they posted that I would love to hear and maybe react to.
Yeah, let's do it. Right. Let me give you these last couple picks.
Yeah, no problem.
I'll jump off. Oliveira Gaethje, I'm taking this one under 2.5. I took it at -134. I took under 2.5 because it's a Charles Oliveira Justin Gaethje fight. I mean, Oliveira, his fights, they just get so hectic so fast, just rewatching them. Just going back to Poirier and Chandler, they got so crazy and chaotic. The Chandler fight, Charles had been knocked down, got taken into a tight guillotine, flipped it over, took Michael Chandler's back. Chandler fought up and got back up from it, and it had been 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the first round. They just get so crazy. But from an actual numbers standpoint, 16 of Oliveira's last 17 fights have gone under 2.5. 25 of his 29 UFC fights have gone under 2.5. I mean, the dude has 40 pro fights. 36 of them have not gone to a decision. I know this one is 5 rounds, but most of them have been 3. Gaethje, he's no stranger to a finish himself. 23 of his 26 fights have not seen the scorecards. I mean, he's not as prevalent as Oliveira with the under 2.5s, but still 4 of his last 6 fights have not going 2.5, so it's not a rarity. I just think the pace of this one is going to be insane. I think both these guys are not afraid to get hit. They can also throw bombs. And if Oliveira gets Justin's back, it might be over. Like, I think this one's going to be done before the third round is up.
Do you have a pick?
Oh, my gosh. On the actual side, I keep waffling, dude.
Oh, so I didn't know if you bet on it.
Oh, yeah, no, I took the under 2.5.
But no, if you had a pick, like an actual, okay, yeah.
I don't have a side. I don't have a side.
Oh,
I
side,
couldn't get there.
Yeah, tough.
I almost took Oliveira inside the distance, but then I was like, Gaethje by knockout. Anytime I got on one side, I would do like, try to reassure myself, and then I would start getting on the other. I think it's such a tough fight to call.
I'm starting to lean a certain way.
Oh?
Starting to lean a certain way.
That way is?
I just wanted to see something here.
All right, well, you see something. I'll
yeah.
rip through these parlays real quick. There's the other Bellator play, Soren Bach, Andre Fiallo. I think he's just going to run through Cameron Van Camp. And then Saul Alvarez, Canelo, baby.
Yeah.
Fights on Saturday night. I'm having him finishing up both of these parlays right here. I just think, Bivol, I know he's big. I know Canelo's moving up in the weight class. Bivol doesn't have a knockout since 2018. Canelo, obviously, 60 pro fights. He's never been knocked out before. And if you're going to beat Canelo Alvarez on Cinco de Mayo weekend on the scorecards, I just feel like you are going to have to firmly beat this dude. I mean, we see, robberies, sketchy decisions all the time in boxing. Canelo Alvarez definitely has the rub of the judges.
Wow, what are you implying?
I mean, who was it? Josh Taylor in Scotland the other week?
Yeah.
The other month?
No. I mean, there is. Vegas, you don't see it as much.
I'm not saying it's a fixed fight, but I'm saying if it's a close fight, they will give it to Canelo, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a crazy
honestly,
thing to
Canelo
say.
not getting enough credit for taking this fight. Like, first of all,
yeah,
comparing him to other boxers, heck, compare him to other MMA champions of his stature. The dude fights 3 times in a calendar year. Like, the guy is pretty damn active, and he doesn't have to be. Like, he makes enough money to where he could fight once a year. So that's pretty amazing. And Bivol's tough.
Bivol's tough, dude. I mean,
175, like it's him and Beterbiev. Shout out to Montreal, George St. Pierre, protege. This is not like people are talking about. Again, that's what was pissing me off about the Ali and Usman thing. They're talking about him like he's a scrub. The guy, first of all, if
about
Usman,
Canelo?
no, about Bivol.
Oh yes.
If Usman fought in boxing against Bivol, he would lose that fight. The guy's not a
100%.
scrub. I don't know how many social media followers he has and all this other nonsense. Like, you just sound silly when you talk like this. If you want the fight, you want the fight, but don't expose yourself for being clueless about who these people are. That he is, dude is fighting top tier guys all the time. And if he wins this fight, he may fight Triple G, who's still very much a factor. He may fight Beterbiev. Like, he's not fighting bums. You can't say that about Canelo.
Oh, absolutely not. He's fought Floyd. He's already fought Triple G twice. Like, I mean, dude.
He fought Floyd very young in his career.
Yeah, 23, I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, should be a great fight. Should be a great weekend of combat sports.
I was going to go to the Canelo fight.
Yeah, Eddie was offering the PJ, and you said no.
Couldn't be bothered.
Cinco de Mayo. May the 4th be with you. Is it possible to get that up before we go?
Yeah, before we go.
Maybe.
Maybe just the music?
We're after
We could do the music again, yeah.
I like the music. 274.
Nah.
There it is.
There's the music, please. Can we get the...
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
This is tremendous music, by the way.
Oh, my God. Frank, audio guy.
Frank, what do you suggest someone eats on Cinco de Mayo?
Margaritas.
Isn't that a drink?
Yeah.
Quesadilla, margaritas.
Quesadilla, that's more Tex-Mex.
Is it really?
Yeah. Which doesn't, we're not getting into it. I mean, it doesn't make it any less authentic Mexican, but it is Tex-Mex.
Tacos.
It's,
no?
You know what?
Taco
some
meat?
Nachos. How about that? Just some straight up
What?
nachos.
Wait,
and
tacos
margaritas.
We talked about taco meat earlier in the program. Had you ever heard of that term before?
Yeah.
You have? All right. Everyone's acting all weird. Like, what? I just want to know what's a traditional thing to have on Cinco de Mayo.
Taco.
Yeah.
Burrito.
So why do you...
Quesadilla.
Fajitas?
Fajitas.
Love fajitas.
Carne asada.
Yeah.
Here we go, carne asada.
I'm kind of craving some Mexican right now. We should go out after as a team and have some Mexican food.
I don't think he could be bothered.
To everybody, he says this on the show, and then he'll peel out of here as soon as this thing's done.
By the way,
He's slacking right now.
That's
Actually, I'm joking.
It's really not nice that you guys say this. I'm literally the last person to leave every single time.
What?
I'm always like, hey guys, like anyone want to hang out after? No, we got our thing. We got our family to get to. We got things.
Just making sure that the show was edited before you leave.
Yeah. Well, no, I wait for you to leave. I lock up, and then I go on my merry way.
All right, tacos after the Tacombe, right down
go.
the street.
Is there a taco place?
Oh, there's several taco places.
Yeah.
I may
Now
back myself into a corner now.
Now you're really getting nervous.
pictures
There's
of
actually a
margarita.
taco place. We're actually
Do they
down.
deliver? I mean, can we take it to go?
Let's get some margarita.
I like a good frozen margarita, by the way, and I
They
go
serve them
Why
frozen.
am I not
yeah.
surprised?
You take you get the tall ones in Las Vegas. You guys ever do that?
Never been to Las Vegas.
That still blows my mind. International Fight Week. Khamzat versus Nathan Diaz.
I wish I could.
Busy.
Not busy.
Got plans?
That's a better term for it.
I don't understand.
I'll just be drained after this European.
Oh, I got you. Where are you going, by the way?
France, Switzerland, Italy.
Wow. And this is for
a wedding.
A wedding.
Yeah.
Who's getting married?
My girlfriend's best friend.
Wow. It's a getaway thing, a destination wedding?
Destination wedding.
In France?
In Italy.
I mean, it's very presumptuous to make people fly all over. I mean, it's like, that's asking a lot.
Yes.
I mean, could you not done it at the Sheraton down the street?
I could not agree with you.
Who's footing the bill here?
They're footing a decent amount of it, but I'm also footing a lot of it.
I mean, it feels like a lot. Maybe we can get together and help you guys out.
The credit card's steaming right now. So yeah.
Maybe we should have not gone to New Orleans for the national championship with this on the horizon.
Or Indianapolis.
I mean, we could have made some better choices.
Arizona.
Yeah, it was a lot of travels.
I just moved to New York. I think I could have planned this better. All right, let's answer some
All
questions.
right. Time now for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A.
I was wondering if we were
fans.
just going to keep GC up there. I noticed something that they did with that.
Ladies
it's like
and
a
gentlemen,
picture, and then he's
moment
kind of
has
in the
arrived
picture. That's
to hear
really
from the
clever.
man himself,
All right,
Ariel
let's get
Helwani.
fired up.
Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's
Let's get
On the
fired up.
News. And now,
Anyone
to
call me
answer
lately?
your
No.
questions, get out of your seats and on
All
your
right.
feet
Yeah.
because here he is, Ariel Helwani.
Yeah. Do we have good questions? Does anyone look over these questions before I get to them? Is there any checks and balances?
That would be bad form.
No. Well, I don't agree with that. Happy birthday to The Rock. Just celebrated his 50th birthday. I mean, I'm ready to go. All right, here we go. Oh, wait, not new. Top. Oh. Can I just say, I feel like I got a bit of a headache after I just did that.
You shouldn't hit yourself in the head.
Yeah, I mean, that was El Cubano kicks us off. Hola, Ariel. One of my favorite friendships in the UFC takes center stage this weekend. Co-main and main event, Rose and Gaethje. Still to this day, the video of Gaethje crying tears of happiness for Rose's win is still very much one of my favorite outside the octagon moments. Cornering both fighters is Trevor Whitman, and while he is known for containing his emotions in both victory and defeat, that doesn't mean he doesn't feel those emotions. Wow, we're getting deep here. My question is, if hypothetically Rose were to lose before the Gaethje fight, how do you think it would affect both Gaethje and Whitman's mindset heading into the main event, Viva Helwani? I mean, only they could truly know the answer to that. Trevor doesn't like to do a lot of media these days, unfortunately, so it's hard to really get into his brain. I would say it wouldn't affect Whitman all that much. I mean, Whitman is a pro. He's been around the fight game. He's been around boxing, MMA for quite some time. And they benefited from it in New York, and I think they are ready to deal with whatever consequences may come if it doesn't go their way on Saturday. But this is a big freaking deal for Gaethje. Remember, he lost the title fight to Khabib. Who knows how many other chances he gets to do this sort of thing, to fight for the belt. So I don't, again, speculating, but I don't think it would affect them all that much. Better odds, Rose wins versus Justin, though. Oh, wait. I wish there was a way to weed out the replies here. Better odds. Rose wins. Oh, okay. This is okay. Sorry. All right. Bonjour, Lord Ariel from Matmo. In Dragon Ball Z, there's an extraordinary place known as the hyperbolic time chamber. Once you enter the time chamber, for every 1 day that passes in the outside world, an entire year elapses in the chamber. The Z fighters use the room to train in preparation for much stronger foes when time is of the essence. My question is, if you had access to a hyperbolic time chamber, a room where you had essentially infinite time, void of family and work responsibilities, what would you use it for? P.S. I went ahead and edited Chris Cyborg's location of her first fight on Wikipedia. If you check it now, you will see it says Sao Paulo and no longer Curitiba. She had mentioned this on Monday's show after you looked it up. Long live the man of steel, Wani. Man, if you had access to a hyperbolic time chamber, a room where you had essentially infinite time, void of family and work responsibilities, what would you use it for? But why would I want to be alone without my family? Am I misreading this, Frank? Like, why would anyone want to go into a hyperbolic time chamber alone without family or work responsibilities? What would I do there?
You wait.
You just wait?
Yep.
No, but honestly, I don't really understand.
I think you have the right response, that you would rather be with your family.
Yeah. All right.
I think your family would appreciate it if you straightened up your microphone a little bit, though.
What's wrong with it? Oh.
Thank you.
What do you think, GC? I mean, I don't really get, a lot of people are saying this is a great question, and I just kind of feel like it's a very selfish thing to do.
What are you trying to accomplish going in there?
I don't know. He says that the Z fighters use this room to train in preparation for much stronger foes when time is of the essence. My question is, if you had access to a hyperbolic time chamber, a room where you had essentially infinite time void of family and work responsibilities, what would you use it for? I'd be depressed.
Well, when you come back out, it's still the same time.
Yeah, I know, but what do you want me to do? Read a book? Like, what do you...
You don't think freezing time would be beneficial at all?
By myself? What's good? I mean...
There's no telling how long you have to stay in there.
Yeah, but what good comes out of it?
Did you ever see Groundhog Day?
Yeah.
Where he like teaches himself to play piano and ice sculpture.
There's something you don't think you could accomplish by just...
Tell me, what would you go and do?
Oh, man, I don't know. Maybe go in there and train.
Like,
I would focus on understanding why this is difficult for you to answer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, what do you want me to do? You want me to just go in there and train?
You don't have to train. I don't know. I'd get jacked up. No work responsibilities.
I would sit and watch a bunch of movies.
You would sit and be excited to get out.
I'd be like, well, this is pretty damn boring. I could train in the outside world. What do I need to do it in here for?
But then time's going by.
I get it. I wish I did have enough. I'm really itching to get back to my boxing training. I boxed for a year before the pandemic, and then I stopped. But since I had COVID, which is, I guess,
what?
Yeah, breaking news.
Real quick, this whole breaking news thing, it's like, even when I'm not on the show, someone's like, oh man, that's breaking news. Like, I feel my finger.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like it.
Oh, we talk about it all the time. I even reference you on other shows.
I heard about
when
that.
I break news. Anyway, now I feel like I can go out there and train. Or box, I should say.
There you go. Go into the chamber and train boxing.
Okay, so Casey's giving me some good ones. 1 year is 1 day. You train, you learn every skill you ever wanted, play basketball with the best trainers, and lose no time. That's pretty damn good. I guess I'm just not that imaginative.
Yeah, I think you might have gotten that one right.
All right. Adrian, dear Ariel, greetings once again from London, Ontario, Canada. Firstly, I wanted to let you know that the interview between you and Eddie Hearn last week motivated me to watch Taylor Serrano. Wow. Which was one of the most spectacular and inspirational sporting events I've ever seen. Thank you for promoting this event. Well, I wasn't the promoter of record, but I do appreciate you saying that I shined a light on this great matchup. I also thoroughly enjoyed your interview with Eddie this Monday. I was hoping to get your thoughts on his comments pertaining to being average. He had some great insight into the fact that by definition, the majority of people are average, and so this term should not be viewed as insulting. However, any person who is exceptional at something must at one point have been average at that thing before they pulled away from the pack. Correct. I actually don't view it as a massive insult unless you don't think that you were average. I think what he was trying to say was he was very bad at boxing, Jake was. Now he's gone up to average. Like there's always going to be a process there, right? So I think he was trying to give him somewhat of a compliment, but I think Jake took it as you're just not that good. My question to you is, in your case, you are obviously an exceptional combat sports journalist. Thank you. My question to you is, when would you last consider yourself to have been an average journalist? I suspect it would have to have been over a decade ago, but I'm curious as to your thoughts. Additionally, what do you think you did career-wise that set you apart from the rest and led you to becoming exceptional in this field? As always, appreciate your valuable insights. I mean, golly, hard to answer this one without sounding like a raging egomaniac. I definitely think early in my career, I was a little too stiff. Here's the thing. It's hard for me to answer this question because I don't think that I'm spectacular. I actually would call myself average at this point. And that's not me being like, faux humble and all this stuff. So I don't really think that I won. I don't think that I've accomplished. I don't think that I've climbed the mountaintop, all these things. I've talked about the Forrest Griffin interview in 2008 now, where I got roasted for it because he kept like patting me on the back and touching my shoulders. And I did the Gina interview and I was not feeling too good about myself. And I just kind of decided to try to be myself as much as possible. And I think early on, I decided I'm not going to try to be like anyone else. I'm not going to try to put on a fake voice and be Mr. Journalist guy, Mr. TV guy, and just kind of be myself, like it or leave it. Like early on, people used to tell me, oh, your voice. When I went to work for Fox, one of the first things that they told me to do was go to a voice coach. And when the UFC was in LA for UFC on Fox 4, I went to a guy's house who was trying to teach me how to develop my voice. And that felt very unnatural to me. Either you like me or you don't. Either you like my voice or you don't. And obviously, I think I've gotten better at speaking and better at articulating and at times speak a little slower and, you punctuate certain things and all this stuff. But I never wanted to change my voice because I'm not that guy. I'm not a play-by-play guy. I'm not a traditional journalist by any stretch. Of the way like people measure journalists. I'm not like Joe Buck. I'm not a play-by-play guy. I'm not a John Anik type. I'm not a Mike Goldberg type. I don't know. I'm just me. And I've just tried to go with that. But I appreciate the compliment, but it's hard for me to answer because I still do consider myself average. I still think that there's a lot more to do and a lot better stuff that can be done. Alton, just 2 questions today. Firstly, how true are those leaks from the War Room? Seem fairly convenient having those all-in-one shots. Fights like Paddy versus Ottman and Nate versus Khamzat don't make sense. So that interview was shot a couple of weeks ago, and I don't think that was done on purpose. I don't think that they were trying to leak. I just think that the way it was positioned and happened to be in the shot. I will be honest, I didn't really watch the whole thing. I saw the tweets, I saw the clips and all that stuff. I saw Jedi post the screen grabs. He's the best at that stuff, and everyone ran with it. But I will tell you this, I have heard of all those fights, and, Izzy versus Cannonier is all but done. It's just like a signature away from being done. I told you already that Jones versus Stipe is something that they wanted for July 30th. What else was on there? We've talked about Ankalaev versus Smith. Like all these things were real. And I will say this, and let me just try to explain to people this, if I can. And I'm not trying to say like I'm some, fight whisperer, if you will. But more often than not, can I let you in on something? When I say something that is kind of an idea, it's more often than not, unless I explicitly say otherwise, it is rooted in fact. So a couple of weeks ago, I said, I wouldn't be surprised if Nate Diaz just says, you know what, give me Khamzat so I could get on my merry way. Remember when I said that? Now let's go back to the previous statement. More often than not, rooted in fact. Okay? Remember, I've said this a couple times now. So yeah, is it a done deal? No. Is there something there? Yeah, there is something there. But I don't know what's going to happen. Tell you what, a lot closer to happening than Jones versus Stipe right this second for July 30th. So it's going to be really interesting. And the only reason why the fight probably happens is at this point, maybe it just expedites things. And maybe he watched that fight against Gilbert and said, you know what? F it. Let's just take the fight and move on with our lives. Because Chael's right. It will take a lot. Unless he gets knocked out in 10 seconds, it will take a lot to hurt his stock. And even if he does get knocked out in 10 seconds, I still think the Jake Paul fight is there. Second question from, and maybe he doesn't want the Jake. I'm just saying, I think there's still options for him out there. What's going to happen with Dean Barry? Surely he gets a second chance after them spending so long. Yeah, I think they just run it back with Mike Jackson. Will, hi Ariel. Finally got the Substack app, but you are the only person I subscribe to. Do you have any other recommendations of writers you enjoy, sports or otherwise? Will Leach, love his page. Jeff Pearlman, love his page. Mark Stein, love his page. Grant Wall, love his page. A lot of great writers with pages that I highly suggest checking out. Those are probably the top 4 for me. Newman, hello Ariel. Hello Newman. First, I have to thank you for promoting. What? He was? Well, I asked New York Rick if he's going to be on today. He's like, no, I can't be on. So our gimmick of having him on during On the Nose was I thought it was going to be a thing. It lasts 1 week. Oh, and now he just tells me, this is why you have to be on. Frank, we have some breaking news. Literally 9 minutes ago, Damon Martin of MMA Fighting reported, along with Guilherme Cruz, that Dean Barry has been released from the UFC. What the hell? Jeez. What a saga. Ireland's going to be absolutely crushed. Well, thank you for this. I appreciate someone telling me so I don't look like a dolt. I would have gone with the rematch. Poor Dean Barry. I actually thought he looked pretty good before all the infractions, but maybe they just didn't love the way he handled it all. All right. So he says, thank you for the way you promoted it. I appreciate it. I was just trying to cover something that I was excited about. That's all. It exceeded the hype in every way and maybe the greatest boxing match I've ever seen. I actually didn't mind the 2-minute rounds because it was all action. That is true. Shout out to GC. Yesterday in your non-MMA Q&A, you mentioned Brendan Schaub as one of your favorite comedians. I saw that he recently put out a new comedy special, The Gringo Poppy, which currently has a 1.1 rating out of 10 on IMDb. Have you seen it? And if so, what's your rating? I haven't gotten around to seeing all of it. I've seen a few clips. That was pretty good. I give it a solid 1.7. No, nothing. Frank, have you seen it?
No.
GC, have you seen it?
I've seen a few clips like you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the IMDb is tough look.
Not nice. Can I just say, I don't wish any harm on Brendan. I really don't. And I think we all need to try to get some hate out of our hearts. Like, I didn't like the things that he said about me last year, but I really don't root for his demise. I don't root against him. I don't root for his non-success, if you will, for his failures. There's enough for all of us to be successful, and I don't want anyone to be unhappy. Like, I saw the clip of him crying, and I saw people editing my stuff into that. Like, I don't know if he was crying because of that or because of other things going on, but I don't think we should root for anyone to be sad or to hurt anyone. So I know this is not going to make a lot of people happy, but I said what I had to say because I felt like I had to say it, but I see him coming out with that. I'm not rooting for it to be a failure, honestly. Robert Schmaltz. Peace, Ariel. Don't understand all the shade thrown New York Rick's way. Look, he could have been here to accept these flowers. The man is clearly a legit longtime hardcore fan of the sport. I mean, my man was correctly pronouncing Israel Adesanya's name back in the King of the Ring glory days, 2015-16. He's the only dude on the program I trust is consistently following MMA across the various promotions, not just the UFC. My bet, more than anyone else at the MMA Hour, New York Rick is hyped for 157 because not despite the card is top heavy on world-class Muay Thai and grappling, not just Bang Bros. My other bet, the New York Rick haters are mostly Johnny casuals hanging on to Connor tweets. Come on. Ariel, wouldn't you agree? New York Rick is the Michaels to your Hart, the Savage to your Hogan, the Muta to your Sting. People put some respect on New York Rick's name. But the thing is, like, those guys are rivals, right? Michaels, Hart, Savage, Hogan. I agree with everything you've said. And I do think that people like to poke New York Rick out of love, and he likes to poke them back, so it becomes a fun game. But make no mistake about it. I think that there is an infinite amount of respect there on both sides of the equation. I wish he was here to listen. I'm not reading your slacks, okay? Either you're here or you're not. Why couldn't you be here? If you could slack me, why could you not actually be on the horn and speak? It's crazy. I agree. Anyway, can anyone find out if Robert Schmaltz is New York Rick's burner account here? Because it seemed a little dicey. Yeah, hey, Ariel. What's that?
We're on it.
Oh, thank you.
We're looking into it.
Just a food for thought. Could we keep chronological rather than top on the nose shouldn't be a popularity contest? I mean, every week, everyone's complaining about this. What do you want me to do? You want your question answered, wake up early and wait in line like the rest of us. That's fair.
Random picks.
Yeah, could do that. Alas, what's the best pizza topping? Wow. Jalapenos, pepperoni with ranch on the side. Ugh. Ranch? Disgusting. Let me tell you what's the best pizza topping. This was my go-to. Have we ever talked about this on the show? Go-to Sunday nights. Green olives, not black. Hate black olives. There's like a different taste to it. They feel bland. Ugh. Green olives, salty, nice. And pineapple. What do you think, Frank?
Run that one back.
Green olives and pineapple.
Oh, it's a hard pass for me.
Come on. It's so good. It's a salty. It's a sweet. Oof. I could taste it in the back of my throat right now. It's like I'm getting that little feeling in the back of my throat right here. Green olives, pineapple. Have you ever tried this concoction?
No, but Yoon does put pickles on her pizza.
Pickles?
Yeah, it's like a Korean thing, apparently.
What?
She'll explain herself.
Wait a second.
Not on the top, on the side.
Oh, well, you see, I feel like Frank just misrepresented you there.
Yeah, he did.
By the way, is this on the air or off the air?
We went over this.
I'm not sure. I can't remember.
It's on the air.
Perfect. So what do? You take the pizza and then you have pickles on the side?
On the side, yeah.
And you take like a bite of the pizza and then a bite of the pickles?
Yes.
Wow. That's a Korean thing?
Yeah.
Never heard of such a thing. Is it a sweet pickle or a sour pickle?
Just regular pickle.
And why don't you put the pickle on top of the pizza?
Some people doesn't like pickles, I think.
Yeah. I kind of feel like it would be fun to do that.
Yeah, it's good actually.
Wow. Frank, have you ever had pickles on your pizza?
So because of this, I made fun of it. I had a good laugh. And then I decided to...
You tried it?
Well, put it on a pizza sandwich that we got down the street.
And how was it?
Every time I get that pizza sandwich, I get pickles on it.
Wow.
So, look, you know what? Pizza with the pineapple and the olive, I'm going to do it this weekend.
Green olive, so don't get black.
No, look, I black olive without any problem. But I'll do the green olive. But I make no promises I'm going to enjoy it.
What's your go-to?
For me, it's mushrooms. Yep.
That was it? You took a big sigh in the midst of the mushroom.
Because it's really like mushrooms and then anything else is okay. But as long as the mushrooms are there.
Okay. What about you, GC?
So I'm actually pineapple as well, but pineapple and bacon. Not Canadian bacon, real bacon.
Can't do it. We can't have pizza together. Unless we go halvesies.
I'll go for your green olives. I can live with the green olives.
Have you had it?
I haven't. No, I've never done green olives and pineapple. But pineapple is my favorite pizza topping, which I'm sure I'll get slammed.
Why are people so anti? Like I see it in people's Twitter bio. I don't put pineapple on my pizza. Like really, you feel that strongly? The people who are anti-pineapple on pizza are generally the people who don't like when I say I like my steaks well done.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that one a little more.
Come on. Different strokes, different folks. Anyway, anyone out there, try it. It's tremendous. By the way, the bacon, I'm assuming, is salty, so you kind of get the same type of thing from it, the salty and the sweet.
Exactly, yeah.
Good morning, Ariel. This is from Dan. You mentioned Buffalo Wild Wings the other week. Did I? I don't remember mentioning them. And so everyone doesn't experience the same trauma as I did. They do not show pay-per-views anymore. Found out right before it was going to start last time. Oh, man. You should 100% be leading the charge on the MMA Hall of Fame creation. You are the only person I trust to create it with a sense of integrity. All right. I would like to do it. There's many things I would like to do. I want to buy a Westphalia, and I want to start an MMA Hall of Fame. These are my bucket list items in my 40s that I'd like to accomplish. Jose, greetings, Ariel. Uh-oh. Oh, man. This is a bummer. From Jose, greetings, Ariel. It is with such sadness I report the passing of my father, who passed away this Monday due to cancer. Antonio loved boxing and promised me he would attend this upcoming fight involving Canelo Bivol. Now I'm left with an empty seat. Oh, man. I'm sorry. Following up on my take from the beginning of the year, is it safe to say my prediction for the best fights in combat sports history is living up to the expectations? With Fury White, Tank Rolly, Spence Ugas, Taylor Serrano, Fandora Lubin, Triple G Murata, etc., and MMA as well. How's the follow-up hot take? Well, first of all, I mean, my sincerest condolences to your family, to yourself. I'm really sorry to hear that, and I think it would be a beautiful gesture if you're still able to go to the fight and have the empty seat next to you in honor of your father. If he was such a big boxing fan, I know that would be very, very hard, but symbolically, hopefully he's able to watch it with you in some way, shape, or form. And to your other point, yeah, boxing's been amazing. This is what I've been trying to say. And don't forget about the Mick Conlon fight not that long ago. I mean, there's been an incredible streak of fights almost every weekend. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Devin Haney coming up with George Kambosos, Rolly and Tank, as you mentioned, in Brooklyn. But much love to you and your family, Jose. Eric, Ariel, on Monday you said that Chito Vera seems like a fun guy to smoke the devil's lettuce with. I know you don't partake in the sticky icky much these days. Yes, the last time I did, I was at a baseball game in my early 20s, and Brad Wilkerson was walking up to the plate, and I turned to my friend Brandon Svark, who listens to this segment every single week, and I do want to say hello to him. He's not even an MMA fan. I don't even think he watches MMA, but for some reason he likes this segment. He is the owner of Naked and Famous Denim. Are you familiar with this brand, Frank? Great jeans, Naked and Famous.
Never heard of it.
GC?
I've also never heard of them.
Well, you guys, they specialize in. I'm gonna mess this up. Japanese selvage denim. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Anyway, Wilkerson hit a grand slam, walk off. I had to do it. I know you don't partake, but can you name 4 other fighters that you think it would be fun to share a doobie with? The mysterious Frank of pulling mischievous pranks, Eric. Gosh. Well, Cheeto's there because I said it. I mean, I feel like Nathan has to be in the mix, right? Nathan and Nick, that would be fun. Who else? Who am I missing here? Rampage? Who am I missing? Izzy. I think Izzy would be a fun one. Max Holloway. He would be a fun one. Brandon Moreno. He'd be a fun one. Colby. No, I'm just joking. Derek Lewis. That's the one. He'd be a fun one as well. Oh no, did I screw this up? Sorry.
What happened?
I screwed it up, but I'm back. Hey, Ariel, once again, I'm on top of the ladder building a movie set. So the news Diaz, this is Dirty Prop Maker. He actually builds movie sets. With the news Diaz might fight Khamzat, how much of a chance do you really think he has? I'm a huge Diaz fan, but I feel that fight will be a one-way beatdown. I think he has a solid chance. Look, people are forgetting that they offered this fight to him in October. Maybe he saw something in that Gilbert fight, or maybe he's just had enough and recognizes that. I still don't understand why he couldn't have the Poirier fight. I mean, obviously, look, if they make this fight, it means one of two things. Either A, he's had enough, or B, they're not coming to terms and they want to give him the toughest fight out. And they were always going to do that because that's why they offered him that fight back in October. Now, do they ultimately agree to him leaving after this fight? Do they make it super hard for him? There's a bunch of things that they can do. There's going to be a 90-day exclusive negotiation period, and they could drag that out. I mean, it's not like he's going to get that fight July 2nd and be able to walk out unless they actually negotiate that. So this saga, if this is in fact the end, is going to drag on for quite some time. Good day, MMA Hour crew. If Charles beats Justin, next would likely be the Benil Islam winner. Would a Khabib return be inevitable if Charles beats the opponent, or strictly only if Islam, or is that not even enough to get a return? I feel like the more and more we move away, it's going to be tough. But no, I mean, he's still young and he didn't take a lot of damage. So never say never. Certainly not in combat sports. Likely Kamaru return day. Lately, I've been hearing August potentially, but not 100% just yet. Donovan, greetings once again from Ottawa, Canada. Last week, you asked for some spicier questions. So here goes. All right. Boxing has been criticized throughout the years for fixing the careers of many of their top stars in lacking true best versus best matchups. It worries me that the recent placements of Paddy the Baddy, Sean O'Malley, and Ian Gary are following in the same path on the MMA side. They don't have real contender potential, but the UFC will curate matchups in order to put them in a place to succeed. I understand that they have a business responsibility to milk these promotional cash cows for as long as they can, but it sucks for MMA purists and has some dangerous implications. Now, I will say, Ian Gary, Paddy the Baddy, not the same thing. Ian's way younger than Paddy. Paddy's been around I don't think you can criticize the way they've been booking Ian. If you want to criticize the Paddy one, fine, but the Ian one, not fair. O'Malley, been a little slower, but that changes July 2nd. He's fighting Pedro Munoz. So it worries me that the same strategy will bleed into fights at the championship level, see Conor McGregor, and we'll lose the truly competitive matchups of interest in the interest of profit. Do you worry that the UFC will start to go down the same path that boxing has in years? They've already done that. There was once a time where Dana would say like, hey, we're not going to do a one-fight card and we're not going to water down our product. They do one-fight cards and they have watered down their product. Now they're extremely successful, so God bless. But a lot of the things that he said he wouldn't do, he has done. Interim titles, instituting that, all this stuff and more. So that ship has sailed. You have to be smart. It wouldn't be smart to put Ian Gary in there with some veteran. Wouldn't be smart. Now, you can make the case that Paddy, because he's been around a lot longer, should be fighting someone else. Sure. But it wouldn't be smart to put him in there against some veteran. No way. I don't really have an issue with the way they booked Ian, Sean, and I really don't have an issue with the way they booked Paddy as well, especially for 12 and 12. Why should Paddy be fighting top-tier guys? Now, I'm sure that's going to change the next time he fights, but so far, with 2 fights in the can. Bawani Ariel from Abai. 2 questions. Nathan and Dustin want to fight. Is he being forced to now fight Chimaev? It's not that he's being forced. This is who they offered. And, there's a scenario where it's like, all right, you want me to fight this guy? Then let me out afterwards. He could have fought Dustin over the last 4 or 5 months and they just weren't offering that fight. That's why I keep saying this has been a travesty. That's why I keep getting frustrated about this, because this guy's been healthy. Did you hear what Joe Lauzon said at the top? Sean Shelby calls him up and says, hey, I got to give you 3 fights. Are they doing that with Nate? No. Why? That's my question. Why aren't they doing that with Nate? At this point, I'm almost tired of talking about it because it feels like I'm the only one talking about it and raising a stink. And then everyone's like, oh, you're being a hater. But why can't it just be fair for everyone? Why does it have to be like this? Again, you would never hear of someone in boxing, and I'm not trying to say that boxing is unicorns and rainbows, but if Canelo wants to fight, he is fighting on May 5th weekend. If Katie Taylor wants to fight, she is fighting. If Anthony Joshua wants to fight, he is fighting. If Fury wants to fight, he is fighting. No one's sitting him on the sidelines. And that's a huge, huge thing. So you could sit there and talk about these guys being overpaid, and you could sit there and talk about boxing being broken and the model being broken and whatnot. There is a hell of a lot more freedom and money to be made if you are a boxer. I can't understand how anyone can argue otherwise, honestly. And I can't understand how anyone can sit there and listen to someone say this with a straight face and not question it. Why do you think all the MMA fighters are trying to go over to boxing? And not just the young ones, the established ones, because they see what's on the other side of the fence. Why do you think Kamaru Usman, the pound-for-pound best fighter, is trying to get a boxing match with Canelo? Not an MMA fight with Canelo, a boxing match with Canelo. Why is Chris Cyborg campaigning for a boxing match? Not an MMA fight, a boxing match. Why did Conor do it? Why is Francis talking about it? Have you asked yourself these things? Is Paulo Costa trying to get cut? I don't know what's going on with Costa's his Twitter. It's very, is he the one tweeting this stuff? It's all very weird. Hey, Ariel, have you heard any updates about if Spence versus Crawford will come sometime this year? God, I hope so. Last weekend should have proven that when the best fight the best, magic happens, everyone wins, everyone gets an opportunity to make a lot of money and get a lot of attention and notoriety. I hope so, but I've not heard anything on it. Hello, Ariel. Would you ever smoke weed with Nate Diaz if the opportunity presented itself? No, probably not. Micro Panda, it's 1999. LeBron is a freshman in high school. Instead of practicing free throws, he joins a local MMA gym. It's now 2022. How is his MMA career going? Great response here by Keith. LeBron is worth almost $900 million. Hard to imagine he sniffs 1/10 of that in fighting. But I imagine a ton of those elite athletes in other sports would be great at MMA if the pay was equal and they started young. Yeah, I think he would be great. He's a freaking beast. The guy's 265 pounds and he's running around like he's 135 pounds. Big money. Hey, Ariel, it seems like there is always talk of MMA versus boxing crossovers where the MMA fighter usually has to accept the terms of the traditional boxer in order to make it happen. Yeah, because there's more money there. We hardly ever see the boxer willing to embrace the idea of competing in MMA. Yeah, because you're stripping down all these things for one thing. Easier to do that for the MMA fighter than for the boxer to add all these other skills that he just doesn't have or she doesn't have. The narrative of who really is the best gets pushed, and minor rule changes like smaller gloves, ring versus cage, weight allowance are suggested to make it a more interesting matchup. Although my question may be a bit simple and obvious, I'm still curious. Instead of a weird hybrid like triad, why not have the two compete in kickboxing? Because again, the boxer doesn't know how to do that. Wouldn't this be the most even playing field for both athletes? Sure, but like Canelo doesn't know how to kick. Fury has done, a little bit of that, but there's no need for them to do that. Why risk it? Is there a more misleading term in MMA than significant strikes? Last weekend's Font versus Vera fight, supposedly in that fight, Font landed 271 to Vera's 159, yet Font looked like he was in a horror movie. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, again, with all these things, you can't just go by those numbers. You have to watch the fight. I thought Vera won fair and square. You can't just go by those numbers. It's not a box score. Can't just pick it up and be like, oh, Durant had 35 points. Awesome. He played great. Doesn't work that way. Hello. Hey, Ariel, what was your favorite entrance music in wrestling growing up? A few classics that stand out are Hogan, When It Comes Crashing Down and It Hurts Inside. Ultimate Warrior, Mr. Perfect was tremendous. I was never a Warrior fan, but boy, would I love to see Hamzat and Till walk out to the Outsiders, Ready or Not entrance song. Bret the Hitman Hart. Razor Ramon was tremendous. Kurt Angle back in the day was great. Pre the You Suck era. We Are the Nation of Domination. What else? Yeah, Bret Hart was my favorite. No doubt about it. Nothing would get me more hyped than that. Fabricio, my dog Ariel, you know the vibes. Poppy live up in this. I watched the Pivot podcast with Dana, and I couldn't believe the foolishness I heard when Dana said that boxers were overpaid to try to justify UFC fighter pay. What are your thoughts on this? Also, tell us, what's the one fight out of the leaked fight news that you're most excited about? I'd love to see Jones versus Stipe. I would love to see that. This is the quote, by the way. Just so we have it for the record. This is the quote right here. Where is it? One of the big problems with and the quote goes in many different directions. One of the big problems with boxing too is that all those effing guys are overpaid. And every time they put on a fight, it's a going out of business sale. We're just trying to get as much effing money as we can from you guys. And then we're out of here. We'll see you in 3 years. You can't build a league like that. You can't build a sport like that. You can't have 750 fighters under contract. They don't. Making money, feeding their families every year with that kind of mentality, it doesn't work. You have to run a business. So I would ask this, how long has Bob Arum been in business for? How long has Matchroom been in business for? How long has Al Heyman been in business for? How long has Queensberry been in business for? Now, of course, some have come and gone. Lou DiBella, he's still around as well. But a lot of these guys have been around for decades. Now, what about an MMA? The Prides of the world, the IFLs of the world, the Afflictions of the world, the Elite XCs of the world, the Strike Forces of the world. A lot of MMA promotions have come and gone. Doesn't that give you a little bit of pause? And here at the beginning of the statement, he's talking about them being overpaid, but then he's talking about how to build a league. And then he says you can't have 750 fighters under contract, making money, feeding their families every year with that kind of mentality. And so why then do you see fighters who say, I don't have enough money to train full time. I need this second job. I need a GoFundMe page to pay for expenses and all this stuff. If everything's hunky-dory. Now, he could be talking to promoters only and say, hey, this is the way you have to do it. If you want to save some money, if you don't want to go broke, this is the way you have to do it. And again, I've always compared the MMA model to the wrestling model. MMA is a lot closer to pro wrestling than it is boxing. There's one dominant league. They rule with an iron fist. They get to say, what the standards are. They get to set those rules. And then there's other people coming up, right? In boxing, it's a much more fragmented, much more fighter-friendly situation if you're able to reach the top. It's completely different. There is no apples to apples. There's no equal in boxing to MMA. Not even a Matchroom. Because a Matchroom, look at Devin Haney's situation. Devin Haney was with Matchroom. Devin Haney had to leave Matchroom to go sign with Top Rank and DeBella in order to get the Kambosos fight. And sign a 2-fight deal with them because if he wins, he gets an immediate rematch, and then maybe he could go back to Matchroom. He loves Matchroom. He loves Eddie Hearn. Eddie Hearn was happy about it, but ultimately gave him the blessing because you want to get the title. Look at Canelo. Canelo went to Showtime to get another belt and now went back to DAZN and Eddie Hearn. This can't happen. AJ McKee can't say, hey, hold up, Scott Coker. Let me just go fight Volkanovski real quick right over here. I'll win this belt and I'll go over there. Volkanovski can't say, hey, hold up. Let me go fight Pitbull real quick. I'll win that belt on Showtime and I'll come. It's apples to oranges. But I could tell you what, talk to 23-year-old Devin Haney about how much he makes. Talk to Shakur Stevenson about how much he makes and compare it to people his age in the world of MMA, in the UFC. Talk to Tank Davis about how much he makes. Talk to Ryan Garcia about how much he makes. Seems like they're doing okay. Seems like they're doing just fine. Talk to Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano about how much they made on Saturday night. Honestly, the part that I was taken aback by in this particular interview is like, you're talking to NFL players, former NFL players who are products of an association, a system where the players are taken care of, to a certain degree. I know there's no guaranteed contracts in the NFL. And you're talking there to a guy, if you were talking to an NFL owner who's saying the same thing about NFL players, that you are overpaid, that you aren't worth as much as you are getting, because then there is no return on the investment. You cannot live, you cannot thrive for 30 years or so. How would you feel about that? How would you feel about that? And how would you feel if you're a UFC fighter listening to that? How would you feel? GC tells me he has this clip from Tony Ferguson earlier today. GC?
Is it a little more exciting to fight the guy with Dana White privilege, right? I mean, you nailed it with him.
I don't think that shit's very funny.
No?
You do, maybe.
I thought that the moniker was good. I thought it was pretty enjoyable.
I don't think it's very funny. So, I mean, everybody's looking at it and they're smiling, they're laughing at it, but nobody's saying shit. So, I'm a kid that's up here with Dana Brown privilege, I guess, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. I don't think it's very funny anymore. And neither do you guys. I don't think you guys should think that's very funny. So I'm taking this weekend very fucking seriously. So I'll kick this Dana White boy's ass.
Chip on your shoulder then? Is this personal?
No, nothing personal against Chandler, but I'm going to be real. I'm tired of the retaliation tactics from the company.
Oh, that's it? Was it just that clip?
No, we got the 8-minute one if you want to dive into it.
Was it the longer version of that? I mean, I was compelled right there. I kind of want more, if I'm being honest.
All right, let's run the 8-minute one.
All right, let's go.
I mean, this has obviously been a very long break for you. Was that purposeful or was that...
Oh, you guys are listening
shout out to
now.
Shaheen.
That's interesting. That's cool. This is why I haven't done any interviews. This is why I just kept my mouth shut for a long time. A lot of fighters have been keeping their mouths shut for a long time. You should ask some of the other fighters that have been fucking treated like shit for a long time, too. So I'm not the only one thinking it or fucking saying it or seeing it. So maybe you should ask them too. Said come Saturday night, everybody's fortunate that you have warriors going out there and doing their job. I think we're underpaid personally. I'm gonna be real. I'm not gonna say it too much. You know, I mean, Dana said something the other day, and I put it on. It's on my phone. I think it was MMA Fighting actually reposted it, talking about how boxers are overpaid. I asked Dana to box. He said, "Fuck no." I'm like, why? I wanted to go play. You know, I want to go play baseball. I want to go do other pro sports. I'm an athlete. I grew up playing different different sports at a very high level. We're in a state championship football ring right here. We were 27-1. You know, I come from Grand Valley State University as a wrestler. I want to go do, you know, pro wrestling. You know, I got Brock, Uncle Brock, that's right there watching me. I want to go do all these couple things, but then I have this guy right here acting like a fucking drug dealer telling me I can't go and do this shit. I want to go make more money for my family. You know, I'm watching Embedded, and I see what Brian T. City, and I see his agent up there, and he's like, oh, and he was funny because he made a joke where he was like, oh, you're making money now. And he talked about his agent, and he's like, where you getting your money? There's too many levels of things right here where I got pissed off at, and I had to kind of put that besides me. You know, you make your money by winning. You make your money by showing up, winning, and having good performances. Right now, I guess we're getting paid crypto, I guess, huh? You know, they're following everybody's suit. They're kind of waiting for everybody to speak up. They're waiting for everything else like that. I'm waiting for insurance. I've been competing in this sport for a long time. I took a bad fall at Fox. They took my title from me. You know, I don't even have to go into the Miller Ayala Act, where an agent is not supposed to be competing in the same sport as you. But you guys know what I'm talking about, right? So, I mean, when it comes down to that, and then I'm going to get stripped of my title because I fucking took a bad fall in an accident, I should have sued. But what I did was I felt good for my company. I wanted to be the man. I wanted to make sure that everybody knew that I fucking could do this stuff without anybody else's help. So that's a little bit of a chip on my shoulder, you know what I mean? To kind of keep coming here and smiling and being used to be on a poster and to have that high value. When I saw that UFC didn't think my value was that high, I had to increase it in other ways, which was through social media. And through social media, I did it really organic, didn't pay for anything. I went through there and I had fun and showed my plants, and overnight I made 1 million followers. And even overnight again made like another 2. Then I stopped. I stopped caring about it because I was just like, you know what, why am I doing all of this? It's not gonna do anything for me. But then I realized I was getting these emails from these people from all over the world saying that I saved their life, that they didn't want to kill themselves, that they found themselves in bad territories, that they didn't. And I'm not the only one. I guarantee you there's a lot of fighters that get these emails. But it's incredible. And so all those guys that are out there watching and listening, and you kind of hear me getting pissed off all the time, it's cool, it's fun, I'm all right, okay, we're gonna be okay. You know, it's okay to get mad once in a while, but you have to channel that shit in the right way. When you channel in the right way, good things happen. You win championships, you go out there and you have victories, and then you end up building your fan base. So, yeah.
I mean, I just wanted to follow up on that. I mean, do you feel like you're being stifled? Like, it feels like you're almost kind of over it, but maybe conflicted about that?
Like I said, I had a nice 1.5 years to think about everything. It's kind of like being put on restriction a little bit. You know what I mean? Just kind of had time to sit there and just kind of thinking what I wanted to do. And during the time I shouldn't have fought, I was injured. You know, when after that Gaethje fight, I broke my toe. I didn't even know I broke my foot. I was so injured on my legs. I didn't even want to go down. I didn't get knocked down. I kept fighting through that. I thought about Jesus, man, carrying the fucking cross, and that dude would not quit. Every single time that they would beat him down, he would get back up and he would keep moving forward. I was thinking that whole entire time when Charles had my arm out like that, I was like, he didn't tap. And I remember my kid, he had his arm hyperextended, you know, one time, and I was like, hey, careful, you know. I was like, you don't want to hurt yourself, but he's naturally like that. So when I'm in the fight, I'm thinking about my son. I'm thinking about my arm. I'm like, go ahead, break the fucker. I was like, because I'm going to beat you with it. And in the third fight with Dariush, it was the same way. These were all tests and mental battles that I went through because I wasn't ready to win yet. I wasn't ready to have that championship belt. I wasn't mentally there yet. I redid my house and I had to build another spot so I could think of things that I wanted to do and accomplish. You know, in high school, there was these guys at All State on the wall. And I was like, I walked through there and I'm like, man, I want to be one of those guys. Do that, All State, win state, get to college. Hey, get called in and I see these names on the wall for national champions, All-American. I want to do that. That looks really cool. I go do that. 2-time All-American national champ. Captain of a 2-time national championship team. And I was like, okay, what's the next step? Go to the UFC. They built a Performance Institute. They built that. They saw that we needed something like that, which is great. Then they put the things up on the wall that said Hall of Fame. I said I wanted to do that. What did I do? Still not in the Hall of Fame yet, but I'm meriting my credentials, right? I think I'm pretty much in there. So I had to kind of think again. And I was like, I got a belt, an interim belt. And then they wanted me for a fight for another interim belt. I was like, well, I already have one of those. It's kind of selfish for me to not just, have one. I don't want 2 interim belts. I have one, but it was a championship belt because through the stuff it should have went. I don't have to go back on the Miller Ayala Act, but, I will. And then I had to think about it again. I saw the new belt and I was like, I got treated like shit for a long time. Kind of don't really want it. It was like a Cracker Jacks prize. Kind of like, well, looks kind of fake to me. It wasn't the classy kind of shit, but then I had to readjust my thinking. I had to build something so that way I had space on my shelf to be able to put something new. So that's what I have. I have space on my shelf, and I looked at it a couple of days and, walked past it, look at it again, and I look and I'm like, man, there's empty there. Because I need something to be put there. I was like, it'd be kind of nice to put a belt right there. And I started kind of getting hungry again, kind of figuring it out, putting things together like a puzzle. And it started and it clicked. So I'm a straight shooter now, man, and everything's pretty cool. So this camp, I'm very fortunate to be able to put things together and structure the shit out of myself. In my other interview, I said I had too many main ideas. But it's good to multitask like that because I can multitask on 3 computers, like no problem. But to be able to write a central paper and put one central idea as a main heading and be able to write everything around it, that was the hard part. So I have that now. I put that central that structure towards where I need it to go, and I want that belt. It's kind of cool, and I want to add some rubies to it. So it is my prerogative, and it is my priority to go out there and make sure my hand gets raised on Saturday.
The end of your deal? Like, is this the last fight?
Nah, I got a bunch, man. I'm going to be real. I'm willing to be able to fight it out, to go out there and not be held under. Like I said, like I'm going to be real. Like the promoters here, they act like drug dealers sometimes. You know what I mean? They just throw down a couple bucks here and there, and you're like, come here, kid, come here, kid, come here, kid. Here, take this, take this, take this, take this. And if you don't have the will to say no to that stupid shit, you're going to get fucked. I mean, I've seen like Terrence McKinney is the same fucking way, and a couple other people, you know what I mean? Like, and even for me to go out there, and then I had to say no a couple times. I had to fucking ignore Dana's call once during the pandemic. I'm chilling, man. I'm skateboarding. Why? Because you know what? You didn't answer my phone call. It's not going to be about that because I'm having fun. I'm doing something for myself, which is cool. And it took a long time to be able to think about myself like that because the company for a long time, they treated me like shit. And that's a lot of underlying stuff. You know what I mean? So, you talk about event ops, they're trying to, come out here and search for me to sign my fucking contract. And I'm like, you guys are sweating bullets, huh? Well, that's how you guys make me feel sometimes. So it's not fair.
Damn, that is powerful stuff from Tony Ferguson. That was earlier today, courtesy of MMA Fighting. They were at the media day. Shout out to Shaheen Al-Shadi, who was there. I heard his voice. I believe Jose Youngs is there too from the team here at MMA Fighting, other journalists as well. I don't think people sometimes understand how tough it must be to be up there at a UFC event and speak like that. You see it a little more now these days. And let's just be very clear. We all love mixed martial arts. We all love the UFC fighters out there, and the UFC is a brand. Without them, there is no MMA Hour. I don't have a career covering the sport that I've devoted my life to covering and all this stuff. If you don't love it, it's impossible to fake it. It's impossible to still be here after all these years. But when you hear things like that, when you start to hear of more stories, it's heartbreaking. And I don't know how you can feel any other way. I don't know how you can ignore that. When you see a guy like Tony Ferguson, who has given so much to the sport, who has been dealt a bad hand a few times over the years, and that's being kind, feel like that towards the tail end of his run. It's not the way it should be. And it's becoming a lot more of the norm than it should be. It's not an anomaly. He's not an anomaly. And that bumps me out. And again, I can, God bless the people who can sit back and have their little fight parties and drink their beer and order their pizza and have their wings and not care about any of this, because you have your own lives and your own jobs, and this isn't what you have devoted your life to, so you're not entrenched in it and you don't follow it as much and you're not aware of it. God bless you and enjoy it and bet on your fights and all this stuff and campaign for the best to fight the best and campaign for Ngannou to re-sign so that he can fight John Jones and do all that you want to do that makes you happy. But over here, I can't ignore this. And I have to talk about this, and I have to shine a light on this. And I would say the same about any Bellator fighter who says this, and I would say the same about any PFL fighter or any MMA fighter that says this, or any fighter, period, that says this. We don't realize what these men and women go through. And I sometimes hear people say, like, oh, they're getting paid $24K for a 2-minute fight. Do you realize what the 2-3 months leading up to that 2-minute fight are like for them? Do you realize what goes on in their brains? Do you realize what goes on in their head? Do you realize what sleeping is like, the anxiety is like, the buildup is like, the training is like, the stress on your body physically, mentally is like? Like, to say that just proves that you don't appreciate what they do. And it's just hard to see them in that state talking like that. And I know Tony's no saint, and I know he's, had his mishaps here and there, but he's speaking on behalf of a lot of people, a lot of fighters. And so on the flip side, when you hear the quote unquote best promoter in the game speaking like, hey, fighters in boxing, boxers are overpaid. If you're a UFC fighter, how would that make you feel? I know it wouldn't make me feel too good. And it's based on what? Because I just saw 94,000 people at Wembley. Who's overpaid then? And I see a sold out MSG and I see a sold out T-Mobile. Who's overpaid? And I see all these promoters still in business. And I see all these fighters with their own sponsors and with a bigger piece of the pie. And again, boxing ain't perfect, but when it comes to pay, give me that model over the MMA model any day of the week. Any day of the freaking week. We'll leave it at that. UFC 274 is this weekend. It's going to be great. And I hope they promote it up the wazoo. And I think Rose Namajunas should be a massive star. And I think she should be getting 7 figures for this fight. And I think Carla as well. And I hope Justin Gaethje and Charles Oliveira, who are headlining, get that 7-figure payday too. Regardless of all that, if you're the type that just loves the sport and just loves the drama and just loves the build-up and just loves the card and loves the Saturday night, God bless. It's going to be great. I'm looking forward to it, and I look forward to talking about it all on Monday. Frank, you can hit my music. Happy that we got that. Powerful stuff from Tony Ferguson. Great to see him back. Hopefully it's in good spirits. Hopefully he's in a good spot mentally, physically. Hopefully he's in the right frame of mind because he's got a tough fight in front of him on Saturday. Michael Chandler is no joke. Michael Chandler is one of the best lightweights of the past decade. Yes, he lost his last fight, but golly, he was pretty damn close to being the UFC lightweight champion. Pretty damn close. It would be Chandler versus Gaethje this weekend if he was able to finish off Charles Oliveira, but unfortunately he wasn't for him, and so he is fighting Tony Ferguson. 3 great fights at the top, a few legends sprinkled throughout. I am looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to a great weekend of MMA with, I guess, the 3 biggest promotions in the world all holding pretty solid events. Bellator in Paris, PFL back as well with maybe their best lineup to date. Non-championship lineup, if you will, because obviously the biggest names fight on those, but you get Rory, you get Showtime, they weren't part of the championship, and UFC 274 on Saturday. Thank you very much to all our guests. Thank you very much to Joe Lauzon. Thank you very much to Shogun Hua and Eduardo Alonso as well. Thank you very much to Kayla Harrison. Good luck to all 3 of them. Congrats to Raufeon Stots. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. It's a doozy. It's a doozy. And of course, great to have the great Chael Sonnen, my old pal, back on the program as well. Thanks to the team in the back. Thanks to all of you for not only listening, downloading, subscribing, sending in questions as well. Back on Monday, same time and place until I say peace.